Smash kuralı geri döndü. 2025 PMGO'da ilk kez denenen Smash kuralı Pmsl EU Spring'de de bizlerle olacak. Fakat kurallar bu sefer biraz farklı. Final aşamasının ikinci gününü lider tamamlayan takımın puanına 10 puan eklenecek ve bu şekilde Smash puanı belirlenecek. Üçüncü gün oynanacak maçlarda bu puanı aşmayı başaran ve kalan maçların birinde galibiyet alan ilk takım şampiyonluğunu direkt olarak ilan edecek. Sence Smash'leyebilecek bir takım çıkacak mı?
TalQ.
Ben ilk 4'e gireceklerini düşünüyorum şahsen.
Vallahi benim de beklentim yüksek. Şöyle mi yapayım o zaman?
Öyle yap. Bende Barsay Esports var.
Aşağılara bakıyor.
5 ile 10 arası bir şey demek istiyorum çünkü takım içi sıkıntıları var galiba takım sahipleriyle. Yani 5 ile 10 arası demek istiyorum.
Fireflux geldi bana. Ben 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum Fireflux. Buraya koydum.
Fireflux. They're good, but I don't think they get top 4. I put them here.
Okay.
S2G yükselme aşamasında ve ligde çok iyi oyun sergiledi. Bence finallerde de ilk 4'e girer.
Papara SuperMassive. Bence ortalama bir oyun çıkaracaklar.
Bizi değerlendirmeyeceğim, o yüzden son sıraya koyuyorum.
Fenerbahçe. Very good.
5-10.
Yeah, okay.
Second team, we got IDA Esports. I think same, 5-10. Barsay.
13. Barça. Okay.
FUT Esports. I think lower also.
Yeah, so for the first team we have Footballist. Okay.
Got it. Okay, next team, Fireflux. Maybe fifth, I would say.
Fifth.
To be honest.
Next one, ooh, I got S2G. They're gonna finish top 4 only because I see shit.
S2G. Bence 3 olsunlar ya.
İda. 8. bitirecek bence.
Aynen. Regnum Carya. Bu da girer ya.
A da gider.
Reg ikinci.
Carya Esports, somewhere around here for now.
Fireflux, I think here.
TalQ, I'll put them in B tier as well, somewhere around here.
K1. K1 güzel başladıydı.
Yani orası olabilir aynen. Fireflux'ın ben ilk 4 yapabileceğini düşünüyorum. Ben ilk 4'e koyacağım ya Fireflux'ı.
Boar. Boar'dan ben 5-10 diye umuyorum.
S2G var. İki lig aşamasında şampiyonu oldular. Saray'ı zaten az çok tanıyorum ben. Oyun stilini bildiğim biri. İyi oynuyor yani. İyi oyun atıyor.
Evet, şimdi sıra bende. Elimde Black var. Riyad'a gidebileceğini düşünmüyorum. O yüzden aynı yere koyuyorum. Fireflux'la beraber.
I have K1. I'm sorry, but they're not so good. Somewhere here.
I have TalQ Cars.
Okay, I got Regnum. I would say maybe top 3, top 2. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe top 2.
3, 2, 2. Okay, Regnum 2.
So next one I have TalQ.
11.
Carya Esports. 1 ile 4 arası düşünüyorum.
Boğar geldi. Ben 11 ile 16 arası düşünüyorum.
S2G geldi. 1 ile 4 arası düşünüyorum.
İda. 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
TalQ.
FF son zamanlarda ortalama oyun oynuyorlar. O yüzden 5'e koyacağım.
K1. BRX card is Falcons.
Falcons.
They are a good team, but they have not been performing so good. Not qualify.
Black Esport.
5 ile 10 arası bir şey ya. Fenerbahçe Esports. Evet. Sen dediğini yapalım.
S2G. Вот так.
Barsay Wildcats next row.
K1 here.
Barsay Esports, down in the bottom.
K1 team.
On top, bro. Of course, on top.
Yeah.
Team Falcons, same region, so let's put them on top also.
Thunder Tower. Okay. Here.
Team Boars. Top 3 should be.
We have here Fireflux.
Middle.
I got Black. Put him to it. I forgot. BSY.
BSY, yeah. So same.
Okay, Boars Gaming. They're good. 6.
6. Let's put them 6. I got IDA. Yeah, let's put them top 3.
Alright.
Falcon.
Main fightlar olduğu için.
Şuraya bırakıyorum sizleri.
Regnum Carya biz sonuncu olacağız abi biz ya. Durum hiç iyi değil.
Barsay. Hemen koyalım.
Kara. Son 3 ayda oynadığımız scrimlerde bence bayağı iyilerdi. Hepsini her şeyi kazanıyorlardı. Pmsl'de biraz uyumsuzluk yaşadılar. Yani motive olmaları lazım bence. Motive olurlarsa ilk 4 gelir.
Bende SuperMassive var şu anda. Ben de SuperMassive'i 11 ve 16 arasına koyuyorum.
I have Ida. They're a good team, but okay, I put them here.
Okay.
Top 4.
BWNRX çoğu splitte üst sıralarda bitiriyor ve stabil oyun sergiliyorlar. Onların ilk 4'te bulunacağını düşünüyorum.
Boars 10. sıraya koyacağım. Yorum yapmaya gerek yok.
Falcon Avrupa'nın en iyi takımlarından biri ama onların ilk 4 gireceğini düşünmüyorum.
FUT geldi.
TalQ.
Dünyanın en iyi takımı da geldi. Ayrıca
BRX Mumia. Şuraya koyacağım.
şuraya koy. Team Falcon. Bunlar
Deplasmana
Rauf
gidiyor.
olmasa bu arada iyilerdi. Bunun da 5 ile 10 arasındayım.
K1. Hiç beğenmiyorum.
K1 sonuncu.
Carya Esports.
Kara.
Karaymış be.
Kara'nın oyunu güzel şu an ya baya.
Papara SuperMassive. Ama oraya koymayacağım.
Koy ya fark etmiyor. Fireflux.
İçinde. Fireflux. 5 tane arası bitebilir.
O da onlar da aynen. İlk 2 gün kötü oynadılar da toparladılar. INFINIX Esports.
Boars Gaming. I'm pretty sure there is no need to clarification, so it goes immediately here.
Falcons. This team stay here.
Fenerbahçe Esports, somewhere around here. I think TalQ has to come below.
FUT geldi. 11-16 arası düşünüyorum.
Bra'yı 11-16 arası düşünüyorum.
TalQ. Birinci olacağız tabii ki.
Black.
Black de PMNC şampiyonu. İyi bir takım.
5-10 yani.
Futbolist 4 yaşarlarsa bence rotasyonlarda oyun sonunda parçalarlar diye düşünüyorum ben. Ama ilk 4 zor yani. O yüzden 5 ile 10'a koyuyorum.
Carya. Of course we're gonna put them top 16, the last one.
Here we have S2G.
S2G.
Yeah, here.
Papara SuperMassive. I think should be mid, like this.
Fenerbahçe, I would say top 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got K1. Yeah, somewhere around here.
Carya, okay, put them here.
Elimde bura var. Yani 11 ile 16'sı olurlar büyük ihtimal çünkü zaten çok zor qualifier oldular.
I have Fenerbahçe. I think they can be top 3.
Barsay var elimde. Barsay'ı da ben yine aynı yere koyuyorum.
Bileğin bu turnuvada çok fazla iyi oynayacağını düşünmüyorum. O yüzden 12'ye koyuyorum.
Bra. Son zamanlarda çok çalkantılı oynuyorlar.
Regnum Türkiye'nin en iyi takımlarından biri ve çoğu splitte ilk top 3'te bitirdiği için bunları direkt 2'ye koyacağım. S2G ile Regnum da yer değişebilir. O yüzden onların yerini değiştiriyorum.
BRX Mumia. I think
Low, of course, low.
here.
Here we have BRX Esports. I think also low.
Here we have Regnum Carya. Okay.
Okay, next row should be mid.
Yep, I got BRX. I think
Already in the
around
league
here.
stage and stuff. So put them top 14, I guess.
Yep.
Ooh, next Ruya. We can put them in the middle there as extra.
Yeah.
They have good players.
I got our favorite friends, Papara SuperMassive, top 1.
For sure. Oh, last team. Falcon. What do you think?
Top 16.
Yeah, as always. Finish last.
Barsay.
Barsay Esports.
Falcon'un yanına koyalım o zaman. Boars Gaming.
Sana koymuş.
Sonuncu oldu ya. Next Rüya. Next Rüya direkt.
Nerede gider baba?
Bence de gider, iyi oyunları var.
FUT Esports.
Yeah.
BRX Esports.
Put it down here. Yeah. Regnum Carya Esports. Hi.
Okay.
No.
Okay, Black Esports.
Next Rüya. Next Rüya. Bence direkt 4'e koyabiliriz.
Bence de direkt ilk 1 ve 4.
İlk 4'te vardır.
My next card is NRX. I will put them maybe a little bit in front of FF, like here.
Sup 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
İda da iyi bence.
Barsay. Yani.
Kara var elimde. Qualifier yapacaklarını düşünmüyorum aynı şekilde. Aynı yere koyuyorum.
I have Regnum Carya. I think they can be top 2.
Elimde FUT var. Buraya koyacağım.
Yeah.
Fenerbahçe. Fenerbahçe hakkındaki yorumun nedir?
Onlar da ilk dörde girebilir. 4 ile 5'in arasına koyabilirsin TalQ gibi.
Şöyle.
SuperMassive kaldı. Bunların da main fight'ı var. O yüzden 5 ile 10 demek istiyorum ben.
Black geldi. Onu da 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
Regnum Carya ilk 3'te düşünüyorum.
Falcons 5 ile 10 arası.
K1'i 16. olarak düşünüyorum.
Fenerbahçe 5 ile 10 arası.
Barsay'ı da 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
Nextra'ya kaldı. Nextra'yı da 5 ile 10 arası düşünüyorum.
Fenerbahçe de iyi bir takım. Ortalama oynayacaklarını düşünüyorum.
Kara geldi. Kara'nın da ilk 4 yapacağını düşünüyorum.
Bars bence buraya geçer. 5 ile 10 arası.
I have S2G. I'm gonna put them here.
It's good.
Bence güzel bir sıralama oldu.
Bu kadardı.
Teşekkürler.
Hedefimiz zaten şampiyonluk.
Takıma Silas geldikten sonra global turnuvalara katılmaya başladık.
Bütün turnuvalarda top seviyede bitirmek. Tek amacımız bu.
Eleme aşamasında şampiyon olduk. Yarı finalde güzel bir performans gösterdik.
Bence Esports World Cup'a çıkma olasılığımız çok yüksek. Çünkü takımdaki herkes seyircili bir offline oynadı.
Ve bu serüvende iyi ilerliyoruz.
Çok çalışıyoruz. Yani çalışarak geldik buralara zaten biliyorsunuz. Önceki sezondan bizi tanıyorsunuz.
Merhabalar, benim ismim Gökdeniz Görür. Oyun ismim Mersiles.
Benim ismim Kürşat Matosun, Mersiles, Nihat ve ben olarak Barsay Esports çatısı altında yaklaşık 2-3 aydır oynuyoruz.
PMNG'den kötü bir sonuçla başladık ama ondan sonra Pmsl'e kadar güzel bir performansa devam ettik. Bu turnuvada da güzel sonuçlar elde etmeyi bekliyoruz finalde de.
Hedefimiz Esports World Cup'a çıkmak. İnancımız tam, kendimize güveniyoruz. Herkese başarılar.
Ben Muhammed Demir, namı diğer Lux, Flux da denir yani. 22 yaşındayım. BRX Esports bünyesinde halihazırda oynuyoruz.
İsmim Uygar, oyun için nickname'im Zeptunus. Lord Cedric'te ben yaklaşık bir yıldır aynı takım içindeyiz. Ondan sonra Lux geldi bizim takıma. Sonra Ozi geldi. Bu senenin başında PMGO'ya gittik. Orada ilk elemede az çok güzel performans sergiledik ve main event'e çıktık. Ondan sonra finallerde mücadele ettik. Orada da güzel başarı yaptık ve ülkemize döndük. İnşallah finallerde de istediğimiz gibi geçer. Hedefimiz zaten şampiyonluk. Desteklerinizi unutmayın. Teşekkür ederim.
So, we have Amazon team, one of the best AGL in a region, Tulika, with experience of PMPL, PMSL, PMWC, PMGC, and have two very hungry to results fraggers, Chaos and Howley. If Howley have experience of more than 6 LAN tournament and big event previously, 2 years, but for Chaos it's firstly PMSL. Before he play only qualification. But now he have chance to shine on the stage, and we have very great for me and for team support like pusher. Valery is amazing player. He can slow many mood work on map, and he can make one of the best counter in the region. And you see this on finals, grand finals. And so we qualified from Eastern Europe. We playing not long time maybe together. We're playing only half part of year, but now we're ready to show our best results. So let's go to final. Cheers for Boars Gaming. Go go Boars, and maybe winning is the best team. It's 100%.
Last year I play EVC. This time I want not only qualified to EWC, but win it.
Merhabalar, ben BRX Mumia'dan Gabri. Pmsl turnuvasında biz de varız, biz de boy göstereceğiz.
Merhaba, ben BRX Esports'tan Quantum. Elemelerde kadro yapısına baktığım zaman çok yetenekli bir kadroya sahibiz. Ama ufak hatalardan dolayı istediğimiz oyunu sergileyemedik.
Bunun farkındayız, hatalarımızın da farkındayız. Ama en iyi şekilde üstesinden geleceğimize inanıyoruz. Çok iyi bir şekilde çalışma zamanımız olmadı ama bu son dönemde koçumuzun da takıma katılmasıyla beraber iyi bir hazırlandığımızı düşünüyoruz turnuvaya. Finallerde çok farklı bir BRX Mumia göreceğinize söz veriyorum.
Şimdiden bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın. Sizi seviyoruz.
Merhaba, ismim Burak Çoruk, nickim Kane, Fragger rolünde oynuyorum.
Adım Erdem, soyadım Erdoğdu, nickim Frozen NX. Bu işte Wildcats Next Rüya'da ACR rolünde oynuyorum. Geçen sene takımca tüm turnuvalara katıldık. Hem World Cup hem PMGC. PMGC'de büyük finale kalamadık ama World Cup'ta büyük finale kalmayı başardık.
Geçen seneye nazaran bu sene daha çok iletişimimizi ve fight power'ımızı geliştirmeye çalıştık.
Bu sene takımımıza bazı değişiklikler yaptık. Kırcalı takımımıza katıldı. Yani Kırcalı ile beraber bu sene hem PMGC'de büyük finalde hem de World Cup'ta büyük finalde büyük başarılar elde etmek istiyoruz.
Takıma daha çok güveniyorum. İnşallah bir şeyler ucu ucuna kaçmayacak. Artık başarılı olacağımıza inanıyorum.
My name is Vidox from Falcons. We are playing Pmsl Europe Spring.
Hello, I'm Sanhok from Team Falcon. Today we're going to talk about our goals. Our goals during this Pmsl is obviously to win it. We already showed last year that we are one of the best teams in the world and we're playing for trophy. We didn't get any trophy yet, but we're always in the podium and I'm pretty sure if we're doing good and our job, we will be able to lead this trophy.
As you guys know, we got in the last past events top 3, top 2, and for this season we're playing to get top 1 on EVC. So support us, we will see you there.
With the addition of core, I think the team can be even better. We'll give our best.
Herkese merhaba, ben Metin. Siz beni Simple Damaç olarak tanıyorsunuz.
Fenerbahçe Esports takımından Batuhan. Siz beni Sevgin olarak tanıyor olabilirsiniz.
Kariyerime ilk profesyonel adımı Fenerbahçe Espor'la birlikte attım ve girdiğimiz son turnuvada şampiyon olarak buraya geldik.
Bence Esports World Cup'a çıkma olasılığımız çok yüksek. Çünkü takımdaki herkes seyircili bir offline oynadı. Android cihazlarla da aramız çok iyi. Bu yüzden ilk 4'e girme olasılığımızı çok yüksek buluyorum.
Rakiplerimizin bizi çok zorlayacağını düşünmüyorum. Finalde fight attığımız takımlar olmayacağı için daha başarılı bir şekilde sonuç getireceğimize inanıyorum.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Flux Esports'tan Soulless. Bugün takımımızın şu anki durumunu sizlere anlatacağım birazcık.
Merhaba, ben Fireflux Esports'tan Keç. Son dönemlerde biraz bizi eleştireceğim. Yani kötü oynamıyoruz ama biraz üstümüzde herhalde ölü toprağı mı derler artık. Öyle bir şey vardı. Son dönemlerde attık bunu.
Takım gayet güzel. Kadro oluşumumuz çok iyi. Birbirimizle uyumluyuz. Arkadaşlıktan daha öte bağlarımız var. Oyun tarzımızı domine eden aslında biraz da bu. Diğer takımların sahip olmadığı şeylere sahip olduğumuzu düşünüyorum.
Yani şu an iyiyiz. Güvenimiz tam. Her şeyimiz sıcak. Bu finallerde büyük ihtimal çok farklı oynayacağız lige göre.
Oyun tarzımızı zaten genel olarak Yiğit belirliyor IGL olarak. Ben co-IGL olarak yardım ediyorum. Bakalım hayırlısı.
Burada ortam şu an çok güzel. Yani Türkiye'de olması ekstra gurur verici bir şey bizim için de. 14 Türk takımıyız. Güzel bir turnuva bizi bekliyor yani.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben FUT Esports oyuncusu Upfor.
Ben FUT Esports oyuncusu Futenzo. İsmim Berkin, 7 yıldır PUBG Mobile oynuyorum.
Kısaca size başarılarımdan bahsedeceğim. Yükselen Yıldız'da 2. oldum, PMNC'de 1. oldum. Sonrasında FUT Esports'a katıldım.
Bu e-spor işine daha yeni girdim. Biz bu turnuvada takımımızla kendimizi kanıtlayıp PMVC'de iyi bir başarı yapacağımızı düşünüyoruz.
FUT Esports'taki hedeflerimiz PMVC'ye çıkmak şu anlık. Nasipse inşallah çıkacağız. Taraftarlarımızdan da desteğini bekliyoruz.
Herkese merhaba, ben Rita, IDE Esports oyuncusuyum.
Herkese merhaba, ben Emre. IDE Espor oyuncusuyum. Yaklaşık olarak 3 aydır yeni bir takımla, yeni arkadaşlarla beraber bir serüvene başladık. Ve bu serüvende iyi ilerliyoruz.
Çok çalışıyoruz. Yani çalışarak geldik buralara, zaten biliyorsunuz. Önceki sezondan bizi tanıyorsunuz. PMGC'ye kadar güzel bir serüvenimiz oldu. Orada birçok kez dedik ama...
Şu anda PMSL finallerine kadar geldik. Hedefimiz World Cup. İnşallah şampiyonlukta alacağız. Hedeflerimiz büyük. Bunun için çok çalışıyoruz.
Taraftar kitlesine gerçekten ihtiyacımız var.
Kendimize güveniyoruz.
Hello everyone, I'm Quick from Team K1.
Hello everyone, my nickname is Bandita77. I'm from Team K1 and we're gonna show a better performance on the finals.
Wanna say thanks for support on previous stage. We wanna show something new in the finals. So I wanna say hello to our opponents like Team Falcons, Boars and Regnum Carya. We are coming for you.
So you can keep supporting us.
Merhaba, ben Marso. 2024 yılında ikinci splitte S2G'den ayrıldım ve Carya Spor'a geçtim.
Ben Samet. Sizin bildiğiniz üzere See You Later. Bu kadro yeni kuruldu. Bu kadroya S2G'den geldim. S2G'de istediğim sonuçları elde edemedim. Sonuçlar çok istediğim gibi gitmedi.
Carya Spor'da da hani hızlı bir şekilde Vural abi kadro kurdu. Bu kadroyla beraber hani çok fazla vakit geçirmedik takım olarak aslında ama 3 oyuncusu eskiden aynı takımda oynuyordu. Ben de sonradan aralarına dahil oldum ve bu şekilde kadromuz oluşmuş oldu.
Bu sezon gerçekten bütün amacımız bütün turnuvalarda top seviyede bitirmek. Tek amacımız bu. Rabbim nasip ederse bu Pmsl finalinde de şampiyon olup kupayı kaldırıp World Cup'a gitmek istiyoruz. Hedefimiz bu.
Takımımız şu an çalışmalarına devam ediyor final için. Yani elimizden geleni yapmaya çalışacağız.
Olabildiğince bütün turnuvaları güzel sonuçlarla kapatıp istediğimiz yerlere gelmek istiyoruz.
Merhaba, ben Berkay, Lost, Papara SuperMassive takımında oynuyorum. Bu takımda 1,5 yıldır oynuyorum.
Ben Erman Topal, oyundaki ismim Kamikaze. Şu anda Papara SuperMassive'de oynuyorum.
Aslında bizim hikayemiz şimdi başlıyor diyebilirim. Pmsl turnuvasında istediğimizi gösteremedik oyunumuzu. Takıma tecrübeli bir acel çekmeyi düşünüyorduk. Tron'u çektik. Daha önceden offline deneyimi de olduğu için.
Gayet cesur oynuyoruz oyunu. Yani kimseden çekinmiyoruz. Atladığımız yerde de zaten bunu gösteriyoruz. Hiçbir atladığımız yerde ölmedik. Sadece bir kere öldük yani. Ondan hariç finalde de zaten bunun devam edeceğini düşünüyorum. Aynı performansı göstereceğiz. Herkesten bizi desteklemesini ve bizim yanımızda olmalarını istiyorum yani finalde. Şimdiden herkese teşekkür ederim.
Bu kadroyla ilk Pmsl deneyimimiz. Yani Avrupa'daki oyuncularla ilk defa oynayacağız. Yani şimdi daha lobiye alışmaya çalışıyoruz aslında. Lig aşamasında elimizden geleni yaptık. Tam olarak kendimizi gösteremedik ama finalde umarım offline'da kendimizi göstereceğimizi düşünüyorum.
Amatör olarak ilk önce Mahmut'la Loxi ile beraber bir takımda oynuyorduk. Sonradan buradan bir teklif geldi Regnum Karya'dan. Başta kabul etmemiştim. Sonradan Mahmut'la biraz düşündük ve kabul ettik. Buraya geldik.
2022'nin başında Arda ile beraber Regnum Karya'ya geldik. Yeni bir oluşum olduk. 4 kişi. Tron, ben, Arda, bir de Bistix vardı. Avrupa'da 3. olduk o kadroyla beraber. İyi başarılar elde edecektik. Ama sonra Bistix ayrılmak zorunda kaldı. Sonraki senede 2023'te Ezel katıldı aramıza. Tron, Ezel, White.
Ezel geldikten sonra Avrupa'dan da bir üst tura çıkıp Riyad'a gitmiştik. Riyad'da bir şampiyonluk yaşadık, kupa kaldırdık. Daha sonra biraz daha üstüne koyduk oyunumuzu geliştirdik, kişisel performansımızı geliştirdik. Partnerlik muhabbeti açıklandı. Ondan sonra tüm kadrolar güçlenmeye gidince takımda değişiklikler yaşandı. Silas geldi. Takıma Silas geldikten sonra global turnuvalara katılmaya başladık. İlk başlarda biraz afallasak da bir senenin sonunda oyunumuzu tam oturttuğumuzu düşünüyorum. Koç Apokalip'in de sayesinde kendisinin takımın oyun planında çok etkisi var. Dünya ikincisi olduk. Üzüldük sonunda, bir 2 puanla kaçan bir dünya ikinciliği. PMGO şampiyonluğu geldi. Şimdi yolun sonu World Cup. Bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın.
Arkadaşlar merhabalar, ben Hamsi. Şu anda S2G'de oynuyorum. Yaklaşık 4 yıldır veya 5 yıldır da S2G'deyim.
Ben Kalise, 20 yaşındayım. 4 yıldır S2G Esports'ta oynuyorum.
En yüksek başarım Dünya Şampiyonluğu 2022'de. En yüksek bireysel başarım da Kırmızı Grup'ta MVP olmuştum Dünya Ligi'nde. Şu anda da hala iyi ilerliyoruz. Takımımızdaki yabancı var, İngilizce problemleri olmasına rağmen İngilizcemizi de bayağı geliştirdik.
S2G Esports'ta 4 yıldır beraberim ve birçok güzel başarıya imza attık. Sezonun ilk başında, yani takıma ilk katıldıktan sonrasında dünya dördüncülüğüyle güzel bir şekilde ülkemizi gururlandırdık. Son 2 senesinde de dünya şampiyon olduk. Bu bizim için çok güzel bir gururdu. Hiçbirinizin yüzünü kara çıkartmayacağız ve ülkeye yeniden çok güzel bir başarıyla geleceğimizi düşünüyorum. 2. dünya şampiyonluğu olur. Buradan çıkacağımız bir Riyad turnuvası olur, World Cup.
Bugüne kadar en başarısız olduğumuz zamanda da en başarılı olduğumuz anda da yanımızda olduğunuz için çok teşekkür ederiz. Önümüzdeki süreçte de yanımızda olun. Zaten birlikte olacağız Pmsl finalinde. Sizleri seviyoruz. Kendinize iyi bakın.
Öncelikle herkese merhaba. Ben TalQ ekibinden Nayko.
Ben TalQ ekibinden Kairos. Ben BRX Spor'dan ayrıldıktan sonra oyunu bırakmayı düşünüyordum.
Biz aslında çoğu oyuncumuz oyunu bırakmıştık. Yani hiçbirimiz devam etmeyi düşünmüyorduk. Farklı takımlardan, farklı nedenlerden dolayı.
Ondan sonra işte beni arkadaşlarım aradı. Şu anki takım arkadaşlarım. Dediler ki biz PMNC'ye gireceğiz. İşte bize katılabilir misin? Bir PMNC elemesi girdik. Yani 2 gün beraber oynadık. 3. gün PMNC elemesi girdik.
Eleme aşamasında şampiyon olduk. Yarı finalde güzel bir performans gösterdik. Finalden de Pmsl biletini kazandık. Pmsl'in ilk elemesinde 4. olarak bitirdik. Aslında yetinmemiştik. 2. elemede 2. olarak bitirdik. Şimdi finale şampiyon olmak için geliyoruz.
K1 geldi bana. Ben bunu C'ye atmak istiyorum.
Bende Barsay var.
B olur. FUT. Net be.
Yani B olabilir. Next Rüya.
Birinci Black geldi. Ben onları A'ya koyacağım Samet.
Bana da Bushido Wildcats Nexus'a geldi. Gayet iyi performans sergiliyorlar. Her turnuvada top sırada bitirmeyi başarıyorlar. O yüzden onları S tier'e koyacağım tartışmaksızın.
Evet.
Fenerbahçe. Ben arasına koyuyorum ya.
Tamam hadi öyle olsun.
Çünkü globalde daha görmedik Fenerbahçe'yi.
Bana FUT geldi. FUT'u bence A.
Thunderbolt. Onları da şöyle koyalım.
Carya Spor.
Bence A.
Yüksek turnuvalarda başarı
Evet.
yapması lazım.
K1'i ben tanımıyorum. İlk defa gördüm turnuvalarda.
Bence B olabilir K1'i.
Bence B çok iyi oynamıyorlar.
Çok kötü takım değil. S2G. Ben direkt S2G'yi S tier'e koyuyorum.
S tier'e koy.
Hak ediyorlar.
S2G hak ediyor. Bra, B'ye koyayım.
Türk takımı diye.
Türk takımı.
Regnum geldi bana. Yani ligde çok iyi değillerdi ama bence S tier.
Bence kesin. Carya Spor geldi. Carya Spor bizim favori takımlarımızdan biri bence.
Boars geldi. Yani Boars bence A yani.
Bana da TalQ geldi. Bu turnuva bazında gerçekten ikilik aşamasında iyi oynadılar. Onları S tier'e koymayacağım. A tier'lik bir takım.
Tamam.
Şu anlık.
Tamam. Bana Barsay geldi.
Aynen.
B'ye koyacağım.
Mantıklı.
Bence Black. C ya.
Falcon. B.
Tamam B. Kara. İyiler yani. O yüzden B'ye atayım.
FUT.
TalQ. A'ya koyayım.
Fenerbahçe.
Bana Fenerbahçe geldi. Fenerbahçe de son olan turnuvasından beri iyi sonuç elde ediyor. A tier'e koyacağım.
Regnum Carya yani tartışmasız. Bence bu
Tartışmasız.
listenin tartışmasız S tier'i Regnum Carya yani.
Aynen.
Çok iyiler. Hiç yorum yapmaya bile gerek yok.
Bana BRX Mumia geldi. B tier'e koymak istiyorum. Bu son aşamadan dolayı.
Papara SuperMassive geldi bana.
Nixra geldi. C'ye mi koyayım?
Koy C'ye koy.
Yok koymayacağım. Ben S'e koyuyorum.
Yok.
Ya ben S'e koyacağım.
S2G geldi. S2G'yi koyuyorum. S tier'e.
Evet, S tier'e.
K1 geldi. K1'i ben hiç sevmiyorum. O yüzden
Direkt C'ye atsan onları ya. tartışmak
Yorum bile
için.
yapmayacağım
Aynen öyle.
tartışmasız.
Bana FUT Esports geldi. Bunları da B tier'e koymak istiyorum.
Kara geldi.
Direkt C'ye atsana ya.
C'ye at.
Hiç
Çok kötü
tartışmaya hiç
takım.
gerek yok.
Çok
At C'ye
kötü
gitsin.
takım.
Boars. Nereye koyayım? A mı?
A'ya koyabiliriz. TalQ. Ben B demek istiyorum.
İda. İda da güzel oynuyor bence. S tier değil ama bana göre A tier.
Yani,
Bunlar da güzel gidiyor
aynen.
şu anda.
Falcon. B'ye koyuyorum.
Evet. Fireflux. A'ya koyalım.
Black.
Braya Spor C'ye koyacağım. Üzülerek.
Bana Barsay geldi.
Bence B ve A arası.
Tamam hadi böyle koyayım o zaman.
Team Falcon geldi.
Fireflux.
Yapıştır. Papara SuperMassive. A tier.
Papara SuperMassive. İyiler bence.
İyiler
Onlar
ya.
hiç main fight'ı kaybetmedi.
Fenerbahçe.
İyiler. Zaten
A'ya
PMSL
koyulur.
şampiyonu.
Aynen.
BRX Mumia.
Yani.
Bileği ben direkt B'ye koyuyorum ya.
Next Rüya. Hadi S'e koyalım o zaman.
Sup.
İda Spor geldi. İda Spor.
Bu boğalar geldi bana.
Divan geldi. Yolluyorum B'ye, çok düşünmeye gerek yok.
Koy.
Son olarak bana İda geldi. Yani İda da geçen sene çok iyi oynadılar bence. S değilse bile bu turnuva bazında en azından A tier.
Evet.
İde Spor geldi bana da.
Kaçıncı bitirmişti bu turnuvada?
Unuttum.
Hatırlamıyorum. Fireflux.
A'ya koy bence. Finalist. Regnum Carya. Zaten söylemeye gerek yok bence.
Ben de S tier, S2G bence.
Aynen. İyiler.
Barsay. Barsay'ı ben
Ben bizi
C'ye koyayım.
aynen C'ye koyalım. Sıralama
Evet.
olmadı. Boars
Tamam,
Gaming. Boars'ı da ben direkt B'ye koyuyorum. B'nin takımı benim.
B mi diyorsun?
Aynen.
Sonda renk kaldı zaten.
Direkt eşler.
Hiç konuşmaya gerek yok.
Bana da son olarak ikimizin ex team'i geldi. S2G bu turnuvada gerçekten çok iyi oynuyorlar. İki ligi de
S tier.
birinci bitirdiler.
Evet.
Tebrik ederim. O yüzden onları S tier'e koyuyorum.
Bana da Black geldi.
Bence A ya.
Tamam A'ya koyalım.
Fireflux A'ya koyacağım.
Bana da Falcon geldi. Buraya koyuyorum.
Evet.
Arkadaşlar bizim sıralamamız bu şekildeydi. PMSL'de bütün Türk takımlarına başarılar dileriz.
De certains manques, je vais frapper schizophrène. Moi je cherche à vous transpercer. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. Au clair de ma vie, obstiné, entêté, acharné, je suis borné. Vouloir y croire à chaque fois, mais perdu dans mon cauchemar. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. Au clair de ma vie.
Hello and welcome back to the PMSL Europe. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We have already seen our first day of games and we are ready for another. That's right. More servings of PUBG Mobile coming at you, swift, thick and fast. There's plenty more to come. We've got 6 matches today and plenty of teams to try and take the day as well. What are you? Go on then. I was going.
All right. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You do what you got to do, man. Yeah, we do have plenty more games ahead of us. 6 matches today, followed by maybe 6 matches tomorrow. It really depends on what happens as we head through to that Smash ruling, which we'll touch on a little bit later. But for now, let's just talk yesterday a little bit, where we had S2G coming out on top eventually. Some very good games from them in terms of just overall consistency. Falcons are up there as well with some good salvaging games and overall just strong matches.
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive feat for S2G to be able to jump up there, but a lot of these teams as well competing fairly closely for those top spots, with Flux obviously having a massive resurgence at the end of the day and clobbering a bunch of people. Back-to-back chicken dinners could have been another one as well at the end of the day in our final Miramar. It really was a turn up from the start of their day because they had a bit of a dire situation. Falcons as well seemingly have found a little bit of a level, right? This is something that we were hoping for, we were looking for. The league stage, the knockout stage hasn't quite delivered on that as a potential promise, but we find ourselves in the finals and the Falcons have taken flight a little bit. They're on 54 points, 4th place, and it's looking pretty hopeful. I'm enjoying it.
I think when we were looking at over towards yesterday's games, yesterday's innings, it was sort of interesting also hearing some of the players' thoughts on where teams lied in terms of the power rankings as we were going through that pre-show right there, which was quite nice to see. But a lot of teams looked at Falcons and were undecided whether they should be in the top 4 or should they be in 5th through 10th. A lot of them said that, that what it came down to was a case they just weren't performing quite so well in the league or knockout stages, which I think we wholeheartedly agree with here on the desk as well, in terms of that performance just wasn't up to snuff. There was even some shade thrown at Ralph throughout of it as well, which I was kind of surprised about. I think, like I said, this guy's got a lot of pressure on his back. It's not easy to lead in those kind of scenarios. But the big surprise from yesterday was not that Falcons got into the top 4. It was that Boars were there alongside them quite a bit throughout the day. And I think genuinely very, very strong team. Very, very different play style from the rest. Feels a lot like what we saw from K1 in league stage, except it's working from just that killer firepower in the front line that they have. It's amazing to see, really is.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't like Ralph catching flack for that. I think he's still got some juice left in the tank. He's still got plenty more games to play, and he's hoping for one of those spots at the PMWC, right? Because in 4th place, as they would be right now, they would qualify thanks to Regnum Carya's efforts over at the PMGO. That 4th place opened up. Unfortunately, Regnum Carya not a team that's going to get one right now as it stands.
No, I think Regnum Carya it's a bit of a weird one that we've seen from them throughout this tournament. I think there's been some really high moments for Regnum Carya and some pretty low moments as well. We can put it that way. Because I just think that it's a bit of a struggle for them overall. And I do want to see them improve.
Wonderful to see you once again. We know you guys in the crowd here ready. Hopefully you at home are as well. It's going to be fabulous today. Today is all about points, points, points, points, points. My name is Adam Savage, and this fabulous gentleman is the voice of 1,000 sunsets. It's Billy G.
You're being so kind, Adam.
Thanks.
Hanımlar beyler, 2025 PMSL Avrupa Bahar Finaline. Şimdi önce şunu söyleyeyim. Analiz masasından bir hoş geldiniz geldi ama ben ondan daha yüksek bir çığlık istiyorum sizlerden. Bugün artık çünkü 2. gün. O yüzden bir kez daha hepiniz hoş geldiniz!
He's taken. I love you took a knee as well. That's
Yeah,
good.
if you see this crowd, you have to bend the knee.
I like it. I like it.
Bir kez daha hoş geldiniz. Bugün harika bir gün olacak. Bugün bir kez daha 16 takım yarışacak. Bir sürü oyuncu var, bir sürü takım var. İlk gün kıyasıya geçti. Bugünün ama ilk günden biraz daha farklı bir önemi var. Smash puanı olacak. Smash puanının sınırı belli olacak. Bunu bilmeyenler varsa aranızda analiz masasına bir tane görev paslayıp Tankut ve Scarlett bunu daha detaylı açıklamışsınızdır ama bir kez daha açıklarsınız belki. Onun dışında Adam,
Yeah,
back to you.
we've got lots to look forward to actually.
Yeah.
Just catch you guys up to speed for you guys at home as well here. 16 teams, they're kind of either side of us right now getting ready for the main event here. It's day 2 of our competition. There are $200,000 worth of prize pool on the line. Of course, 4 spots at this summer's EWC as well here. Now, day 2 is all about accumulating as many points as possible because obviously, as of tomorrow, Smash rules come into effect and things are going to get really serious. But that's a while off yet. That's a while off yet. For these guys here who are very excited.
Just wait a second, Adam. Let's hear them.
What's that?
Let's hear them first.
I wish this was for me. It's definitely not. I wish it was for us. But for you guys out there, you are going to have lots of chances for gifts and prizes and great winnables here at our PMSL EU Spring Finals as well. It's going to be a very, very exciting day indeed.
Yeah, we are excited and we are ready. Bir kez daha şunu söyleyelim. Burada bulunan misafirlerimiz için çok kritik bir konu bu. Are they saying
Just
Billy?
enjoy this moment. Everyone at home is jealous. I can feel it. You guys are. This crowd
Eğer
is insane.
evde izliyorsanız burada olmanız lazımdı şu an. Analiz masasına geçmeden ama şunu size bir kez daha ileteyim. Maç aralarında burada bulunan tüm taraftarlar için, tüm PUBG Mobile severler için hediyelerimiz olacak, çekilişlerimiz olacak. Buradaki herkesin hediye kazanma şansı var. O yüzden maç aralarında lütfen hiçbir yere ayrılmayın. Ve benim söyleyeceklerim bu kadar. Do you have anything to add or we can just pass it to the analysts?
I think should we have one more big loud noise from the crowd? Can we do this one more time?
Bir kez daha gürültülü bir...
I think one more. Let's get the crowd really high. Let's go crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Tamam, 3'ten geriye sayacağız ama herkesin... Let's make them stand up.
Yeah. Everybody
Herkesi
stand up.
ayağa alabilir
Everyone
miyiz
stand up
şimdi
for
be?
us. If
Bütün
you're able.
taraftarları,
If
bütün
you're able.
izleyicileri bir ayağa alalım. PMSL 2025 Avrupa
right. That's
Bahar
right.
Finalindeyiz.
If you're able,
Buradaki
please do.
takımlar çok heyecanlı. 3'ten geriye sayacağız şimdi. İnanılmaz bir çığlık istiyoruz sizden. We're going to count down from 3.
Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1. Whoa!
That is great.
Harikasınız.
The smoke as well. The smoke was perfect.
Amazing.
Thank you guys. Thank you so
Teşekkür
much.
ederiz hepinize.
You guys are
Hepinize iyi
amazing.
seyirler diliyoruz bir kez daha.
On this note, let's head over to our casters, analysts, because we've got ourselves a game that's imminent. Over to you fellas. Let's get this show on the road.
Artık ikinci güne başlama zamanı. Tankut ve Scarlett sizdeyiz.
Thank you very much for getting the crowd warmed up there. Everyone's looking nice and hyped, ready for a little bit of PMSL, and why wouldn't you be? You are excited to see who's going to be able to take those top 4 spots. That's what we're all looking forward to.
We get back to the analysts and casters, who is
That's
just us. It's just us. We're the analysts and the casters here today.
We should get different
and the
hats.
hosts. We could do the analyst hat and the caster hat and the host hat. Yeah, we could workshop that. We could maybe push that forward. I'll request some hats from me.
My people
We'll
will
go
talk to
buy
their
them.
people. Hats will happen.
Yeah, me, myself, and Irene, we'll sort it out. But yeah, obviously getting back into today, nice to see the crowd. Nice to hear from the boys over on the stage as well. They're right. There is definitely some prizes to be won. The big prize is the 200 grand on the table right now for a lot of our teams. Let's take a look at the tournament schedule coming through here. Obviously, we've had the league stage, the knockout stage, and the grand finals, which is happening right now. We are into the 5th of July right now, if you weren't aware of the date, but now you are. And it is an offline tournament. You can see all the players there playing live, 16 teams, 1 champion. But the main thing, as we're going to keep hammering home here, is the 4 EWC slots that are available to our PMSL EU teams.
Yeah, of course, we will have a big old song and dance about our champion, and rightly so, for being the best in Europe. They will deserve it. But that 4-spot situation for people trying to get to Riyadh, obviously, Regnum Carya doing the work earlier this year will have opened up that 4th slot, whereas normally it would have been 3. So thanks very much, Regnum Carya. Hopefully you can grab one of those. And one of the ways that you can do that is by winning via the smash rule. The first 2 days, so after today, whoever is in the lead will set the boundary. We will take their score, we will add 10 points to that first place score, and that will be the smash score target. If you surpass that target after you have surpassed it in the next game, if you win it, or any game after that, if you win it with a chicken dinner, you win the entire tournament. Doesn't matter if you're not in first place on points. Doesn't matter where you are on the tables. If you win with a chicken dinner after passing that boundary, you win the whole thing. And that is worth $35,000 and a ticket to the PNWC.
And it really depends how far you do get into the day, really, because you could get to the 5th match, and by that point in time, if it's still as close as it currently is fought out for at the top of the tables, there is a world where the 5th match is won by anyone, and that just sends them straight through to the smash ruling, because the points will slowly tick up over time and reach that threshold. Right now, no one's massively far ahead. There is certainly a drop down from, I believe, 5th till 6th. But yeah, the race is certainly heating up. Narvalo with a big old sword there in the background.
What is he doing? He looks a bit odd there. But I'm liking the medieval warfare vibes coming through. Plenty of representatives and plenty of teams. You got S2G repping there on the front and center. Well, front and left, I guess. Flux. You got Regnum Carya, Falcons, Boars, and K1. I believe these are our top 6 teams coming on through. Oh, hang on a minute. No, they're not, because Carya are in there and they're not being represented. What's going on? Who's left Carya out?
Well, you know, they're kind of S2G, the old S2G, I guess, of Marceau as well as CEO later, but I guess some more representatives because S2G's there.
I mean,
yeah,
one
Carya's
of the S2G
doing
players
well.
is there, so
Yeah, Kelsey is there, having a good time.
yeah.
But yeah, I think Loxy as well definitely deserves to be there. For Regnum Carya has performed pretty marvelously well. And here's S2G on your screens with Sarah himself. Silas, a little bit jealous of S2G having Sarah on side. Would have liked to have him over on their team. And it's Falcons up here for the boys. Hopefully, they can stay on the top of the tables. S2G looks very comfortable, very calm, very chilled out. And I think that bodes very well for them to get towards the top.
Yeah, a lot of smiles coming through at the start of day 2. It's nice to see. Teams looking confident. Oh, not for FUT. They're unhappy. They're confused. Oh, there it is. Okay. They're in. They're locked in. They're on the hype train with the rest of us here for the Pmsl Europe to kick off. And it's all about that trophy. I do love the new design of these trophies. I mean, I say new. They've been around for a little bit now, but they have been looking pretty fresh. I'm enjoying them.
It's been some pretty cool plays overall. I think yesterday we actually ended on a bit of a banger with Ida actually winning out versus Boars on a crazy flex out coming through from Darkin over towards a small ditch and then just lobbing nades up their way. And I think that's what Boars do really struggle with. It's not 1v2s, it's not 1v3s, it's always the 1v1s. That's where things start to go awry and they let things slip in terms of their angles, in terms of their positioning. So for Boars, if they do want to be on the top of the tables to win that 35 grand, which is on the table there, that's something they'll have to fix going forward. But if they just want to make it into the top 4, I think just keep doing what you're doing, keep sending it all around the map and making a lot of damage happen to so many of our squads here. I think they are brutalizing a lot of dreams as well, because you never know when the Boars are going to show up.
I feel like those S2G fans are brutalizing the stands as well. I'm surprised they're still standing, all that jumping up and down, a lot of noise being put out from the S2G section of the crowd, which of course is every section of the crowd. They have a big old draw to those boys, and at the top of the tables, they seem to be delivering on their promises to the fans. I'm seeing players looking like they're being potentially in a lobby. And of course, we do kick things off on Sanhok for today. Or they could just be warming up. It might be the practice range.
Maybe. Let's not speculate too much, though. We'll wait until they get into it. The moment our boys are just trying to make this one happen. Frozen currently IGLing at the moment for BWNRX. And honestly, it's not been great, has it, at all? I think for BWNRX, they are lacking direction in this finals. I think they need to reorient themselves, find true north, and just start walking that away, because so far, limited points capability. I think they ended yesterday, if my memory serves me well enough, 18 points total, which really isn't going to cut it for you. And also leaves you so far behind that you've got to make up for a lot of lost ground today. And it is a lot of lost ground, and hope the teams at the top perform not so well today either. And with some of our more consistent squads, that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky to ladder all the way up there, right? Like to get on through with those top consistent squads, as you say, being so far ahead. But I'm ready for it. I'm ready for something crazy to happen. I always think that live events are the correct place for that to happen as well. When you talk about stage, you have to consider the presence that the lights, the heat, the crowd has on the minds of these players, right? It can be really quite intimidating, but it can make you fly. It can be incredibly powerful. So maybe a team is going to be able to find that confidence there in that live event stage as we kick off with our first map of the day, Sanhok.
Heading straight over to it and getting started with Sanhok, which is nice to see over on the jungle map. Very, very happy to get stuck right back in with Sanhok. A nice, awkward map to start things off with. Very hectic, gets the players massively warmed up coming into this one.
I mean, yesterday we had a pretty crazy Sanhok, right? It was kind of insane, actually. It was like, I'm definitely going to the Northwest Island, guys. And then it was like, actually, just kidding. I'm going all the way back down to the Southwest Island. And it really did scupper quite a few teams. I think S2G is the most notable example of that, right? They just weren't able to get too much done. They committed to going on a north rotation, and then they had to go all the way back through Painan over that trifecta compound. It didn't go well, and they They finished in 7th with 2 elims, which is probably better than maybe even they could have expected on a circle like that. But are we going to go back up to Cow? Are we going to have a quarry finish? Or are we going to go somewhere a little bit different? Maybe up to the mountains or Camp Alpha?
We had a south finish yesterday, which I think Falcons were quite pleased with, but it was Fenerbahçe who absolutely took the cake on that one, getting a really nice compound over towards the western side. But we head back up towards S2G, who have had some of the most circle look possible here on Sanhok for our entirety of our tournament, from league stage through knockouts, now here over in the finals itself. It's been fun to see. We'll wait on what happens there over on Paradise Resort side, because I think at the moment S2G is much more penned in. There is less space to maneuver around Paradise Resort going forward in the finals here, with our full 16 squads all locked in and solid.
S2G setting up in Paradise Resort. They are chilling for the time being, but FUT are close by and maybe looking to poke their noses in. A little bit closer. Not for the time being, however. K1 split around that cave on the south side. Nothing really massive going to be going on right now. I'm expecting the Southwest Island crossings to potentially be interesting. But then again, Carya might opt to rotate up towards the north, try and go up towards that Paradise Resort. Instead of going around boot camp, they could go up towards the north side. On their current ruin split, they do have that option. Or they could come into conflict with Barsay, who are currently on that trifecta compound split. Through Painan with Regnum Carya as well, could be another option. Not too many conflicts really brewing on that Southwest Island crossing. I'm more interested on this north bridge in terms of who's going to be taking those fights. Are they going to go for some wide rotates? Maybe try and swim across from Harten?
I think a lot of teams probably will wait until Zone 2 to try something out here. Ida over in Camp Alpha, not always the nicest of starts for them, especially when you've got to battle through Boars, who very unwilling to give up the chase on that side of the map. Be very, very careful when you come into conflict with them. FUT Esports are sending out that outpost though early, John, in Zeptimus towards that eastern side. They stopped doing it after Thunder Talks, gave them a bit of a tough time on the south side, but now Thunder Talks are dropping over towards the northwest. It's not as of a big deal for them.
BW next Ruya have been on a bit of a shocker over the course of yesterday. Their 17 points reflect that 14th place. Not the sort of position that we were thinking they might be able to achieve. They were in the conversation for one of those qualification spots. When it comes to that PMWC spot, they definitely were one of the front runners to be taking one of those spots, but right now they're being overshadowed, and mostly by themselves, I think it's safe to say. They have not shone a light at all over the course of yesterday, but they still got 12 more matches to play, and they do have a chance to maybe catch up. We have seen some incredible things from the players on that roster. I'm not holding my breath, but I won't say never at the moment. Maybe at the end of the day, if they're still in 14th place, then I'll say never. But for now, I'm still holding on to the thinnest, tiniest, most tenuous strand of hope.
There's a thread, right? There is a thread that could be woven, something a lot greater here for BWNRX, but the sewing skills have not been ideal. I haven't been, dexterous at all so far, and I think for BWNRX, it would have to be a rather insane change of performance for them. K1 in 7th place with 35 points. It's not bad, honestly. However, I do think when you're looking over towards K1, you're slightly worried by the amount of games that they live through and basically get a lot of placement points off the back of sort of survival and just hanging on in those really stressful moments. We saw that specifically yesterday over on Erangel, where Silas could not see for the life of him, had to put his glasses on realistically, Kivik inside the vehicle. Just let him get away with it. I think it was a third place in the end. Being sat in a vehicle broadside to Regnum Carya for about 5 minutes.
It was pretty crazy. I think, yeah, they got. I think it was fourth. If I'm reading this right, on game number 4. Just took a look at the match records there. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. BRX Esports coming into contact with Carya, who did try and cross over towards boot camp, and they are suffering right now. Blank. They've moved across. Oh wait, hang on a minute. Did they go for a swim? Have they? Yeah, they have. I think they tried to swim across the water instead of going for a land-based crossing. BRX Esports are going to be able to punish that really quite handily. And Carya, there's nothing they can do about this. They are done for.
I will say this, though, by the way, it's a great adjustment coming through from BRX Esports. I think this is the first time in a long time we've seen them actually flex out over towards the coastal side of bootcamp and look towards those cliffs. A lot of times they're way more focused over towards the north and the east side. And when on a circle like this, I think that it's completely reasonable to immediately check cliffs. I think if you're not checking cliffs, then you do open yourself up to this possibility of just getting 100% dominated on by a team that creeps up behind you. So for BRX Esports, fantastic adjustment. They benefit 3 limbs off it, and a great time to pull that kind of play out here in the finals.
I think, yeah, it's a good time to show development, right? And they'll be happy to profit from that. But 13th place right now, BRX Esports still have a long way to go. So the circle there popping again up towards Paradise Resort. Good news for S2G. They can just keep a lookout. You can see Icy on his eagle perch there. Eagle-eyed out over the surrounding forest. We'll try and stop anyone from pushing on in. Fireflux. Okay, hang on a minute. There's 2 teams here. Their nameplates are similar colours, but no, it's Bra and Fireflux both trying to take this compound on the junction. Matcap on the outside has taken a little bit of damage. They have this smoke screen. They're trying to invest in keeping this one up because you can see BWNRX have a long angle over towards this. I think Barsay as well, off in the distance, have that long angle towards this fight. But for now, Bra and Fireflux separate themselves.
Managed to get themselves out. And then for Bra, it means a whole lot more, right? For Bra, they do not want this smoke. At 9 points on the tables, impossible to really bring that back up to speed for them. But if they were to go down here on Sanhok very early, from what's not a terrible position, honestly, on the map, yeah, that could have been disaster. I think both teams understand that there's not much need to fight just yet. On the other hand of things, Falcons have taken a long time to extricate themselves out from Sami, which we know is not a good thing whatsoever. It's going to be a bit of a tough scenario to get over towards that north side.
Yeah, getting on up. Never easy. And this is a really tense standoff between these 2 teams, Blank. They are not happy about the living situation right now, but they will begrudgingly share it and do pretty well for it. Sarah, why not give the guy a level 3 everything and make his life even easier? This guy has been tearing through the lobby for S2G. A bit of a terror. I mean, he survived fairly deep into one of our matches as well, I think. I think it was the first Miramar that Sarah was just surviving for so long on his own.
It's the game that Fireflux won, but he played it very nicely in terms of positioning as well, where he was under the purview of Fireflux, where they didn't really want to fight him, and no one really could challenge Sarah because he was under the protection, let's say, of Fireflux. So it was very well organized and orchestrated for them. S2G currently playing over towards Paris Resort, and they don't really have to move from there all that much. We'll wait and see on their positioning later on in the game. But I think I'm most curious about BWNRX, who have been holding down towards the south side on the circle. We're going to get this one closing up very shortly, and we will be looking at our stage 3, seeing where that one ends up on the map, because there is quite a few places this could go. I mean, southwest down towards Bootcamp, potentially even over towards Tap Mock, but it's neither. instead far off towards that eastern side. And with a lot of those ragtag compounds, as well as the junction where currently FUT is playing.
You can see there are a couple of buildings still on that junction compound near to FUT. Fireflux and Bra are definitely overpopulating their junction compound in the meantime. But teams are going to start to think about crashing. Those hillsides around them are going to get really tense, and this is one of the areas where it's going to get super tense. Heating up on the southeast corner of the Paradise Resort. The Boars are crashing in. They roll around the top. Who does that? It's the Boars' signature chaos style that tears straight through Regnum Carya like a hot knife through butter.
They're happy for it as well. They're absolutely happy to do it. They are willing to give a life for that trade. Get 3 eliminations off the back of it. They're able to pick themselves up a spot around Paradise Resort. Ridiculous stuff, really. Again, for Regnum Carya, these are completely uninformed rotations and pushes coming through from Boars. I don't blame them for taking that position. I don't blame them all that much for losing that fight either, because it's not something that you ever really expect to happen in these types of games, especially in the finals. These plays are somewhat unheard of. So Boars are going to be causing a lot of mischief in these circles going forward. FUT, in my opinion, do have a strong place to play. They go over towards the junction. That's going to keep them safe for a long, long time.
Yeah, they've got control on that junction fairly convincingly for the time being. I mean, I'm still hung up on that fight. I mean, the Boars, they roll up, they crash into the cliff, and then during the fight, 2 of them are like, let's get back in the vehicle and roll over the high ground where S2G can completely see us and just sweep through behind Regnum. Like, that is... I mean, that is incredibly insane, what they were just able to pull off. And I'm surprised that they only lost 1 of their players in that situation. That's the final player from Carya, getting spotted, getting taken down. The Boars aren't done either, Blank. They found Kelsey. Now Icy wants a little bit of revenge.
This is dangerous now, though, for a lot of our teams, because our front runners at 5th and 6th place are now out. However, all 4 of our top 4 teams are still playing and still kicking it over here in the circle, so they can increase that lead by quite a bit. Boars at 64 points is very, very fun to see for me. I do wonder if there will be a slip up in performance from them, or they're just going to brute force it through to the finals, which is funny to bring up brute force, because way back when, brute force was certainly a team that did this exact same kind of play in the finals. It's very hard to deal with them because they were so frustratingly aggressive a lot of times. S2G now in a bit of a precarious scenario. There are going to be multiple teams who do want to cross over on the rocky outcrops through Paradise Resort. It's play around. Teams don't want to have to rotate through that open ground towards the south side of Paradise Resort, so they're likely going to get themselves embroiled in a big engagement. I would not be surprised to see BRX Esports heading over towards that north side too, which means TTQ, BRX Esports, and S2G will all be fighting out for a place within the resort itself.
Falcons go for a decent send in Blank, and they've managed to keep all 4 alive, but only just. You can see slivers of HP. They are very central, but quite spread on this next circle. So we'll see if they're able to maintain control. The fight between Bra and Fireflux has been bubbling under for quite a while, but I think it's about to maybe boil over. As shots start to pop off, that's Fenerbahçe as well, third-partying this, looking to descend from that south side, and it will crash into the Fireflux side of the hold.
Barsay also taking a lot of damage. They had to pass through BWNRX in the first place, so it makes sense. But good stuff from BRX Esports, able to find Nico right off the rip here. Limited on time. 4 elims so far for them, and 4 players alive. They do need to accelerate a little bit, and S2G is here to play. Kairos goes down, as does Striker. This is looking very clean from BRX Esports so far.
This feels like the Sanhok we should have seen yesterday. If the circles hadn't done what they did, it could have been just as such. But for now, We'll have to see what teams are going to be able to earn. 7 elims on this match for Black Esports. They were able to do so much work against Carya, but now they've lost Lord Cedric. It's going to get a little bit harder. Playing as 3 without a position inside the circle here, it's going to be tough. They're going to rotate down south towards BWNRX, towards Barsay, and leave this fight potentially next on the cards. The nades from Fenerbahçe still putting pressure onto Fireflux and Bra, all just happy to weather this storm as long as possible. From 16th place, they need every little bit of help they can get.
Yeah, they need to squeeze here. Falcons, ridiculously impressive push, by the way. I don't know how they've made it towards this position. They were out in the blue for such a long time. Getting to where they are at the moment is just unbelievable. They spent so much time down towards Sami, but they made that time count. There's been a lot of resources invested. Fenerbahçe will move in and Fireflux gets eliminated. So one of our top 4 teams finally hits ground. I'll have to take a knee on this game.
On 3 players down right now for Bra. Fenerbahçe have to slow because they've lost 2 at the moment. They're looking for those reses, and they should be seeing those reses come through across the road. If they'd have just gone one step further, they might have been able to close that fight down fully, conclude that engagement, because the circle comes in and it cuts them out. S2G having to wade into this fight now. They will be pushed out.
They will. Again, for S2G, it's a little bit dangerous because not only will have to now deal with Boars, but it's a full 4-man squad that really didn't take too much damage off the back of TTQ. They have lost 1 player, but this is time for S2G to shine. But it's BWNRX and Zedwolf to find the first pick off, and he just exposes himself for way too long. Easy headshot for S2G.
Now nades over towards Lux as well. They know he's on this corner. And without that angle from Zedwolf, he could just hop up and go for this. Bold reading the line from BWNRX. They're not pushing out back to get him. They're too preoccupied getting into this next zone. That feels like a little bit of a read coming through from S2G, and I like it. They do profit from it, and they're going to do well. Oh, Bra didn't manage to keep those reses up for too long there as Fenerbahçe now bearing down upon them. Brazy swept aside, but it's his teammates who put the final nail in the coffin for Bra. They are eliminated with 4 elims, but they will go out in 9th.
Fenerbahçe profit off that ridiculously, though. 8 eliminations off of rocking up to a house and making it a very hot building inside. Fenerbahçe now looking to push a little bit further. 36 points. This is a team that we wanted to do quite well over the league and knockouts, and we've been following them closely. They have gotten better from league to knockouts and now to finals. And this is where they can start to really make that run for the top spots. Falcons are feared to challenge them as they did take some pot shots back immediately, but they have a very central spot to play around. Let's see what they can do with it.
I think right now there's no team that can full force mount an assault into their position, which is what's holding their split successfully. Once these fights start to conclude, I think that's where weaknesses will show. But the question is, what can they extract from teams during that time? You spot an S2G player, you take them down. You spot a player from Fenerbahçe or from FUT. It's going to get a lot harder for them. Papara SuperMassive caving under the pressure of K1 as they continue to wrap on that eastern side, pushing up towards that compound that FUT have been holding for a long while now.
I mean, it's a ridiculous split that Falcons is playing, but it works because of that very reason, is that right now, I don't think there's any compounds still in the circle other than these buildings that currently Falcons hold. And they could effectively, with that open ground, play off the back of one another. Redox going down, though, is very, very bad, but not unresable. Narvalo was close by to him earlier. And now he's down.
Narvalo's no longer close by, and that is a full run out for BWNRX and 2 players from the Falcons going down. It finally was just a team had a position to actually go for that run, but immediately, as soon as those shots ring out, Fenerbahçe take them down. Where were they when Redox and Narvalo needed them most? Goodness me. Well, the Falcons powerhouse in the middle of the circle, that's gone. Who are we looking at now? We're taking a look at S2G with the northern side circle shift, potentially actually having great oversight onto all of this.
I mean, technically, Ralph as well as Koa can still play off one another, but that is a dangerous run out coming through from Ralph. We'll see if he survives it. Heading through the smokes here.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear me. Fantastic nade, though. Placed him from very, very far away. Falcons are still profiting.
That was himself.
Oh,
he naded himself.
Okay, it's not a fantastic grenade from anyone. A very, very bad nade, it seems.
I could smell you sort of piecing together. Where did that nade come from? Who threw that? That must have been from ages away. What's going on? Turns out it came from his own pocket. Because, I mean, that's the last thing you expect.
If anyone gets that nade, it's like it's an unreal long shot on that bad boy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that by Koa doing that, they might have just given up on a third place, which is very, very sad.
Yeah, like, I don't understand how you could be doing that at this level. It's just not an acceptable misplay. Ralph now trying to puff out and be as big as he can. Bold as brass in the face of 2 players from S2G, actually, to be fair, on this angle. A nice step out there to evade the nade and does some damage to Icy. Kelsey and Icy both falling back here. That might give Ralph the time to run across to Koa.
Maybe. We'll wait and see. For S2G, they do have bigger fish to fry in the circle. Ralph is able to get over the top side. Stun grenade thrown will keep him disorientated. Now they know they need to clean these players out. With them holding the southern edge of the circle, yeah, very, very tough scenario now. They are committing to the res, though. Now, where's the rest of the players? I think they currently have a safe-ish location for the Falcons to go for these res, and they do get it through. So there's now 2 players for the Falcons on side. And hopefully K1 goes down, then Falcons can get themselves a ladder. But like you say, it really is not an acceptable misplay coming through from Koa.
Kelsey
pretending not to exist.
Yeah, he's in the naughty corner right now. He deserves to suffer the consequences. But Boars are still in the play, and they will lighten up from the sidelines. That is a 3rd place guaranteed. In the meantime, it's going to get harder and harder. But Ralph and Koa start to resurge. He's given it as good as he gave to himself. Goodness me, he's tearing through him. But finally spotted from the distance. Sara now with the auto shotty, pushing up close. The Boars are still alive with one of their players on the far side. More healing to be done, and S2G look for the reses as Havlik falls as well on the sidelines.
That is a very, very good play there from Hamzy. I mean, he knows he has to flush those players out and can't allow them to have too much free reign. Now it's all up to Ralph, and it's 1v2. Icy's quite low, but can he make it happen? No, it's not meant to be. An S2G clinching out. What would happen if Cole was alive for a little bit longer there, John, and he'd not eaten his own nade because he was just a bit hungry?
I mean, they get 2nd place either way, but it's S2G who roused the crowd. They can't hear him. They've got to go louder. Sara basking in the victory there. To be fair, not spectacular from them, right? It got a little bit hairy towards the end. They played Paradise Resort well. They didn't have to go very far on this match, but they did earn that chicken dinner. They fought through it, and they played that one nicely towards the end. Assisted by Koa, of course, and his own hubris, I'll say, to explode himself. Say, you know what? I actually don't need my health bar. I'll take you on anyway. 2v4.
It very much felt like an incident of Koa just deciding that he wanted to retire from that match early, and Ralph was saying, no, you are going to play out the rest of this game, whether you like it or not. And they didn't do too badly, honestly. Keeping themselves alive long enough to get themselves that 2nd place was absolutely ginormous. You look at Ralph as well, I think he had a pretty phenomenal performance there to stay alive. Really, really risky play to go for, to actually run out towards the side of the rock into full broadside of S2G, but that's the only play. But it's also such an unexpected play for S2G. It's like he has just fully left cover and then ducks back in. So yeah, that was a critical moment for me where I thought, you know what, that is lovely from Ralph overall. But yeah, that does keep Falcons in a strong position towards the top side of the lobby after that game. Same with Boars, getting themselves, I think, a 3rd place on that game.
Yeah, it was Boars, Falcons, S2G. 3 of our top 4 went deep into that game, right? Which is, again, pretty ominous, a pretty foreboding sign for our teams looking to try and jump on up there. I think in those final moments, the fact that Ralph was like, I can't actually take this fight, may have actually got them that 2nd place, right? So, look, I'm not trying to say what Koa did was good by any stretch of the imagination, but it did make Ralph play more passively. Whereas if Koa had been up there, they might have been like, this is only 2 players. We might be able to take this fight. They go in, they go down in 4th. But because Koa's down, Ralph is like, I'm just going to play this like I'm playing the West Point of a 4-man and just hold them out. And that may have sort of confused S2G into allowing them into 2nd place.
Yeah, it just could be a massive brain play from Ko where Ralph's saying, we should push them. And in his head, he's like, no, we shouldn't push them. But he's not going to agree with me. So I'll just knock myself and then we'll do that and then that'll work, right? Surely. You know, like you say, in this world, in this instance, it does definitely give them a bit of an advantage in terms of play style from Ralph. Overall, though, I think for Falcons, I still think they should be very pleased with that match. Not pleased with the self-nade, but pleased with the rotate, pleased with the macro. To get all the way from down in Sami, because I think it was stage 3, we didn't even see them inside the circle. We didn't even see them inside the blue. We were so zoomed into the map there. And then out of nowhere, they're finding those 2 spots. Again, for Narvalo as well as Redox on the side, it's not good. I do think that they need to have a little bit more of a step up. There's an instance there where you're playing that 2-2 split, you're expected to trade off one another, but when you are just falling down flat on your face, you are just flopping, essentially. You don't want that.
Let's take a look at those final moments where it, to be fair, could have gone either way. Getting this res off was pretty important. The Boars going down, I think, over on the far side. Was it a blue zone elim? It looks like it.
Yeah,
but S2G getting that res off, I think, was pretty important. Sarah moved forwards. Ralph tried to challenge. Yeah, this strafe spray with the AUG, enough to close it down. I thought maybe there was an option, but MVP goes to K1. Okay, easy for Bad Boy, still putting up numbers.
The guy's crazy. I think that, if anything, whatever happens to K1, Easy for Bad Boy has proved himself as one of the rising stars in this lobby. To be quite frank with you, I just think it's an undeniable fact from this event that Easy for Bad Boy has been consistently pumping out damage, consistently pumping out numbers from K1. And no matter how good S2G looks, this is a name that definitely will be remembered after the event. So I am believing that it should be an S2G win by the end of this. We'll have to wait and see because of Smash ruling. But still, for S2G, this is just feeling undeniable at this point.
I'm going to have to go back and look, but I feel like we've never seen a match stat card without the MVP featured.
Yeah.
That is
weird,
peculiar. But, I mean, obviously a lot of teams are fragging out. Ralph doing a lot of damage there, a lot of nades over to S2G, and Icy, obviously, a huge component of the win. Although, looking at those knockout to elims, what's going on there?
I mean, to be honest with you, look at Icy, 5 elims, 608 damage, and more survival time than Easy for Bad Boy. So how are we working out those MVP
the knockouts
metrics?
I think are probably going to be coming into play here, right? It must be, because Ice is only on 1 knockout.
Yeah, maybe.
So I would say that that's been thrown in there. Unless did K1 have an MVP at the end of yesterday? No, they wouldn't have done. They were 12th. Okay, so it's not just a misfire on the graphics. He just did that well, right? Like, fair enough.
I guess so. Yeah, the knockouts really weighting quite heavily towards their favors, which is great for K1. Great for K1. Yeah, I do feel like I see Easy Bad Boy up there on the MVP stats quite often at this point in time. But yeah, it's been a good first match for us to look at. It's also a good metric for the Falcons coming off the back of that Sanhok in terms of having some struggle. Yeah, anyway, we're going to head back to the stage. And we're still talking.
Anlamışsındır soruyu da ben yine bir Türkçe çevireyim. S2G'yi bu kadar dominant kılan şey nedir diye bir soru geldi Edim'den.
Because they are not human. I think they are like alien, you know? They are not human. So we are like the fam, not to any team. So there is fam too, like that.
Awesome, yeah. So you guys, inspiring. Barış.
Dedim, yani bizimkiler insan değil, uzaylı olduğunu düşünüyorum. Biz bir takım değiliz ve bir aileyiz. Taraftarlar da öyle, o yüzden böyle domine ediyoruz dedim.
I love it, indeed. We haven't got you for long. We've got our Wheel of Wonder here to give a prize to one person out in our audience.
Just one.
I think. Can you do 3 for us?
Okay, 3.
3?
Yeah.
3, great.
Okay.
But we need the loudest person in the room. So we need people to scream and you to choose who's going to get a prize
I can
first.
choose.
Yeah, so we get
Just I'm gonna say them too loud.
Yeah.
You're gonna choose.
You choose the
No.
first. You want me to choose?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll choose.
Şimdi şöyle yapacağız. Barışçı 3 kişiyi seçecek. 3 kişiyi seçmeyecek.
En fazla
3
bağıran.
kişiye ödül verecek. En çok gürültü çıkarana verecek.
Let's hear. I go. Who? Let's have this way. Shall I go this?
İnsan değilsiniz
You
oğlum.
choose. Go.
İnsan
You
değilsiniz.
go. This guy here.
Evet,
Onlar
elinde
seçiyor.
su olan kardeşimizi seçelim.
Okay. This is our winner right here.
Evet, ilk talihli kardeşimiz o. Yes.
Okay.
Fist bump, dude.
Ödülü geliyor şimdi Barışçı.
Which one is the best one? At the. Which one?
Spin the wheel.
T-shirt, maybe.
Ne istiyorsun? Şşt. Aslan. Ne istiyorsun lan? Tişört mü?
Şapka var, mousepad var, atkı var, çanta var, oyun içi kostüm var.
I'll ask him. What would you like to
Kostümlerde
win the most?
aslan saldırısı paketi var.
Deniyoruz şimdi şans.
Olur mu?
Bekle.
Let's see.
Aa!
You win.
Are you happy?
You win. Okay.
All good.
Tamam.
He loves it. He loves it. Right, we need two more.
You pick Adam, you pick.
I'm being drawn. Who wants to win a prize? Let's have a look here. Who am I being drawn to? This. I'm going to go in this direction here. Make it fair. Let me hear you make some noise. Come on. Let me hear. Who's screaming?
Ben size ayrı
In
veririm,
the
rahat ol.
green t-shirt. I'm coming here. In the green t-shirt. This guy just here. What's your name?
Muhammed.
What prize would you like to win the most?
Mousepad.
He'd love a mouse pad. When you're ready, he'd love a mouse pad. Spin the wheel, see what
Okay,
happens.
let me check.
Mousepad
Mohammed's after a
aslında
mouse
gelirse
pad.
iyi olurmuş kardeşimize. Bakalım
the magic
mousepad mi gelecek?
of the
Oh, mousepad.
Mousepad kazandı.
Mousepad,
He got a
mousepad.
mousepad.
My God, are you happy, Mohammed?
Oğlum bak. Alo.
He's happy. He's got himself a mouse pad. Amazing.
Bir şey diyeceğim.
Barış,
Bir şey diyeceğim.
One more.
Bak. Bu yayını globalde izliyor. Böyle görmemişiz gibi yapmamamız lazım. Yapmayın oğlum, rezil ediyorsunuz la bizi. Yeah.
Yeah.
The last one.
Last one. Last one.
Sonuncuyu seçiyoruz şimdi.
Right.
Go.
Oradan var mı birileri?
Good so far. I know. Everyone deserves a prize.
Go voice.
O başında bant olan arkadaşım. Kardeşim. Tamam, üçüncü arkadaşımız da orada. Hemen sorayım.
Nasılsın?
Gönlünden geçen bir
Gel.
hediye var mı?
Sonuncuyu sen yap.
Let's find out
Gönlünden
his
geçen
name,
bir
Billy.
hediye var mı? Ne
Kam
istersin?
Gel.
İstersin, bir hediye var mı istediğin?
Gel.
Mousepad olur.
He also wants a mousepad.
Sen çeviriyorsun. Ben mousepad'de tutacağım. Yaklaşabilecek mi? Yardım edeyim mi? Okey. Hadi.
Aman düşme, dikkat et.
You spinning the wheel for us? Here we go. Tamamdır. Let's go. Where's it gonna land? A mouse pad! Let's go!
Mousepad sana gitti.
The mousepad.
Thank you very much. That's awesome.
Teşekkür ederim çevirdiğin için.
Ben herkese teşekkür etmek istiyorum bu arada. Thanks for everyone for supporting. Söylemeyeyim ya. Ayıp bir şey söyleyecektim. Unuttum. Kendi canlı yayınım zannettim.
Yapma.
Sen değil, sen bitir.
Barışçı'ya tekrar teşekkür ediyoruz. S2G'ye de başarılar diliyoruz. Hediyelerimiz devam edecek.
Thank you so much.
O yüzden tekrar maç arasında bir yere ayrılmayın diye
Thank you so
hatırlatalım.
much. Thank you.
Thank you Barışçı.
And
Good luck for
thank
the
you so
tournament.
much. Thank you so much to Barsay G. And thank you guys so much. That was fun. More prizes later, I guess.
Yeah,
There we go. They're just throwing out mouse pads. Everybody wants a mouse pad. What's going on? You know, no love
I know,
for no love for any other option.
I don't know. No one wants the Turkish delight. Disgraceful, really. I think that I would quite like the sweeties personally.
Yeah.
Don't mess with a man's bonbons. Is what I always like to say.
You do say that a lot, actually. I hadn't noticed until you've mentioned it, but yeah, no, you do. You're always going on about it. But yeah, we've been dishing out the goodies there. So if you're live in the venue, if you're live in the venue, what are you doing watching this? You got the big screens to be getting on with. But yeah, if you're live in the venue, you're getting those goodies. Hopefully, our teams will be getting plenty of goodies as well. They are looking for that top spot. They've already been allowed to use the INFINIX GT30 Pro though, so that's pretty much as good as it gets.
I think also the fact that they've earned some money as well, John, potentially. There's some
No,
goodies.
INFINIX GT30 Pro is better.
There's some goodies in the monies that they're picking up as they go along from league stage, knockout stage, and then guaranteed here over the finals, no matter where you place. So I think I'm quite excited to see this next match overall. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that last game, because there were quite a few to take a look at. Some good mollies throughout this entire game as well. Some fun ones. I particularly enjoyed the 4-man molly over from Fenerbahçe right here. Thank you so much. Easily done. And just one BBS required in terms of the shots ahead. I think when we look at BWNRX, though, extremely disappointing. I'm sort of counting them out. I don't know what's happened to that team. I really don't know what's happened. So are we staying together for the kids? Is that what's going on with that team? Or do we need to disband? Yeah.
I mean, kind of fair. 7 elims, though, they were able to find during that match. I mean, they positioned themselves they were positioned in a place to get involved in a lot of fighting. The final event that they were involved in was 4-man pushing onto the 2-man point of Falcons, and then afterwards immediately evaporating as everyone around them took shots out their way. 20 points for S2G. The Falcons only able to get 10 on that match despite getting second place.
I think it's okay. Just in terms of point scoring. Again, when I talk about BWNRX, I don't really want them to disband. I would like them to do a lot better. I think as a team in general, each individual player very strong. And in the past, that team was indomitable, like very, very good. Really running a lot of these lobbies. You come here, and the only other answer and conclusion I can come to is that previous seasons that they've played in, the teams just haven't been that good, and that this is just a really stacked lobby, and BWNRX are significantly struggling within it. There are teams that have done worse than them. However, it's also a team that I would put up there on the caliber of S2G, Falcons, Flux, Fenerbahçe, Regnum, Carya. It's not a team that I would expect to be on the second page. I'd expect them to be at least on this first after day 1. So we'll see how things pan out here on day 2. But you can see up towards first place, 82 points. 5th place is 47. Now that is quite a drop there, John.
Yeah, that is a massive cliff face. It is looking pretty unscalable right now, and the drop off from 4th to 5th as well is pretty big at this point. You know, it's what was it, like 11 points, 12 points, something like that. It's not looking good for teams trying to chase into the top 4 after that first match. Obviously, we saw a lot of teams in those top 4 doing well. It was Flux, I think, who the team that went down without really doing anything, and they're still pretty far ahead of anyone else trying to chase them, right? I think it was K1 who were sat behind them, who did do pretty well on that game, as did Fenerbahçe. Both have escaped the dusty second page and will not be featuring here for the time being, unlike BWNRX, who are still there. They're in 10th place, and of course, BRA down all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, for BRA, I don't think they're moving too much. I think that if I've got to be honest, I think their run's done at this point in time. There is still hope for other teams, I would say, from TTQ, FUT. Those are teams that I'm expecting to do a little bit better. BRX Esports, I just don't think are up to the caliber. And I think BRX Esports are earning most of their points through placements right now, and they need more than that. Here's a head-to-head between Havlik as well as Scarface, that's Flux, as well as Boars. You can see Havlik with 2,700 damage done. An absolute demon in the lobby at the moment for Boars, and certainly a force to be reckoned with. A lot of teams just don't want to come into contact with him because he does ruin days here on our finals. So for Boars, really, really fantastic turnaround for them. It is a little bit of a rebuild, is that team. So it does make sense. You know, you've played 6 days. Those 6 days were pretty all over the place. You get towards the finals, you've had some practice, you've had some downtime to figure out what your wrongs were and how to right them. And now Boars are playing at a whole new level. 3,500 damage done for Easy Bad Boy. Very well done to him. And Kelsey up there with 3,300.
It's kind of crazy that he's been able to take that top spot when you're looking at it's S2G, it's Falcons, it's Boars. These are like top teams, huge fraggers. And then it's just easy for Bad Boy, sat at the top of the entirety of the pack. It's pretty crazy. He's a bit of a young blood fragger coming on in, giving the old dogs a run for their money.
Really is, and it's awesome to see it happen. I'm always a big fan of watching things like that come through. So what we'll have to wait and see is how this all pans out going forward for K1. Can they push over that line? We'll wait and see. I think the thing that I'm most interested in here is S2G and how far they can get ahead today. Because going into day 3, if they can get far enough ahead, it's going to be very hard to actually even try and challenge them on those tables when it comes to getting a chicken dinner and winning via smash ruling, because first you've got to catch up, and can teams do that before S2G is able to get a chicken dinner, because they are consistently picking them up now.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting factor, right? When it comes to going in towards tomorrow. If S2G open a massive lead, then it's sort of only them that could win via smash ruling. But if we sit in a position where we did at the end of today, so if S2G get caught up towards, which, for the teams in the top 4 seems fairly possible, depending on what S2G are able to do as well. But there was less than a 10-point difference between them and 4th place, right? So it could, if we have that sort of situation going into tomorrow, I would be really interested to see if we get a smash rule victory coming on in, because the more teams are close to that boundary, the more likely that it happens.
Absolutely. The only way that some of these teams towards the top are doing so well is with the help of the GT30 Pro. INFINIX, who is our current smartphone sponsor for this event and majority of our other events as well. So a big thank you to them, allowing us to outplay the rest inside of these lobbies and giving us some of the greatest action we've seen in PMSL EU for a very, very long time. So make sure you do check out INFINIX, because they do have some of the best smartphones around.
That's a lot of R's in that hashtag, and at the end of that, there was like carry, there was like 5 R's. I can't remember. You have to scroll back in the VOD. But either way, that's what they want. You got to give it to them. It's the INFINIX GT30 Pro. Marvelous piece of kit. But yeah, we are going to be looking now at Erangel as we move into our next match. And of course, the hot drop. Falcons have done well out of it so far. Papara SuperMassive, a massive downturn. Started today, not gone well for them. So it's not like they are going into this one with momentum. They're going to be having a bad time here as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Falcons are going to be able to win it out as convincingly as they have done previously. However, we also have seen the capability for both of these teams to escape from Pachinki without coming into conflict. So I'm expecting maybe Papara SuperMassive to give a little bit more ground to Falcons here.
Yeah, we talked about beforehand in terms of how it went yesterday with Papara SuperMassive getting handled so easily, multiple times as well, versus the Falcons. That I think in the finals, when that happens to you on day 1, it's no longer a case of knockout stages that we just need to get to the top 16 or league stage, just need to get into the top 20. This is a case if you want to get up towards the top side of the leaderboard, now is the time to make an adjustment, right? You can't just keep fighting over this and basically scrubbing your scoreline each time because it's fine. It's not the finals yet. Right, it's already here. It is here right now. You lose multiple times yesterday. It's time to leave. It's time to not try and go for those fights. And I think there are multiple places on the map where Papara SuperMassive could end up, but they're just not picking up those spots here. And it's very stubborn behavior, and I think it has hurt them massively in the long run here in this tournament. I'm curious to see what they'll do here. I think we'll have to wait and see though, because in my mind, with how it's been going, I don't think things change. I think I asked for a change every single time, and it's just been they're hot dropping again. And I don't think there's going to be any difference there. It does put a little bit of extra stress over towards Falcons, who currently have a lot more to lose right now in terms of that EWC slot that they're currently teed up to get, rather than Papara SuperMassive, who are just trying to prove a point, it seems.
That's just, I guess they just really kind of like the houses. It's nice to, nice investment area. They're projecting property growth. I don't know. They're just really into it at this point. But I will say, this is the same thing we were saying about the Falcons during the knockout stages, right? Right? Is it time for the Falcons to leave? The Falcons should probably leave. Oh, well, So, I think that they're both as bad as each other in this instance. Maybe with the Falcons having slightly more of an excuse, but it's sort of, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It feels sort of a comparable situation for both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. There are things that both teams could improve on still, but this is one of them that we'll just have to wait and take a look at when it comes through. We are just waiting for Erangel to start, which I believe is getting set up there in the background whilst the players are moseying around. But we are going to head into it right now. Look at that.
He was on the money. He knew exactly what was going on because we are heading into Erangel for match 2, day 2 here at the PMSL Europe, and the playing path looks to be going fairly south on this one. We're coming in from the west coast near Gatka over towards Sosnovka on the southeast side. Over towards Novo at the other end of Sosnovka on the southeast side. As teams are going to start to drop out. Difficult to get to areas like Yasnaya, maybe Severny a little bit far afield for some of these teams.Maybe some vehicle drops around Gatka could be contested. We saw what Zedwolf was nearly able to do yesterday against K1 with an out but a knife and a little bit of a scrap over in the garages.
Yeah, BWNRX do like to take a little bit of a split drop, and you usually do want to go for a split drop, especially if you're dropping around Ferry Pier, as it is quite a dip down towards the beachhead, that you don't want to be losing a lot of that important information over towards that north side. I don't particularly think that Zedwolf should be that scout, though. I think, honestly, that role should be in Frozen's hands. And it looks like that's the case here, with Zedwolf being able to loot comfortably over towards yellows. I think losing Zedwolf is really creates this performance which is not good for BWNRX, because he's sort of required in a lot of these fights to clinch it out.
Wait, hang on a minute. This is Papara SuperMassive, but not Bra.
Yeah, so it has happened.
Oh my goodness. But they're still in a hot drop.
Yeah, they are. I mean, sort of created because of the fact that the plane path was so far down towards the south, so not ideal. But if there's anyone you're going to hot drop, fair play at being Bra. Now that seems like a team that I would be much more comfortable with Papara SuperMassive hot dropping over towards, and Falcons finally get what we like to call peace and quiet over towards Pachinki.
Finally, the adjustment comes on through. You're right, and they're wondering what the hell has just happened. Where are they? We know they're here somewhere. I've got to imagine they are pretty cautious, and you can see this is a lot of vehicles being used very early on, and this is what happens when you get these southwest plane paths. He does roll. Goodness me. Inserted itself into my sentence before I could even think. But everyone's going to have to get on the road, get these vehicles, and try and get far afield as fast as possible to get to these loot locations, especially with the circle being out on the east side of the island. Teams are going to have a lot more motivation to get out to the east early.
A circle being over, it's quite cruel. It is quite cruel. Teams that they drop late on the circle are going to have a good time. Boars are bullying Regnum Carya. They bullied them last game. They're bullying them again now. Another player being lost and another point added to the tally. They're at 71 now for Boars. If I am being honest, it's not the team I personally would have liked to see go over towards EWC. I think they will have deserved it off the back of this run, but genuinely, I don't think their playstyle works at an international level.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the question is, what are your goals, right? Like, are you trying to lock in and just get to that world stage, or are you trying to do well on that world stage, right? Like, you can play a regional playstyle that works well in your regional meta, and be satisfied with that. And I think fair enough, right? It's not unreasonable to be satisfied with that. Even
I think
if you
they would
can't
be.
go as far as potentially a team that plays on a more global scale, like your S2G kind of play style, right? With that experience they got on board, you may be expecting not to get too far there, but you're happy to be a champion of the region. And I mean, fair enough.
Exactly. I think if I would predict them not to do great at EWC if they make it, which is looking more and more likely as time goes on. But this is a kind of a newly formed roster. There's a lot of well-known names on that roster, at least. But, you know, like you say, just getting an EWC slot in the first place, that's kind of a big achievement. And if it's working right now, why change it? It might be something I'll have to look at as we get through to the 25th of July. But right now, it is working very well. I think there's a lot of cautious play inside this lobby. And Boars is bringing a little bit more of that old school EU action to the table, which I personally do really enjoy it. I'm between worlds on it, really. That's the issue.
I think there is also the potential that it will just do really well at the global stage as well. Like, maybe you wouldn't expect it to, but it's like playing chess against a pigeon, right? Like you can play all these great moves, but in the end, they're just going to strut all over the board and pretend like they won anyway. And how do you play against that, you know?
Well, if I was to go a step further, I'll tell you exactly how you play against it. Is that Boars makes a crazy play. It works against one team. One team will be very unhappy about that, but there will be instantaneous response from other squads inside the lobby. Because at an international level, a lot of teams realize that every single point counts. So if you're going to go for a crazy play, you better be prepared for a team third party.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Right, that is the main kryptonite of this crazy play style is third parties. If you roll into too many of them, so maybe
but it's working. It's working right now, and you can see that it's working purely because Havlik, Pusher, Tulika, all incredible fraggers. Cause is a really nice addition as well, to be honest with you. But they're incredible fraggers across the board. I wouldn't dare to say otherwise. I think that would be disingenuous of me. Because there is no third parties, because teams are so preoccupied with their positioning of where they're going to go, Boars have this very easy scenario where I don't think there's anyone in this lobby other than maybe S2G that they're worried about fighting, which gives them massive free reign. Just be like, okay, you have a position there, we're just going to drive by, and that'll be an easy approach for us. We'll win that fight 9 times out of 10, get a new strong position. So basically for Boars inside this lobby, the big positive for them is there are no walls in front of them that they can't break through.
There's a potential to earn a lot of money, I think, if you're a construction company, because the Boars do like to smash through walls if they can. Need a lot of rebuilding. Try and get the contracts for that one. But for now, they're in second place. They're in the blue zone, trying to get on in. Have to figure out where they want to go on through. Where have they been coming from? Where are they coming from on this circle that they're in the blue zone?
They're going from box compound, so it is a bit more of... I think what they're doing is a wide wrap over towards Saverny. But
okay.
We'll wait and see.
Yeah, that next circle just about to pop in 2 seconds' time. No one losing more than a player at the moment. A hard south shift on this circle. This is pretty nasty. Pushes people to that coastline, to that area around Shelter, around Farm and Milter. You can see TTQ currently holding that roadblock. BWNRX should be in a good spot here. Carya coming into conflict as well in the meantime for that hillside compound. It looks like they're doing okay, but they have lost Marceau.
Carya moving in. Easy Black Boy is down, which is the big raid boss for K1. So taking him out early is fantastic. The scoreline, 5th place for K1 at the moment, by the way. Not bad at all. Flux will finish off Slonic, but Carya has lost Marceau. Poses down as well, so they're looking to get that res off. Boars are really hurting.
Having a bad time.
I don't know why they rotated all the way on the coast of Severny. I think you could have probably rotated like over Pizza Slice. I don't expect there to be many teams there. Again, this is what confuses my boss. Sometimes they just make these plays and I am perplexed by them.
I mean, they do get that res, and they do get the heals off. So they can go a little bit further, but they have a long, long way to go to make it on in. Stage 2, though, so fortunately they'll be okay for the time being. Fenerbahçe have lost 2 players. It looks like K1 almost down. They are on their last leg as it stands. Barsay, they've lost 1 as well. And Carya. So a lot of casualties on this set of rotations. So far, it has extracted a toll on the lobby. 55 players remaining with 16 teams. That does sort of indicate a little bit of a closely fought rotation, especially in stage 2. I don't think I would expect this many players to have gone down without having a bit of a chaotic rotation. That early fast breakout, right, with the playing path being so heavily southwest, teams needing to get out to the east, a lot of teams came into conflict, a lot of teams knew those rotational paths, and in general were more compressed towards one another, and then followed by this hard south shift, where teams have again looked to move quickly into the same areas.
It's funny as well, because I think most teams were on the southern side of the map anyway. I don't think really anyone confirmed it over towards Yasnaya, Stalba, or Severny. So a lot of teams were easily able to pass through shelter, pick up compounds down towards Milta, farm over on that northwest side, just to the east of Potato Hill. There's not been many casualties, honestly. We're still 16 teams alive, 55 players. So there has been some players that have gone down, but I wouldn't say that it was an absolute train wreck going down towards this south side of the map. I think most of all, teams are really happy with their position. And where are Boars? That's my question.
I have a feeling that they went... Wait, are they still in Severny?
I don't think they're still in Severny. They did hang around there for a while, and I think that was to just get medical supplies. I mean they could wrap Milta Power like Barsay. But I think they need a bit more of a direct approach into the circle now.
I was thinking they could potentially wrap west here, right? And come in along the coast as well. I mean, it is a very peculiar situation for the Boars right now. They have got the meds on board. TalQ close to S2G, and at the moment, S2G a bit split. You can see Sarah is away from the rest of the roster. TalQ, they've been holding this position for a while as well, but seemingly the west side of it, not a concern, as they've allowed S2G to roll up, or have given ground to them, and allowed this fight to start to pop off. They are, yeah, they're not even going to contest this one. They're going to allow 3 players from S2G to sit in this building whilst they take shots at them.
Yeah, a lot of this right now is going to be just stalemates between squads. It's not ideal terrain for a lot of teams, right? It's rocky. It's not fun. It's not fun in this area at all. So most teams are just going to chill out, relax, pull out the pina coladas, and just hold steady, because there is no point in trying to gain ground here unless you're absolutely on the outside until a big circle shift comes through, and then you can try and find a better scenario, a better position on the map to work with.
I think you hit the nail on the head there with we're seeing a circle of stalemates at this stage. With so many teams as well diminished in numbers, not too many teams are going to be going for these full crashes, right? And especially with the Boars doing God knows what. Oh, they're out the blue. I think they've come in from the north side, so we'll see where they end up there as well. So maybe the Boars could break some of these stalemates, but we're going to see teams like Barsay, right? They're on 3 players. Interesting decision actually to scout down here towards Milta. With the circle as it is, not really focusing at all on there. I'm surprised to see Merciless go out this way.
Barsay made a big old wrap over towards the eastern side. Boars are going to go for something a little bit more conventional, just come in from the north. for Barsay, it hasn't been fun for them as well. They're on 19 points. I think they have been somewhat struggling. Areas on the map are no longer as open as they used to be, and I think Barsay got away with a lot just purely off central positioning, and that's not the case anymore. Most teams have realized that most teams are just playing a very central position. Circle moves over towards the west, towards Shelter. Very open around this area. You can see Carya as well as Fenerbahçe, who are playing in this building alongside with the Wizard Tower that sits over towards their northeast. A very good position to play. And we'll keep both those teams safe for a while. The question is, how do they want to play that out? Do they want to take pot shots at each other? Do they want to send grenades? Or are they happy simply to hold that position whilst the other teams are going to struggle to make their way down?
It's a question of what is the way to maximize your points earnings, right? And it's pretty much impossible to make an objective call about the truth on that one. Falcons, though, they've spotted the Boars here, who, of course, remember, came in very, very late. Would have burnt through quite a few of their medical supplies to stay alive in the blue for as long as they did. Should have a backlog, though, because they spent a lot of that time looting, so they are looking to play this one late on in. The Falcons as well, having oversight. They can't stay there for too long, playing on this ridgeline. You can see that the Boars have angles over towards as well. They spotted those smokes, obviously. They'll know that the Falcons are there. Taking a couple of pot shots, Ralph and Koa. Did pretty well at the end of the last one and actually taking damage from across the way. Lord Cedric trying to open the path over towards Ida, and Lux is a lot closer to him. A lot of ammo in that Bison. We'll see him safe for a little bit longer. Lux, again, tears another shred out of Eren, who has to back up.
Yeah, Ida's going to struggle here. I think Ida certainly did better yesterday. It's been a bit of a lackluster start for them, but still 4 players alive. An elimination coming through for K1 for only the 1 point on Elims. So not a huge point scoring for them. Fireflux looking to get ahead, but Fireflux, as we know, was dominant on Miramar. So we'll wait to see what they can get done on that map later on today, because that could be where they are getting the majority of their points from.
I mean, they did get one of their chicken dinners on an Erangel at the end of the Erangel run from yesterday. But you're right, they definitely showed a little bit more on Miramar. And not a lot on Sanhok at the start of the day, right? They were only the only team in the top 4 to not get over 10 or more points, right? S2G, Boars, Falcons all got more than 10. So they have been left a little bit behind. The Boars trying to leave their compound late into the circle, late to the party, and Ida not willing to welcome them in. Turn them away at the door. Slam that velvet rope down. Certainly onto one of their players. The rest of them, though, tenacious as ever. Leaving Havlik behind, you've still got a lot more to do if you want to get rid of the Boars.
Yeah, Havlik will drop, but you're right. They're going to push on forward. Versus Ida now, who pipped them to the post yesterday on Miramar. Took their chicken dinner away from them. Lovely nade from Darkin once again. Really does feel like flashbacks. Deja vu.
He spotted Pusher as well. With Boars starting to drag their feet here. One is pulled out of the vehicle. Boars is doing a lot of damage here. And that's going to open up sightlines. They may have just thrown this one away a little bit. Rita somehow evading that. A slow roll on through as we hop over to FUT, who are punishing Regnum Carya down into the shelter. They go, bowing their heads. More chaos is unfolding on the northern side, by the way. The Boars are still fighting, but it's only the one player now left standing. Oh, Falcons are here. Koa, he's rolled over the top, and finally the Boars go to bed.
Look dicey for the Falcons. You can see one player on a smidgen of life. Now IDA is fighting against a whole new team. They weren't fighting against the Boars, but it's a different type of beast. Get themselves into the mix. S2G taking a hell of a lot of damage, and they're out.
Ooh.
Just like that. TTQ able to bring their run to an end.
That's our 2 lobby leaders right now out of the mix. The Falcons looking to keep this one together, as well as Fireflux trying to stay alive, but they are out on that western side, pretty near the Falcons as well. Could be a potential backfill here, but Eren Finds a spray onto Ralph. He's the forward player as well for the Falcons. Makes it a lot harder to go for these reses. Narvalo, a volley of fire over towards that high ground. But Redox has been spotted. Eren is doing so much for Ida right now, and he wants a little bit more. Moves around in the buggy, looking to get these bandages off. Doesn't have any medical supplies really to speak of, and gets an angle. He's going for that side swipe. He's getting bold with it. He knows that his supplies are running low, and in he goes for the roll down. And a wild swing out comes on through. Narvalo, that was his job to stop, and he just drops the ball.
And there is still potential for Falcons to get back up into the ring here. No bell has been heard yet. And Narvalo's going to send some bullets over the top here. One nade remaining, but his teammates are bleeding out. Darking gets knocked, leaving just one player there on Ida on very low HP. Let's see if they can make this happen. Narvalo finding Eren alongside Redox. That's a cleanup. 5 elims, and Falcons will live to tell the tale.
Maybe not for much longer, because this fight, if it concludes the third party, we'll have to wait and see, though, because Regnum Carya, they're trapped with their backs to the bonnets as the vehicles on the staircase not helping them out, but they are just dominating anyone who steps and peeks into this one. You'd think just put a nade in there. They're all dead, but no, nobody thinks to do that. Instead, they're just going to have to fade away as teams start to fall around them. Regnum Carya have been delivered so many points for this.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know why. They keep just setting themselves in. So Regnum Carya getting themselves 4 elims. Nice spot on the side of the circle. Get up towards this northwest side and get another shift here going into stage 6.
Right now, there is a 20-point difference between 3rd place and 5th place. The Falcons on 69, which is, of course, nice to be on, but Fireflux on 59 and Regnum Carya on 49, which is a massive step drop-off on these tables, right? And it shows you how far ahead our leaders are at this stage. We talked yesterday about what we're expecting in terms of averages per day if you want to be in the top 4. We were talking about that 50-point per day metric, right? So for today, if you end on 100 or more, it's looking pretty good for you to be able to get up into those spots to get a qualification towards the PMWC. S2G are pretty close to that already. After only 2 matches, they're on 86. But we're looking at Fireflux currently on 59 and Regnum Carya trying to get as much done as they can here to jump up past that 50-point boundary that they should have earned on the first day. It's fair enough to say. But not everyone was given that opportunity.
I will say one thing. Carya, definitely impressive, right? I think despite everything, you know, struggling here and there, getting themselves up towards 44 points now. I think there's a real possibility for this team in the future. Regnum Carya, though, 49. Almost there. But they are almost there. So, see if they can make it on this game. They're a team that we were confident we were going to make it into the top 4.
I think that the two teams you maybe swap out for them in terms of what you would have expected coming into this tournament is Boars. I think they're a bit of a wild card here, and Fireflux, who have had that downturn in terms of performance at an international stage. Carya, I mean, you sang their praises, and I think I will echo you in that even as they go down. They have been one of the more impressive teams that maybe are outside of that upper echelon of teams to be considered coming into this tournament. And I think they can definitely hold their heads high. It's not all done yet, though. I mean, we're still got over a day and a half of games to play. And the rest of this one as well as Papara SuperMassive survived their hot drop earlier with Bra. Managing to get 4 elims on the match. And doing pretty well. Probably pretty happy that they left Pachinki.
Yeah, it's much better. Again, it does feel like a clean bill of health for Papara SuperMassive. Heading over towards that northwest side. It's super important for them. And now, this time, they get to face up against Falcons, but a very, very different arena.
Oh dear. Narvalo, nade over the top. That looks pretty decent. On target. No, not going to connect there. The 3 of them guided by the ghost of Ralph, who is currently down. Not going to be getting that one back up. Another nade up on high, looks pretty good, but doesn't quite get the knock. Not quite close enough, and the heals are starting to come through. Papara SuperMassive holding their own for now. Holding their corner, but finally Redox steps up, uses the weapons instead of the ordnance. It goes back to it. Pins are pulled left and right, draining all of the nades there for Redox. So they're investing a lot of utility here to get through Papara SuperMassive, and with the circle as it is now, probably rightly so.
Hoa goes down, and it's the full force push coming through on that side. There is a refrag, a bit of a trade coming through, leaving now Papara SuperMassive in a 1v1 between Redox as well as Tron. Immediately going for the reses there, and Redox knows he needs to push. And soon.
But remember those nades, Blank. He used them all in that earlier set of engagement. Falcons, he's running down for those reses. Narvalo immediately crawling back. Lost is looking for the heal. Papara SuperMassive will be back up to full force. We're going to tune in now with Fireflux rolling down towards the south, towards the garage here, and onto the position held by the remaining players of Bra. They lost one early game, but since then, they have survived. Underarm with the nades, trying to burn out these locations and looking good with the nades on the sidelines as well. Finding Gabri, BWNRX across the way, wanted to get involved. Another nade posted in, could change things as well. Bounce off the high window, not going to be able to connect the damage though.
In the meantime, Papara SuperMassive were able to finish up first to the Falcons, leaving on 70 points this game. Ketch with Pompey decides against it. Those players outside does drop.
Oh dear, Fireflux. They're on their last player now. This roll down not been super successful, unfortunately. They will look for the reses and find the first, but they still have one more player down. They want to try their best to keep that one going, but unfortunately Papara SuperMassive are going to start to take shots out this way.
Poser spotted by Tron. 9 eliminations. Crazy what a change of drop spot can do for you. BWNRX assaulting the building. Over towards Bra. Kine finding Matcap. Finishes him off. Help of Zed Wolf. They're on the stairs though.
Uh-oh. Around the side. Frozen being out already leaves them at 3 players for BW. Next, Ruya. And they have got Bra isolated upstairs. Papara SuperMassive as well. I mean, they're looking pretty good on this northern side, Blank. They do lose a player, though, which is unfortunate. Concluding this fight for BWNRX would be massive, but they still have yet to get through it. I'm liking this position as we do hop over to them. I feel like it would only be vindication, mainly for you, I think, if Papara SuperMassive end up winning this one out. They've adjusted their drop spot. They get a decent start to the game, and they can get off the mark here if they can find the fight against Regnum Carya, who've been hiding in the bunkers for a while. Toshbek, though, turns his back, and that is unwise. Wild is the next to fall, and Loxy wondering why they just did that.
Very clean coming through from the boys on Papara SuperMassive. With the 10 eliminations, and yeah, vindication, 100%. Is what I'm looking for here. I mean, even if they got it down in second place, I'd be happy with it. But this also should have happened a lot sooner. Because Papara SuperMassive is not a bad team. I don't think they're a 15th place team at all, and I think most players earlier on in the power rankings would agree with that. But it's just there's been the fervent behavior to stay in Pachinki. It just has not worked out, and that's Regnum Carya biting the dust in 4th place, leaving BWNRX, Bra, as well as Papara SuperMassive over on the high ground.
3 teams remaining. I mean, Papara SuperMassive should have this completely unlocked at this stage, right? They have the center of the circle. They have all of this open ground covered off. BWNRX trapped in this building now with Bra trying to hide on the upstairs. The next zone closes dead center. I feel like at this point, Papara SuperMassive would have to do a lot of work to lose this one, but maybe they'll find the nerves get to them. They think, we've gotten into this final circle in Pachinki. Sorry, not in Pachinki, rather, after dropping somewhere else. This is our chance to show it. And they've got the high ground. They've got the cover. They've got everything. And look at the run out here. There is nothing to play, no matter how this fight concludes. Bra looking to try and take the fight down the stairs, and they actually do pretty well. And they take them all the way down. Goodness me, Rolex and Quantum play it beautifully on the inside. Neither of them fall either.
There is some furious faces over there on BWNRX, and I do not blame them. Losing against the 16th place team, when they have the man advantage, you would be mad.
Absolutely. That is going to be galling. But Bra, look at a fight out through the window. A sliver of HP left, and Quantum will be taken down by the blue. And it is vindication for the relocation of Papara SuperMassive. No more Pachinki drops. A chicken dinner right off the bat.
It's huge for Papara SuperMassive. It'll put them in a much better position. Very, very well done to them. And all it took was to hot drop the weakest team in the lobby. And not the Falcons, which is a bad idea. And I'm glad that it finally happened. And it had to happen based off what occurred yesterday. BWNRX, though, I think that was the main storyline for me. Incredibly angry with those players. I saw one smash the desk. And I mean, fair enough to him, honestly, because I think it was Zedwolf. Just because it must be so frustrating, knowing that you're a strong team, but there's something wrong. There's something rotten within the team at the moment. They need to figure out what it is, take it out from the freezer, and get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Yeah, it's that is not good news. I'm interested to see where Papara SuperMassive will drop next match, because I think obviously with the plane path as it was, it's not. I mean, it's not unlikely, right, that that was a backup drop potentially for their new drop spot, right? Because it was very isolated down to that southwest side on the plane path. Maybe they're looking to go to like Yasnaya or Lipovka, something like that, on a more favorable plane path.
I think they are looking for South George, personally, because Bra's usually playing over towards North. So, and I don't think there's a lot of teams that play towards South George a lot. So I think that the reason we had a hot drop there occurs because that's Bra's backup drop, right? Over towards South George instead of North George, because the plane path was so far down towards that south side. So I do think that this one of the things where it's a bit awkward, but it still works out for Papara SuperMassive. And if I'm Bra, I'm just going to try and go towards North George as soon as possible and leave Papara SuperMassive to their devices in South. And to be it might be this next game, the first time in a long time that we see Papara SuperMassive have a drop spot all to themselves on Erangel.
Yeah, definitely could be. We'll have to wait and see if those adjustments come through, if we're going to be treated to that. It was the top four as well that maintained distance. A couple of elims being thrown towards the top of the tables. I think almost all of them were able to get a couple of points there. I think Flux was kind of the outlier. They did fall to the fight, but and they didn't really get too far into the match. So again, a little bit of a misstep for Flux. They may be the team that is going to get pushed aside if they're not careful. Fortunately, not too many of the teams beneath them did super well either. So they do maintain a little bit of a buffer zone for the time being.
I think Flux didn't play that game too badly, honestly. I think that, in my humble personal opinion, I think it's a very, very difficult area of the map to play anyway. Flux did their best, but again, there's so many angles, so many positions that you've got to play from. Regnum Carya had a strong spot that was overlooking where they were trying to move in. So yeah, they had a tough time because of that. Now, could they have played it differently? Sure, but I do think that he did a pretty decent job, and it's an unfortunate fall from them at that point in time. But you can't win them all. You can't win them all, John. Again, seeing Flux consistently up towards the top 8, for me, that's a promising sign.
Yeah, I think so. In terms of morale, it's going to be good. But I think that it will weigh pretty heavily on their mind that the first half of their day was pretty trash, right? Like they're going to be aware of the fact that it was all on some very big performances towards the end of the day that have really carried them to this position on the tables. So whilst yes, I think that it is a good sign that they still have that potential, it's not a good sign when it comes to looking at the floor of their performances, because we've seen it now in the first match of the day. They weren't really able to do anything. And again, a very minimal point scoring game for them here it's gonna feel pretty shaky. As we take a look at our MVPs, this is going over to Papara SuperMassive. Lost able to earn this accolade. 5 elims, 659 damage. No assists though. The guy's just doing what he does.
Yeah, he's one of the last standing members for the team, and I think that he did a fantastic job to keep himself nice and healthy in that one, and keep the team alive. Remember, they went down to just one player up against their fight between them and the Falcons. So, you know, they go 1-0 today versus the Falcons, which is nice to see. Hopefully that can continue going forward, or at least they don't have to play against them in Pachinki. I think they realize now that, well, we don't have to drop there, and we can still do significantly well when we don't drop there in the first place. Here are our match statistics for that match, with Cores getting 664 damage. The Boars still out on parade at the moment. Kamikaze getting the most grenade eliminations from Papara SuperMassive.
There you go. There is that sweep across, and of course, the Boars are on here, right, with highest damage. They had an interesting engagement over on the north side with Ida, and then the Falcons kind of just completely took the exact same position that the Boars were in, which I think overall that engagement was pretty interesting, right? The dynamics at play were, as I said, interesting, right? There was a lot of rotational play around the buggy, especially rotating out for Ida over towards the Falcons position. Falcons doing pretty well there to get a couple of points on it, but do go down in the end. And then let's take a look at the Papara SuperMassive points tallies here. Lost, able to get 5 knockouts, 5 elims. He does his own work. This guy, he's kind of insane on that match.
Yeah, fantastic result from him. I do think that he put in a massive amount of work for the squad, and it makes sense that he would do that. So, again, very, very happy to see Lost able to keep the team in it. A strong team overall. They have been struggling. I want to see more out of them. I think that this can't be a flash in the pan for them if they want to get over towards the top side of the lobby, or even just earn some more money, because they were quite far behind. But this game certainly has shot them up the standings just a little bit.
Yeah, they'll be happy for that little revitalization shot. This was the interesting decisions for everybody going into the tunnels there against Regnum Carya, and nobody having a good time of it. And then we get the replays, of course, on this wide swing from Eren. Able to clip them with the front axle there on the buggy. Novalo does manage to save the day, and IDA do actually end up going down as he gets that cheeky little spray down over towards Eren and their position after the reses. So after that, they weren't able to get Ralph back up. You could see his health bar was low, so they had to play on as 3. If they'd have been 4, maybe things would have been different, but not to be this time around. Papara SuperMassive, they had the hilltop, they played it well, they took the shots when they needed them, and they got a lot of elims for their trouble.
Oh, they did. I mean, Regnum Carya, Regnum Carya goes out early, but at least for Shelter able to get some points back on board. I don't think this is the worst game in the world for Falcons either, by the way. I think they didn't do too badly. Able to get some eliminations. It was a bit of a awkward scenario where you just finished the fight with Boars only to find yourself in another scenario. This is where it all went wrong for BWNRX. They had 4 players versus the 2. Ooh, it's criminal. It's criminal. That doesn't bode well at all for BWNRX. I think that would kill my mental game, personally. Papara SuperMassive, 22 points. Wow, well done. Bra's also able to get 11 somehow. BWNRX come off that game with 11 points, so another okay map for them. I mean, they certainly weren't happy with it. So overall today, they have earned 20 points, which is a good dent towards the top side, but they need more. They still need more.
I mean, absolutely. Everybody seemingly needing a whole lot more. Regnum Carya is the team that now I think is the only one who's going to have a chance at chasing here. Maybe Carya as well with the 6 points they're able to earn. But Falcons, Boars, S2G, Flux all get points on this match. And sure, it's not a lot of points, but it will just keep the bar moving, right? At the moment, Flux will still be on that 4th place bubble with the 3 points that they got. I think that will leave them on 62 at the end of things, all things told. And Regnum Carya will be on 55, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. 62 on the bubble for Flux, and Regnum Carya 55 to see that drop-off going. But then K1 on 48. They are quite far behind now on to that 4th place. And then you look up at 3rd place and it's 70 points, and that's even more daunting.
Yeah, it is hard. It's very, very hard for a lot of our teams to start jumping up again. And like I said, this is the first step of many for BWNRX that they'll have to take here. So we'll see. We'll see just how well they can do over the next 4 matches of today. Flux are able to stay there at 62, but they are slipping. Falcons are eking it in still with 70 points, but S2G continue to just pump out points here and there. I think they went down quite early that last game, which is a little bit uncharacteristic for them. Fenerbahçe at 40 points in 8th place. You head over towards our second page. You see that BWNRX certainly turned things around a little bit with 37 points, equaling up there with Ida and Papara SuperMassive.
Yeah, Papara SuperMassive as well, jumping up from 15th place to 9th now. And I think that's probably, I mean, you said they weren't a 15th place team, right? And maybe they are a 9th place team. Maybe that's where they feel a little bit more comfortable. They were just rectifying that issue. Bruh, make themselves a little bit of headway as well on the tables. They rise from the bottom by 1 point, and on a tiebreaker with FUT do end up losing that one. But they're in 15th instead of 16th, which has got to feel still pretty bad, but better than 16th.
Yeah, definitely. There by 1 point. It kind of feels like they're sharing that last place right now, Barsay and Bra. Potentially even games, but I think they once again have had that big fall off, which is sad to see. Definitely sad to see.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. It's a real bad time. FUT, I think another team that has had this massive fall off as well. We talked about them a lot yesterday. Is TalQ. It's just not what we saw from them in the previous stages of this tournament, and we hope that they can do more. But for now, we'll wait for that to happen before we sort of bring it up too much. Again, it's sort of a road we've already trodden quite well, so I think probably best not go over that one again. But yeah, a lot of these teams towards the bottom, all it will take is that one chicken dinner to get a little shot of adrenaline, to get a bit of revitalization on side. And I think maybe they could start to climb up towards the front page. But at this point, I think anyone, certainly from like 12th and down, is going to have a basically impossible task to get up to the top 4. Front page is a good goal, though.
Front page is a good goal, I would say. It's a struggle, though. It's definitely a struggle. I'm excited to see if these teams can get themselves back on the bike. Realistic, BWNRX are definitely one of them. But
yeah, well,
get
all
on the
our
bike
teams
and on the road. It is the road. The Esports World Cup, 25th July through the 3rd of August. There are 4 slots available that we're looking for. That we're not looking for. I'm not looking for. All right, okay, you know, right? I'm not looking for. I'd like to go to EWC myself as a player, but I'm not that good. I'm just not that good. But some of these players definitely have a chance to. In terms of the teams, there are 4 slots available. 16 players, maybe some more with subs and coaches and analysts, but 16 players will be making their way through to that EWC on the 25th of July to 3rd of August. And tickets are now available, so make sure you pick yours up.
Yeah, head on over, check them out, because we will have 4 representatives from Europe taking part in the tournament. Who they are remains to be seen, but at the moment, S2G feel like a pretty big lock on that one, as well as actually kind of no one else feels like a massive lock right now in terms of their gameplay credentials. It's starting to become clearer and clearer that Boars are very likely to be there, but for now, I think there is still some competition to be had in terms of teams showing that they very much deserve one of those spots, right? S2G, first place league stage, first place knockout stage, currently first place in these finals. There's no question that they're a team that deserves it. What I'm interested in as well is the idea of a team winning via Smash Rule actually sort of reduces that bubble, right? Because if you're thinking about, oh, well, they're all going to play 18 matches, that's not guaranteed. We could be playing as few as 14 matches, right? And so you're going to reduce that boundary and potentially have a lower barrier to entry for that 4th place, which means that each point is proportionally more valuable, and therefore every chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. I think. Sorry, you were saying a lot of words, and
there was a lot of maths in there.
Were flying past my head, and You know, it was a struggle for
I
me.
know when
Struggle.
I know when it happen. I know what happens when I start talking about maths.
Yeah, yeah. I
shut
go, Hogshoe.
Hit me with the snores. What the hell?
Yeah,
You
sorry.
can have that bubble
Sorry, dude.
glowing from your, like the anime bubble.
Yeah,
Glows
yeah,
on the
yeah,
nose.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hell yeah.
I think we have something on the stage at some
Do we?
point. Yes. I'm not sure what it is, but we'll find out alongside with you guys. But after that last match, I think that there was a lot that's up in the air right now. Will Boars continue to streak out towards that top side? Will Falcons be able to keep up with the rest of the lobby? I still think there is some players that are slightly lacking from Falcons. I think there is some bad trades that are happening there as well in the game. They're still a great team, though. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But let's head over to the stage. We'll see you guys soon.
Welcome back to the PMSL Europe. Of course, we are in for our match number 3. It is Erangel once more. And of course, the hot drop has been alleviated. The deadlock has broken in the middle of the map. And for their adjustment, Papara SuperMassive were able to claim a chicken dinner. Not entirely just because of that adjustment, but it was certainly a contributing factor. Let's take a look at our plane path as it heads in from the southwest side from Pmsl all the way up over towards Stalba, just a little bit to the west of it. And our teams will be dropping on out. And as I said at the end of the last match, I'll be interested to see where Papara SuperMassive drop and if Bra drop over towards North Georgia, if they're going to get on well there. It's going to shake up the region a little bit.
That it will. Again, over towards that north side. It's still quite a long drop for Bra anyway, as well as Papara SuperMassive. They do want to go for this, but they're dropping out slightly later. Whoa. I was really worried for a second there that they were going to give it a second go over towards Pachinki. But no, luckily we are going to head over towards South Georgia around Crates area. Bra's dropping out much earlier, though. This time we'll be heading over towards the south side of Hospital, which is certainly an interesting approach to me, because Papara SuperMassive, in my opinion, drop out where you should be dropping out if you want to go South George, and Bra's going to be late to the party here.
I mean, they're going for vehicles, right?
Sure, but if there's nowhere to go and you're already getting shot at as you're coming into the compounds, it's not great news for you.
Yeah. No, you would think so. Circle goes up to the north side, so it looks like we might be in a shooting range hills finish. Of course, it could go anywhere within this circle, even Zaki, but it'd be pretty dramatic. At the moment, though, the Falcons grabbing the bikes, getting on through the loot. I mean, they've never been happier, right? In Pachinki, on their own, looting everything. They're feeling great. They're feeling themselves. They're having a great time. They're in the top 4. What more could you ask for? Luxury.
Nothing, really. It's fine. Life's good right now. Falcons, though, do want to get some more points on board, total-wise. Catch heading in towards the building. Got some loot. Flux, like you said before, slipping out from that top 4 now. Regnum Carya chasing them. 55 points. Again, I think that for Regnum Carya, they'd like to get in here alongside with their Turkish brethren, S2G as well as Flux. BWNRX furious after last game. Let's see if they can bring things back into the fold here.
I mean, they still managed to get, what was it, like 11 points, right? And the match before that, they got like 7. So they have had the best start to any day, well, of their 2 days. They have had their best start to the day today. And they've done more for their points totals over the last 2 matches than they pretty much did in the entirety of yesterday. So even though the situation itself is pretty galling, right? It's pretty upsetting. When you think about what the actual impact is on this tournament, it's done pretty well for them, right? Compared to yesterday's games. But you're right, in terms of that opportunity cost, it is a pretty big blow to them.
They could have got a lot more points in that game. They had 4 players alive. Like, if they came out on top there's potential that they win that 4v3 versus Papara SuperMassive. So yeah, really quite rough. It could have been a whole different game for them. Set them up towards the high 40s instead of the high 30s instead. And I think right now that does hamper the boys on BWNRX. And that's halfway through the day now. On just 3 more matches after this one, we will have that first place locked in, and how many more extra points that will be needed to get that smash ruling underway.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see where that falls. I mean, if we think about what we were talking about, what we were predicting, that 50 point per day kind of metric to look good going into the final day, to be a qualifying team in the top 4, you sort of expect the first place team to be up higher than that, so potentially up to 120. So maybe that smash barrier could be set as high as 130 points, which not too many teams will be able to surpass at this point. The spray downs from BRX Esports. Finebra, they are denied entry to Georgia Pole, and it looks like they're in a bit of a tailspin.
Again, for Bra, they're just not having a good time versus Papara SuperMassive. Over on that northwest side of the map, they're struggling. They're definitely struggling. I think for Papara SuperMassive, this is wonderful for them. They're just earning more and more points off the back of this one. BRX Esports got involved over there, as did Regnum, Carya, and Papara SuperMassive, the last nail in the coffin there for Bra, who, again, I don't expect too much more out of this team.
No, it's fair.
Teams down towards 13th and downwards, I think I would just count them out up towards those EWC slots at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I think that even I would go as far as maybe even 10th at this point. I mean, and I think that's actually being a little bit generous, to be honest. There can be those wild, massive elim games, but the fact is that anyone from 10th downwards just hasn't really shown that the floor of their gameplay can keep those averages up to really make that impactful, right? Because we were talking about that bubble being somewhere probably up towards 150 if we go to all 18 matches. I don't see any of these teams being able to reach that at this point. You know, we're getting to almost halfway through their tournament finals, and they're nowhere near that mark. They just need to. They can't really do it with just the one big game. It needs to be a raising of the floor that does it. You can get 18 points extra on one match, which is huge, or you can get 1 point extra on every match, which is a lot easier to address, and it's a lot bigger of a read on a team's performance.
Yeah, I think when you look at this one in general, even over towards the top side right now, this is a plus. This is over the 10-point average right now for S2G. Like if we were to end things and they continue on this kind of streak, which does look promising as Papara SuperMassive finds a shot over towards Kelsey, they would be ending around about 180 points tomorrow after all of their games. At the end of today, it's probably looking roughly around 120, so it's 130 points that's needed to even hit the smash ruling. So yeah, it's tough. It's very, very tough. I think if you look further down, I think you'd be reasonable saying it's probably going to be 120, 130 points for fourth place.
It's very difficult to know where this boundary is going to be. First place is notoriously one of the most volatile positions to predict in terms of the actual score that will be in first place, because generally first place teams can have these massive runs. They have this ability, by virtue of being the strongest team in the lobby, have the ability to just go chicken dinner, chicken dinner, chicken dinner, 3 matches in a row, and get huge amounts of points and inflate that top spot. But also it could be as closely fought as 2 points difference between first and second. I mean, we saw it at the global stage, right, previously, a few times. So, and it can be very closely fought there. So that first place position is one of the hardest point positions to actually predict based on anything, right? But if I had to guess, I would say the end of today is likely to look somewhere near 120.
Yeah, probably closer to that. It is difficult for sure. I think we generally, because we have cast these games so frequently and so often over the many years we've covered PUBG Mobile, sort of have like a sense for it at this point in time. Yeah, I think I'd agree with 120, 130. That's like roughly where I imagine that fourth place.
Yeah, well,
is going to be.
I mean, 120 for first place. I was talking about there for first place for 120. That's a 10-point average, right? Which is what we talk about being a really good metric.
Oh, I mean at the end of this tournament.
Oh, at the end of the tournament. Yeah. Okay. Well, it depends if the smash rule happens, right? But if you go all 18 matches, that was what I was saying. 50 points a day. I'm expecting to be close to 150.
Footballists on our screens who really just haven't had the strongest of runs. I think Up 4 has definitely kept that team together in terms of the glue of the roster. K1 not giving quarter over towards Fireflux as Matcap gets taken down on a roll down.
Nice little pick up
K1
there.
K1 is chasing.
They do turn around though eventually. They thought maybe they could get a little bit more, but they're going to run slap bang into the forefront of Fireflux, who have lost a player. But we'll be getting on with the business as soon and swiftly as possible. I mean, the circle heading out this way keeps all of that Georgia Pole Delta in, and it makes it really difficult to actually play around, because you have to choose north or south. At this point, you're basically going to just have to pick a side and hope that you win, right, on that coin toss decision.
Yeah.
More of an S3 than a Delta.
Yeah, I give you that. Like Esports, points, 2 elims. They're just shy of that 13th off that I was talking about. But again, they do have to really pull the socks up overall. If they don't, you can have this scenario where I just think they're just getting outclassed. I still think that they are one of the best squads when it comes to team play, but it seems like Boars that are just causing problems for them. Just have large more confidence to make crazy plays on the map. Did you move that?
I mean, it's a hard south shift as well, right? It's basically touching the existing blue zone on that south edge. It really didn't make us wait too much longer to figure out where we were going to end up on this circle. So, I mean, that, to be fair, is a little bit of a blessing for our north side teams. They don't have to crunch in closer to the shoreline. It actually opens up the circle a little bit more than staying closer to the middle of where things were. Quite a few teams trying to push onto Everest, though, as you said. Ida already having their outpost, Falcons to the southeast, FUT, Fireflux, I think K1 also all trying to push in onto that angle and see if they can find the shots. But it's K1 fending off against Fireflux. They did spot them on the rotate earlier. Easy for Bad Boy has been knocked, and they definitely want to get him back up. He is putting in the lion's share of the shift right now for the roster, so can't be letting him go down without a fight.
Papara SuperMassive. 3 limbs so far. Very, very happy with the way that's worked out. Ida, though, this is a common position on the map that they've played multiple times over towards Everest. I hope they've learned a lot of lessons playing up in this position. But we'll see as we go through, because I think they're one of the teams that has had the most amount of time played over towards Everest, and the most amount of times getting punished for playing on Everest. So, yeah, they had a lot of good learning experiences, I would call it.
The thing I'm interested in at the moment is that this is a third game now with Fireflux going low early. They haven't got any points so far. They lost 3 of the players. They're only playing on as 1. Very much in danger of going down here. K1 have been spotted. That's BWNRX, who went on a wide sweep down from the southeast side. A little bit of a crash coming on in, and Capri's nearly able to whip it around for a second, but will be shut out in the meantime, leaving only 2 of them left standing, and Carya want to try and take a slice of the pie. Won't be able to find it, though, unfortunately. Have to cover back off, and the rest of Carya looking to push in from the south.
We'll just be watching this high ground spot. There is a lot of teams down towards our southeast side. Carya, Fenerbahçe, BWNRX, Falcons all playing on that position. It's a tough spot to play as well with the way that the circle lies at the moment. You do have a lot of space just cut out, basically, around Everest. Right? You have to make that horrible run down towards the southwest through the fields, or crunch yourself past that open ground that Boars is currently holding on the north side with that compound that sits out in that open flat zone. So yeah, it's a hard decision for a lot of our squads on the southeast. I think you're Black Esports, Barsay, Regnum, Carya, you've all very happy with the decisions you made early to pick up crates.
K1 moving Slonik in there. Fireflux do go down, and again, they don't move very far. They started today, Blank, on 59 points. They've only managed to get 3 so far in the first 3 matches. They did have a massive turn-up in the final 3 matches of yesterday, so maybe we'll see a repeat performance, but Regnum Carya not going to allow that to be easy. Falcons, they're trying to push up towards FUT on the east point of Everest as they to get around it and get a little bit better. They've left 1 player towards the backlines here of the Falcons, and that's going to be fending off anyone who tries to step close to them there. Yekta, though, lobbing those nades down, and that is going to really hurt as they find their way over towards Ralph. Doesn't quite fully get that flush, though, and FUT are putting a lot of impact here now onto this point. The nades do answer, and they do get that knock, which is going to slow FUT down. Maybe the opener they're looking for. That backline coming into play as well as Fenerbahçe try and swing through. FUT may have bitten off a little bit too much here, but they find Koa, and that will be a nice pickup for them. Ralph did get rezzed and will start the heal.
Fenerbahçe on the sidelines. We can head over towards that top side. FUT also struggling, and it is the Falcons crunching in. And again, it's a case of not moving down towards the west or the east. Using a straight over Everest here and try and make it work.
Ida are chiming in now as well. This is a 4-party engagement playing right on the edge of the zone. Falcons looking to try and disengage from their unfavorable angle. They know that the sightlines from Fenerbahçe, from Ida, will start to crush in on them, and they just want to take the fight with one team. It may not be super favorable or the best way to take the fight up the hill, but it's the best when there are off angles, when there are third parties just around the corner. And they have managed to find Doka Machine. Falcons doing well to align this fight between them, Fenerbahçe, and FUT. They've put FUT right in the middle there, and they will crumble under the pressure. Now Fenerbahçe are also in the middle of it. Falcons, I think, may have had a master stroke to be able to push themselves out to this east point.
It is wild that Falcons have been able to make this work, by the way. It's also funny to me that every team had the exact same decision. I mean, I set it up earlier where it's a case of you move over towards the north, you deal with Boars, move down towards the south, you're in the field. So what do they all do? All try and push over the top of Everest. Quite funny to me. Falcons are struggling now, though, as another goes down. Now just the 1 player up remaining in Redox. And can he make it work? There's 2. There's 3.
He's able to do so much work, and there's only 1 player now standing on the top of Everest against the Falcons, trying to push in against Ida with the backstab. Papara SuperMassive looking across open ground, and it's just icy for S2G out of these warehouses. Everybody trying to clamber their way over to the east side of South George. A nice nade on the bounce there. Sees another player from Papara SuperMassive unhappy.
Goodness me. What a wild engagement it has been so far. And Redox finds Solke. There is a nade back, though. Simple Domak finding 2. And it's down to Redox once again. This nade looks close. Redox sidesteps it. But he's so low. And this last nade in the pocket could be the finisher. It goes too far again.
I thought it was going to be there, but Redox fades away. The blue zone's pushing in 2 seconds. This res needs to be fast, Blank. They need to get back up on their feet. I don't think Narvalo's going to be resable here with the stage 5 circle. You can't res out in the blue. Unless they have a vehicle, this is going down. But Fenerbahçe, can they get out of it either? With their only player left standing, they're going to have a real tough time. The backseat sprayed down by Tron as everybody on a mad dash. Finally, the Falcons take another knockout their way, but Redox and Koa are still alive. Koa looking to get the healing done, tries to push off forwards. The nade is in, and Simple Domak goes down. Falcons weather the storm for 1 moment longer. Ida no longer there. They've been replaced, usurped. I think, is that BWNRX?
It's just a ridiculous fight over towards Everest. Absolutely ridiculous. And everyone has just had to go up over the big old mountain. It's the only possibility. S2G's been on a mad dash, a mad run to get over towards the crates here, but plenty of damage done. And it will be Hamzy G going down. Zeptimus takes a tag from the DBS. That's all there is to it. S2G out in 12th place with just the 2 eliminations. As Falcons attempt to get down the hill, Koa will be dispatched, and the Falcons will be no more, as the Boars will be the final arbiters over on Everest.
The big story here, Blank. Regnum Carya. They're chasing Fireflux for a spot in the top 4. They could potentially set their sights on Falcons. In their position on the southeast side of the crates, they control a run-out position. They control the open ground, trying to push in towards it. They have a lot of opportunity here to put a massive dent in these scores. I think for Regnum Carya, this is an opportunity that they can't afford to lose.
I think you're 100% right. For Regnum Carya, there is a lot of room for a huge amount of step up from this team. Fireflux out, Falcons are out, S2G's out, Boars are on their last 2 legs, or last 4 legs in this instance. Regnum Carya has a big chance to start climbing up that ladder as plenty fall off it at that top side. This is his opportunity for a lot of teams to catch up now. The stairway clears a little bit.
And the issue, in terms of catching up, sure, but K1 Carrot not looking super good right now in terms of getting a super high point score on this match. Boars looking like they're going to go down there. A lot of the teams that have prospect are at the bottom of the table here. Barsay, you've got Thunder Talk, you've got Black Esports. All of these teams, Ida as well, right? Who actually managed to get off the hilltop. Okay, I thought they'd gone down to a fight with BWNRX, but no, they sailed down Everest. Probably one of the only teams to transition pretty successfully from that scenario, as BWNRX still caught up in it. But a lot of the teams that are chasing are so far behind. It kind of is only Regnum Carya that can put a dent in this in terms of changing the top 4 right now.
Regnum Carya doesn't look to be in the happiest of spots, constantly taking shots from the side, and you wonder how many resources they've got to work with going forward. BWNRX looking to make their cross, and this is a dangerous cross for them. Out directly in the open. Barsay over on our western edge. They're going to get cut out soon, and I think, honestly, a lot of the teams that came off from the Everest and around the area are quite happy with the way this circle works, where, look at this, northwest side, just tons and tons of teams all crunched in.
There go the Boars.
BWNRX might just have a field day.
Could potentially be an opportunity, but they are just so bowed down. I mean, with the Boars going out, that will open them up, right? That will open up those sightlines a little bit more. And you're right, maybe it is open season for them. But Carya holding this building in front of them as well have got an opportunity to do damage in the same way. The question is, which side of this road does this circle shrink next?
Yeah, I mean, if it goes over towards the southeast, it really is a field day because it'll be ending out in the field.
I get it.
But over on that northwest, it heads back that way. I mean, both BWNRX and Carya are going to be living a really, really tough time. And you can tell that no one wants to move. Everyone's taking shots out over towards Carya because everyone wants a piece of this building when it comes down to it.
It would be great for them. The ridgeline, chilling out. Look, there's even a horse out there. Idyllic right now. But not for long. Teams are going to start to get compressed. Everybody, I think, currently is into this next circle, and nobody is making any moves right now. With 8 teams alive, there is a threat in every single container. And you do need to be worried. Black Esports actually looking to get closer and into a warehouse. A big bid for control here as Aussie sails in. Is there a player on the inside of this? I think there is. They did not scan the angles, and he's just tearing through him. It's Nico. Absolutely dominating on the inside, but fortunately Aussie with a sliver of HP just about pulls it back together, but the nade over the top finds that re-knock. Goodness me, they just didn't check out the angle. They had no idea there was someone in there with them.
It's a dangerous push. It's a very dangerous push. Also, the rest of the TTQ's on the outside, so it's not like there was a lot of noise inside that building either. At this stage of the game, you've got to assume that every little area that is free to play, that's going to be taken at some point. Nasty circle centers up on the road of all places. Regnum Carya is still in this one. just about, alongside with Ida, who are over towards their north.
Taking shots, they will find a player from Barsay. BWNRX Ria still chilling out in this field behind the ridgeline. Carya yet to dispatch them. Try and make their way through the crates. It's the teams that are closer to the corner that are going to have a good time here. Ida will have to be maybe preoccupied with TalQ here. After they do manage to get Nico back up and alive. They'll survive it. Oh, BWNRX make the push. They take care of Carya. All of their players get across, and now they have the building as well.
Yeah, it's huge. It's absolutely huge for them. For Carya, they expended so much utility earlier. And for BWNRX, what I will say is big respect to them where they were very cautious about using their nades too flippantly. They've actually saved a ton of them for this endgame. Because for BWNRX, they know as much as we know that this can't be a lackluster game, right? This has to be a bunch of points accrued off the back of it. So they had to... Okay.
Oh, no.
They had to play it very smartly and cautiously. Not quite like that play right there. But to the point where they had to do it dry over towards Karen to make sure that they had the utility on side for this endgame.
Barsay trying to cross. Merciless will be spotted, sprayed down. Nico takes a look over to the firing squad across the field, across the road. They're having a bad time. 6 teams now remain. We're into stage 7, soon to be stage 8, with one more circle shift. It could potentially dictate as to if BWNRX are going to get the game or not. The next zone will display in 10 seconds, and Barsay do fall, leaving 5 teams now remaining.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Okay.
See,
Fine.
this is where BWNRX really needs to capitalize, right? They're on 5 elims. It should be a chicken dinner, okay? They could make some big mistakes. It could go to another team. Equally, they could lose a lot of these points to Regnum Carya.
I mean, Regnum Carya pretty desperate to get these points on board as well. You can see they're 14 points behind the Falcons right now, and they have already overtaken Flux, gotten into 4th place. If they can accelerate away, this is great news for them. Regnum Carya now back in the race for the top 4 places. TalQ wanted to try and push in as well. Dropping the smoke. Nico, bit of a hero, really. Single-handedly dealing with the aggression from BRX Esports. Did get knocked, but they've got him back to his feet. He's got the MG3.
This is a crazy play from
Regnum
Regnum
Carya.
Carya. They're going to try and make the move out over towards BWNRX. They're taking shots. The nade should be in hand. A drive-by in place. Kakadi gets taken down. And it's all gone wrong.
Regnum Carya rolled them down, and BWNRX. Catastrophe across the roadside. What a rollout from Regnum Carya.
I don't know why we're playing on the outside of the building. Like, absolutely, you just want to play inside, have nades in hand. That's the whole reason we held on to those. And just send them out.
They're going for the high ground here. TalQ will dispatch the last player of BRX Esports, finish what they started. But now Kairos gets knocked to the blue zone. A nade over should maybe tag the damage. They pick up the point. 9 elims now blank. They are just churning through this lobby. Silas has the high ground here, an underarm on the nade. The rest of the team across the way. He's pushing their backs to the blue. Maybe they just deny the points here. They just fade away into the crates and go quietly. But Striker found with a nade there. And Silas keeps this pushing forwards. With the shotgun in hand, wants to burn them away. He'll ping them out. Another point earned. 10 now on the cards, and they just need a little bit more. The rest of the team's here to play as well. They know they're in these alleyways, and they will churn through them with the shotguns. It is a Regnum Carya chicken dinner. They are pushing for top 4, and they are making their mark here. Sweep aside BWNRX. No chance. Regnum Carya are here to play.
For BWNRX, what a way to end it for themselves. I am I'd be kicking myself if I was in their situation. You can just play inside, you drop smokes on the building. Realistically, that was one of the only few options these teams had left if they wanted to win that game against them. So you drop smokes on the outside, and then you start layering those grenades. The big thing for me is the fact that Regnum Carya, when they head over there, they get all those eliminations. They must have been so pleased with the loot pile that they just ran into, because every single body over there on BWNRX had up to 2 to 3 grenades on them, which made that end game just so easy for them to finish out with. Really silly stuff. Again, it's been, for BWNRX today, it has been a day of small victories, but greater failures. I don't really, it's very, very hard for me to really pinpoint how they're doing, because on one end it's like, well, we're consistently putting up 9 to 11 points per game, which is great, by the way. It's great, it's consistent stuff, but there are so many times where you're like, well, BWNRX could have done a lot more. They could have done a lot more. So it's hard to hate on them. It's hard to hate on them because they aren't doing terribly, but it's just frustrating to watch.
I mean, it was the winning position, right, in the end. And you could argue maybe Regnum Carya would have been involved in that fight across the road. It might have been a bit different. I think that, you know, if BWNRX or if Regnum Carya don't go for that roll down, they don't win. And BWNRX just do, right? There is, it's kind of, there's no two ways about it, really. They had that position. It wasn't going to get closed on in time to really make a difference. But Regnum Carya just kind of crazy with the rolling up shooting as well, right? To be able to find those 2 knocks almost instantly was so huge, and there was no response from BWNRX.
Yeah, I mean, they found the first knock. I mean, it was the full roll down. There wasn't really much fight put up against them by BWNRX, and they were outside the building as well. That's the thing that just confused me the most, is that they played on the outside, and it was just free DBS shots to them all day long. I don't really know how to fix that. I don't know how they could have played around it. Yeah, for BWNRX, it's like there's small clapping coming through for them, but it's not very loud. And there's a little bit of some disappointed faces in the crowd.
Yeah, Regnum Carya taking those final elims as well. The fact that Thundertalk didn't deny and they tried to go for a point or 2 extra, I respect it. And you know who else is going to be pretty happy about it is Regnum Carya for being able to pick up those 2 extra points to add to their tally on that chicken dinner. So a 22-point game for Regnum Carya. Pretty insane stuff. Loxy MVP, 4 elims. Nice distribution across the roster in terms of their performance for Regnum Carya.
Yeah, for Regnum Carya, it's been a great day for them. I'm very, very pleased with how things have gone down. Loxy, very clutch player on the team. We talk about him a lot, and here he's finding a huge amount of success. But on Erangel, typically Regnum Carya are pretty decent. I think we talked about at the beginning of the day that we would quite like to see Regnum Carya in that top 4, and they are probably making it. And I think you even spoke about how if we were to change things up, I think the one team we didn't expect to be there probably was Flux.
Well, Boars as well.
At this rate, Boars as well, but Flux at this rate are going to get knocked out.
Yeah, for sure. Their start of the day has been, again, pretty dire. They had a massive glow up to the second half of yesterday, so we'll see if they can repeat that performance, remembering that they got a back-to-back chicken dinner on the 4th game and the 5th game on an Erangel and a Miramar, following it up with what could have been another chicken dinner on the last Miramar, but they ended up coming 3rd with 9 elims there and getting a load of points. So the reason why they're in the top 4 at the end of yesterday is because of those last 3 matches. So they do have the power to keep this pace up, but Regnum Carya have been ascending over the course of today. They have started to get out of the blocks. They started on a going down in 16th place, but since then they've been able to go up to 4th, and now they're up to a chicken dinner with a whole heap of elims as well. You can see they got 12 elims on the game. They get up to 22 points, which will see them on 77 points blank at the end of this game, which is a massive leap.
It's crazy. It really is crazy. That's this. I think maybe even second place that they'll be sat up towards, or will it be 3rd?
It depends if they're beating the Boars or not. I don't know how many points the Boars got on this match. They will be ahead of the Falcons. They were already ahead of Flux.
Yeah, so Falcons absolutely should be in fourth. We know that, but we'll wait and see on the overalls, which come a little bit later. But yeah, crazy game from them. 12 points total is a lovely amount of eliminations coming through. Not to mention the 10 points getting off from the chicken dinner. But the damage across the board looks great as well, and I think this is what we've always praised Regnum Carya for in the past, is that they do have, at least in Wild Silas and Loxy, like very equal firepower. Toshpik's been a pretty good addition to the roster so far. He's been doing quite well. But you can tell that Silas misses Sarah a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, with S2G's performance yesterday, why wouldn't you? But with that game, with S2G going down really early, they're within touching distance of S2G's scoreline as well. There are now 4 teams sort of within that same bracket. It's how we ended yesterday. It's how we potentially could end today. And given the fact that, you know, S2G, they won the first match today. The second match was won by Papara SuperMassive, but the third match, again, won by another top 4 team. I feel like this could be the perfect storm for a smash victory.
It could be, if they're able to just fly out ahead and then just get the points done. And it will probably just come down to Regnum Carya versus S2G, who's getting that chicken dinner first. And we'll have to wait and see how that happens. But yeah, overall, a very interesting game. Not an easy game either. And I think that's a cool thing, again, to talk about with Regnum Carya, is that they weren't in the best position at all. Technically, they had lost the coin flip on that circle, yet they made it work in their favor. Where they play out to the outer edge, so already the positioning was very nice. And then from there, they just make the roll up because they know that that's the winning play. And if they can't make it happen, they would have deserved third place anyway. So yeah, I think it's overall really, really nice. And I think for Regnum Carya, similar to the way Boars make those unbelievable moments happen just from sheer firepower, that's what they go for. We're going to head back to the stage and we'll see you guys soon.
Teşekkür ederim sözü bize bıraktığı için. Biz sizin kadar heyecanlandık yani, öyle söyleyelim.
I should say Teberik ederim. That's my first Turkish. That's correct, right? Teberik ederim. Yes, great.
Say it again. Say it again.
Teberik ederim.
Nice.
Yeah?
Nice.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. I'm so Turkish right now. Okay.
By the way,
question, I'm going to ask you.
By the way, stop, please. He says just one word and he gets an applause. And I'm speaking English for like 2 days and nobody's applauding me.
Well, you're doing a really good job.
Okay, well.
But mine was more impressive.
Okay.
Let me ask you both. Auzan, what brought you to the PUBG Mobile tournament today, and what does this moment mean for your relationship?
İlk sorumuz şimdi Oğuzhan'a. Öncelikle bir kez daha tebrik edeyim sizi. Bugün bu turnuvaya, PUBG Mobile etkinliğine sizi getiren şey ne ve bu etkinliğin, e-spor etkinliğinin, PUBG Mobile'ın sizin için önemi nedir?
Ben daha çok oyun oynayan taraf benim, yani gamer taraf benim ilişkide. Ve yani arada beraber de oynadığımız bir oyun olduğu için beraber gelip turnuvayı izlemek istedik açıkçası.
So basically he is the main gamer in this relationship. So gaming is a special thing for him. Also because of him, became a special thing for the lady.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, Rabia, did you ever think a video game would become part of your proposal one day?
Hiç böyle bir oyunun böyle evlilik teklifine dahil olacağını düşündün mü Rabia?
Açıkçası hiç beklemiyordum. Çok sürpriz oldu. Çok heyecanlandım. Tabii ki bir gün hani evlilik teklifi alacağımı biliyordum ama böyle bir yerde olacağını bilmiyordum. O yüzden çok sevindim. Çok heyecanlandım. Güzel bir sürpriz oldu benim için.
She was really excited. Actually she knew that she's going to get a proposal today.
Oh.
But she didn't know that like it's going to happen here.
Okay. I'm going to ask as well, obviously, PUBG Mobile. Is there any way you could integrate some PUBG Mobile into your wedding, perhaps? Any ideas how you could bring gaming into the actual wedding day?
Şimdi şöyle bir soru var. Düğünde PUBG Mobile ile ilgili bir şeyler olacak mı? Sizi kostümle görecek miyiz? Elinizde böyle tüfeklerle ya da böyle sürünerek mi çıkacaksınız böyle, bilmiyorum. Öyle bir şey düşünüyor musunuz?
Vallahi daha hiç bu konu hakkında bir şey düşünmedik ama ya olabilir, neden olmasın?
Really didn't think anything about it, but
Okay.
I think he's enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, now it could be a thing. Well, I mean congratulations to you both. No longer just a duo, a team for life here now as well. Before we let you go, any thoughts on honeymoon? Anywhere you want to see around the world? Where are you thinking of going to celebrate your wedding?
Adam çok güzel bir şey söyledi. Artık duo değilsiniz, ikili bir ekip, artık bir takımsınız dedi. Ve balayı için bir şey düşünüyor musunuz? Nereye gidelim? Miramar var.
Yani Japonya'ya
Sanhok var.
gitmeyi düşünüyoruz
Japonya
açıkçası.
olur,
Evet.
orası da olur.
Bir Japonya tatili yapmayı planlıyorduk.
Yeah, they want to go to Japan.
Oh.
Actually, we were talking about it.
Yeah, what a place.
They got it all planned.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Well, before you leave as well, your first wedding gift, we have something for you both to take away with you. We have these just here. Thank you very much. Some wedding gifts for you both here. There's T-shirts, there's hats, there's a scarf. So obviously when you're planning your wedding as well, there's a mouse pad in there. There's everything you'll need. You could even put your wedding shoes in the bag. I mean, it's the perfect wedding gift.
Also, mine has diapers in it.
It does? Wow. It's one of our partners, Kelmate here, part of the show. Congratulations again. Tebrik ederim, and all the best with the wedding. Thanks so much for being here with us. Should we give them a big round of applause as well, folks?
Bu arada Kelme'ye teşekkür edelim hediyeler için, sponsorumuz, ve bir kez daha alkışlar Oğuzhan ve Rabia çifti için.
Come on!
Teşekkürler.
Put your hands together.
Teşekkürler.
For our soon-to-be newlyweds. I love that. On that note, let's head back to the casters. What a moment. We're all beaming with smiles here. This is amazing.
Her şeye tanık olduk, vallahi çok mutluyuz. Şimdi tekrar analize dön.
You love to see it. You love to see it. He's the gamer. He proposed at a gaming event. And she said yes. So, congratulations.
Wow, I had a really spicy taco, dude. That was crazy. It's remnants are right there. Let's get that out of frame.
Get that out of frame. Come on.
Oh,
goodness me.
It was a spicy taco, man. That's really got me good. But you know what? That was a very nice scene, touching scene. Why did I not do that?
Are we going to get
Still
hired
there.
to commentate their wedding? Is that what's going to happen if it's PUBG Mobile wedding?
I bloody hope not. I'd do a terrible job. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's... Just like BWNRX didn't give an invite to Regnum Carya, but they went anyway. So, there's always hope.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to go, I mean, they're strangers to you. You realize?
Yeah, no, that would be so weird.
I am very happy for them. I don't know them.
I don't know who these guys are, but they're doing pretty great. Happy for those.
I mean, if I was invited to the wedding, though, I probably would go.
Do you think? If they send you an invite?
Yeah, I'll courtesy.
It depends where it is, I think.
Yeah, if it
and
was
how
in
much
Turkey,
it would cost to go
probably
there.
not. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd
probably is going to be in
respectfully
Turkey.
decline.
Yeah. I'd
Wishing
send
you
a
all
gift.
the best.
I'd send a gift if they invite me.
I get sick on the plane.
Yeah. Also, the plane costs a lot of money, and that's a lot. I'd send a gift. That's what I'd do.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Via plane. BWNRX, they're going down there. Pretty bad stuff. I do like that the Regnum Carya really pushed it to the limit. Right at the end here to get as many points as possible. Silas was not giving up easy. It's a lovely nade over the top, and then request the rest of the team comes in for backup. I think, there was a possibility to deny those points, like you were saying, for TTQ, but I actually don't think Regnum Carya even gave them a chance to. I can see that BWNRX were another 8-pointer. So yeah, overall, BWNRX don't look terrible on the point scoreline. They're consistently in the top 5 every single game today. Yet somehow, every time we have been disappointed when they've gone down.
Yeah, it is quite confusing,
Are we
right?
harsh?
It's a bit of a bamboozle. No, I don't think so. That's the thing. I think what's happening is BWNRX are getting a lot of their points today have been elims, and I think that is important to know. They've been getting involved in fights early, right? And getting a lot of reward for that. But then in those moments where it's more focused on the specifics of the play itself, it does start to fade. Regnum Carya in second. They did manage to tie with the Boars, and they win because, and of course, sometimes you think, well, they have less placements, or fewer placements, rather. What's going on?
Whoa,
Regnum Carya, with
whoa.
that chicken dinner, winning that one out on the
The,
tiebreaker.
less
77
placements,
in
was it?
second. I corrected myself.
Less placements.
I've corrected myself right there, right then. And Falcons bringing up the rear on fourth place, 74. 12 points ahead of Flux, and so many more points ahead of K1.
Is it more works? Are you allowed to say more?
Yeah, I'm allowed to say it. You're
Okay.
not, though.
Right. Yeah, okay, so, well, Falcons with a lot of additional points on side to Flux at 62 to 74. Double 77s, though. You know, that's the lucky number. And I think when you got the quad sevens there on the board, it's going to be hard to get Regnum Carya off. And in some countries, specifically, I believe, I think in Japan, double eights is quite lucky.
I'll believe you. Second page, though. 10th place, BWNRX, 45. Not ideal. That is not where they wanted to be. And their potential ceiling on today, which is kind of what we criticized them for, right? They have had, I think now, 3 opportunities to get maybe 7 or 8 points more. You add that up, all of a sudden, they're on like 65 points. They're close to 70 points. They are contesting for those top spots if they take those opportunities forwards. But they have denied themselves that opportunity cost and have had a pretty big shocker because of it. They're on 45 now. And if it keeps happening, they are going to get counted out at this stage.
Yeah. We're going to head to a quick break and we'll be back very shortly. See you guys soon.
cauchemar. Oh, je me le fais dans vos yeux. Au clair de ma tête.
Welcome back to the PMSL. We are heading on in for match number 4. They just keep rattling on as we go headlong into our final Erangel. Right, we're going to have 3 today total. We've had 2 already. We've seen some pretty interesting results from those 2 as well, but we've still got a third left to chew through. Then we'll be heading on over to Miramar for a double billing. So we've reached the halfway mark on the entire tournament blank. We've had of our 18, but well, actually, technically that's not guaranteed, but of the 18 matches we could potentially be playing, we have seen 9 so far.
That's correct. I too can count to the number 9, but 10. I always struggle on 10. But that's what we're going to go to right now.
What do you mean I have to write 2 things? It's one number.
Yeah, I know. Wild. But I've always remembered it as just 1-0. So it's really easy for me. So I'm kind of the best at it, personally.
Count and hexadecimal, just go to A. You'll be all right.
What? That's crazy.
Hexadecimal, yeah.
What? That's crazy.
Goes
anyway. What? That's crazy. Anyway, we're going to be heading over towards Erangel next, which is coming right up. And hopefully that BWNRX can get a little bit further than top 5. Right now, very much struggling to stay ahead of the game here, stay ahead when it gets to those final moments. I think the stress is getting them to a little bit.
Yeah, for BWNRX, they have dropped the ball repeatedly towards the later stages of the games, despite having some good results, consistent results, and within striking distance, potentially, if they have a crazy glow up. It's not super. I'm not super hopeful, right? Because it's not like with Flux at the moment where it's like, oh, they're just going down even before they have these opportunities. They are getting to the point where they have these opportunities and they are fumbling them, right? So in my mind, that's a bigger indicator of a team that doesn't really have it in them today, certainly, to be able to step up than a team like Flux who is just like making some very early game basic mistakes, right? And not even being able to put themselves in those scenarios to profit on the games that they're being played in.
Yeah, they're hurting because of it. They're definitely hurting because of it. We'll see what they can do, basically, because I think at this point it is getting a bit of a problem for them, though it also must feel pretty bad for them because they're almost there each time. You know, they're clawing away at the points. Not a lot of the points are coming off the wall here, but there is enough where it's a case of we're not out just yet. You know, we're not down for the count. You know, we may be on bended knee, but there's still potential for us to get back up and get back into it. It's a stressful position to be in. I think some teams kind of probably do take solace in the fact that we've made it as far as we can go. Right now, BWNRX, they're struggling though. Right now, they're just constricted by a lot of these other teams towards the top side who are just outperforming them consistently. But there's still a chance there. There's still a chance there to escape from that constricted grip that seems to be having them in a bit of a chokehold right now.
Yeah, it is difficult, and we are going to start to count teams out as we go down these tables as time goes on. I mean, yeah, we've started to discount the teams towards the bottom of the tables, but that bar is going to rise and rise.
We're not going
rise.
to EWC.
EWC.
You're not going to EWC. You're not going to EWC. It's me.
Oh, you're the okay. That's fair, right? Oh well,
yeah, that's right. I decide.
So the team should be friends with you, is what you're saying, because otherwise.
No, because I don't do biases either.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, can you return the parcel I've sent to you, please?
Sorry?
Can you return your present I've sent to you then? So what's the point otherwise?
No.
I was trying to get in your good books. I was trying to get a qualification spot. There's only 4 spots.
Present them. Should not send me a present because that's mine now.
That is on me, I guess.
You're not going to EWC.
Wait, no. Come back. Anyway, that bar is going to start to rise, right? And it is sort of looking pretty shaky for the teams that are below half the scoreline of 4th place. I think there's something going on the stage, though. Let's take a look.
Potentially. Oh, it's just the stage. It's just the stage. Don't worry, guys.
All right.
We thought maybe something was happening. It was just S2G roll-up flag. Damn.
Anyone
Really
want
took me
to
by
propose
surprise.
to anyone else? Is that going on again? Are we doing more of that? Can we get another one?
More proposal.
Yes.
It's like a domino
back-to-back
effect.
proposal. That's what we need.
One person proposed, everyone else got to start proposing. It is
Or like
sort of like
speedrun proposals, you know?
It's like extreme kiss cam.
Yeah, commit for life right now as
Yeah.
a joke. It's very funny. Oh dear. But we are going to be not wasting any more time. We're going to be heading on into our 4th match of the day. 4th match of day 2. Our last Erangel of the day. Match number 11. How many different ways can we talk? Wait, match number 10? Rats. How can we talk, say this match in any other way? I don't think we're going to be able to. Either way, it's Erangel, and it's now.
It's the 6th Erangel.
Oh, I like it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the 2nd map before Miramar.
Also pretty good.
Yes.
2nd map before Miramar?
Yeah, there's 3 maps total before Miramar, right? And they're all Erangel.
No. Sanhok as well.
Oh, I guess, yeah. Sorry, I should have been more specific. You're right. Immediately prior to Miramar. The 2nd map immediately prior to Miramar, it's another Erangel.
It is. There you go.
Oh, Papara SuperMassive. Hang on a minute. Let's talk about the actual game, because they've dropped down towards the military base. Who are they going to be dropping on towards? Ida, normally dropping in this, on this location. They have neighbors.
Well, you have to fight this location anyway, because if you drop on the northwest side of Sosnovka, there is a limited amount of vehicles, so you have to fight it. So likely they're going to come into contest with one another. For Falcons, very happy on this circle. Get up towards Pachinki nice and easily. And bam, that is a very northern circle over towards Severny, Yasnaya, and Stalber. And once again, we are having the Tokyo drift on the plane. It's always fun to see.
I love it. That's my favorite part of the game. When the plane just sort of says, you know what? 45 degrees right now. Check me out.
Pull up.
Yeah. Terrain. Big old warnings being sent out to the pilot's cabin. But either way, he's off the screen now. He's gone. Back to the airport with him. We don't need him any longer. Not on Erangel anyway. Fuel up for Miramar on the next run. But we have to get underway with this one. And still no casualties on the south side. So it seems like Papara SuperMassive not going to fight with Ida.
No, likely one team will have lost out in terms of vehicles, though, which will hurt them in the long run, in terms of whether you get to go towards C block or not. Regnum Carya now in 2nd place, 77 points. S2G with 88, and yes, 8 is a lucky number in Japan, so for Sarah, happy days.
Ooh.
And it's lucky because the character for 8, it kind of like widens out towards the bottom. And that widening of the character means growth and prosperity.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Apparently it's also considered lucky in Chinese.
Sorry?
The number 8 is also lucky in Chinese culture.
No.
Yeah. So that's 2 countries where it's a lucky number.
Oh, it's just in Chinese, it's associated with prosperity. It sounded like word wealth.
Well, that's first place, right? First place means wealth. Get a lot
Yeah,
of money
there's big wealth
35
coming
grand.
that way. No Chinese players though here. So
No, it's more pertinent what you said. I was just
yeah, you're just tacking on to what I was saying.
Yeah, you know what you said. I also am part of that.
Yeah, I think you should have.
Oh, not again.
You're not having your present back.
No. At least it wasn't that
S2G
expensive.
on the road again.
Heading on
Just
out.
can't wait.
With both their 8s.
Get back. On that road again.
Do you know what the next line is?
I thought I could trigger you, it just didn't work.
No, I know where it's from. I just don't know what the next line is. I can't remember this. I can't remember the line, the next line of the song. I know that first bit. That's a famous song.
He goes, "Where's my waffles?"
Oh, he does say that, doesn't he? That's what he always says.
That's the signature phrase.
Is Shrek a dated reference now?
Shrek like 8's coming out soon.
Is it? Goodness me.
Yeah.
I feel like Shrek may start to be a dated reference.
No,
Shrek.
never.
Okay, Shrek 5 is coming out in 2026.
Yeah, I told you.
Wow. That's kind of crazy. Oh, Zendaya's in it. Wow. That's interesting.
Is it Zendaya or is it Zendaya?
Yeah.
I've always said Zendaya.
Okay. I don't know what the real answer is.
I had a friend in school called Daya, and her name was spelled Eaya. That's why I do it.
Was she nice? Was
She was pretty nice.
Was she a Hollywood actor?
No, not as far as I'm aware.
Okay, well,
I haven't talked to her in a long, long time.
yeah, maybe we should check in. You never know who could suddenly become a Hollywood actor.
Yeah, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, that's fair. Carya, at the moment, or Cara, or Cara, depending, right? Going on those pronunciations of the two A's, split by consonant, could potentially run into Fireflux, but they diverge on their paths. The circle did pop all the way up to the northeast side whilst we were yammering on, and it does mean that those teams over towards the south edges are going to have to move quite quickly, grouping up around Yasnaya. And now the river that flows from that lake, right, is an interesting feature here. It forces teams to approach from one of two angles towards the center of this next circle, one of which is covered by the Yaz fields, the other of which pushes you and isolates you towards the northern side. So it would be interesting to see where teams try and prioritize.
I think we've not seen like a huge amount of action over towards this side of the map either, John, honestly. Especially around the lake that sits around Yasnaya. Not always the easiest spots to play, especially with like the staging up towards that north side. I think we saw this in league stage with day 2, I think it was, with Ida winning over towards just underneath Stalber. My god, we really are Tokyo drifting right now. But yeah, I think that's one of the few times you've actually seen it. I am curious to see how teams play this now, because it would have been with vastly different teams as well, as we were in our group format. We were chopping and changing each day.
Yeah, consistent 16 leads to more matured, more developed early game rotations as teams get the research done. But with Papara SuperMassive kind of sending anywhere and everywhere, it's pretty interesting, right? It does shake up the dynamics of wherever they end up going. Fortunately, at the moment, it's not going to do too much, given that they are just in Sosnovka still, yet to really get on their way, still looting through. But it can change things up here on Erangel, so still a little bit of excitement, a little bit of malleability, potentially. Nobody going down just yet, Blank, and we are into our 8th minute of play in match number 4 today. So, who's going to be able to find it? Who's going to be able to get that first elim?
Yeah, it has been pretty damn slow overall here on Erangel. I think a lot of teams are very cautious of how they want to play this now, and as it heads up towards that north side, you do expect a lot of the rotations to be a lot more cautious. We have not seen a huge amount of circles in this area. Teams to be very careful in how they're rotating in. Hikari will spot one, and that's over towards S2G as they lap them in pace.
Yeah, S2G coming in from that far west side. They do turn around. It looks like, yeah, I was gonna bring this up. I don't think it would be out of the question to see a wide wrap following their old rotational path for S2G. They just go back out, go in around that sort of school apartments area, try and push in from there, and see what they can get done. Falcons a little bit closer to the center. 2-2 split. Bra as well. looking pretty set right now in this eastern side of the central glut of teams, and they have spotted a player from FUT. Looks like that may be our first elimination. A player from Carya has gone down, though. And they are beaten to the punch there, coming through for Elvis.
Gekta getting spun out. Taken down. FUT now in 16th place. Man, what has happened to this team? It really just does not seem like the same kind of squad I'm used to from days gone by. There's a tiny little notification, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got the first airdrop as Lux. He's getting it done. Getting that loot on board. So, we have had our first casualties. 2 players going down, and maybe soon a third for FUT. Sprat try and poke their noses in. Will be rebuffed. I believe that's Falcons on the north point. There's Ida trying to push in from the southeast side, leaving from Milter, and Milter Power going over the north of prison and straight into the waiting arms of Easy Fanboy, who, as we know, is a powerhouse. You can see he is absolutely shredding through the rest of the lobby. Nothing really anyone is doing against it. There was some close calls, but he's been alive quite a lot today and doing a lot of work. So we'll see how much more he can do here. A little bit low on ammo, though, so might struggle there.
Definitely. He'll have to get back on the bike and keep it moving. Ida lose 1 in Rita. Unideal for them. As we head over towards Sosnovka Way, a lot of the important compounds in this area as well, which many a grand final's been won on. So Firefly's currently in quite a strong position. Falcons playing a 2-2 split. Plus 2 compounds is nice. But I think it's stage 3 where things are going to get a little bit different.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested in the Regnum Carya position mostly, like right in that Yaz compound, right? Those Yaz field overlook compounds, dead in the center of the circle. In 8 seconds, we'll find out if that's going to stay strong, though.
Yeah, it's very much a confirmation of does this go west or east? Or equally, it could just head down towards the south side. I'm not expecting a northern shift, but there you go. Cruel one at that as well, straight over towards the fields and the lake. Towards Yasnaya, this is rough to play in. Most teams quite upset about this one, I would say. Regnum Carya pretty happy. This gives them a lot of time to figure out positioning into the future.
I mean, they've got that compound, right? In the crook of that road bend that leaves an open ridge. A really effective compound to hold. They're just going to sequester themselves. They've got Thunder Talk across the road here. Sometimes you'll see teams go for a 3-1 or a 2-2 with the compound where Regnum Carya sit and this position. But Thunder Talk being in this spot actually is probably kind of good for Regnum Carya on this hold. It's unlikely that Thunder Talk are going to try and push away right now. They want to control that river crossing just in case they have to swing pretty wildly over on the north side. It'd be very, very unlikely. But Thunder Talk being in that region helps Regnum Carya out, I think.
Yeah, it does. They don't really have to worry about too much. I mean, all of Pizza Slice being open on that northwest side, like, easy approach for them. S2G's been wrapping down towards the south for quite some time. BWNRX just moved over towards Rozhok. Yeah, pretty difficult. Pretty difficult to play this one through.
And these sight lines that you can see from Toshbik is why this compound is so highly valued. You have the cover of the wall. You can take these shots out into all the open ground. Anyone who rotates, you see it. You know what's going on. Carya lose another player. K1, though, they're getting lit up from the sidelines as Barsay take the shots out their way down from the south side of Yasnaya. They do want to confirm on Deposer, but CEO later answers with one of his own. He's on the roll-up. Easy for Bad Boy now, the last to stand here, and needs to be careful. Knows there's a player in there, but he keeps getting licked by damage from every which way, and there's the bounce that CEO later was looking for. I cannot believe that Poser is still alive here.
It is wild that he stays alive in that situation. But good stuff. Really, really good stuff. K1 suffer the explosions in the Wizard Tower. Color on our screen right now from Falcons currently down towards that southern edge. Good shots from Fenerbahçe though.
No, not going to happen. Tries to hop in the vehicle. Navallo lit up. The blue zone was upon him as well. So 3 Falcons remain. Carya still out in the open. And Fenerbahçe at the top of these apartment blocks, just taking sight lines over towards them. I mean, they're not dead. And it's so incredible that Carya is still alive, but they're going to have to move after this circle just popped. They saw the Falcons off in the distance. Are going to try and keep that spray down going. Navallo actually getting rescued here. You can see him moving in the vehicle as well for Falcons, so they want to get that res. Unfortunately, does get plinked away. Will not be able to make it the full distance.
Fenerbahçe, I would say they've got one of the stronger positions on the map right now, over towards the south side of Yasnaya. A lot of available room to play in and a lot of good sight lines over throughout the rest of this. By the way, cannot believe that BWNRX made it to here. They really were not decided on where they wanted to go, and they actually wrapped back around from Rozhok towards this position. It's not bad though, and it will keep them in the game for some time. FUT Esports looks rocking the P90.
Nice one. Nice little pickup there. Able to do quite a lot. Black Esports over from the north side, rolling on in and running over the competition. On the southwest, though, plenty of action happening and everyone into the vehicles. Going to look to try and play these open areas. Carya obviously in that central position. Got more teams trying to break out into the field. The Falcons crunched between the brick work and the bonnet there. They're going to lose another player, no doubt about it. But Sarah has fallen. Hamzy low. Icy knocked as well. The Falcons want their retribution. Ralph sidling on in. Has Redox as well to help him on out. 2 players alive for them to deal with. So it's a straight up 2v2. The nade looks good on Kelsey. Doesn't quite get the full knock though. And Icy, in the meantime, is flushed away. So it is a pure 2v2 now.
S2G not having the greatest of endings to their day. That is a bold run out coming through from Kelsey as he gets back in towards the building. Hamzy G with the bow and arrow as well, looking to be a hunter.
Hopefully not turning into the hunted as Redox sidesteps the spray, goes around it again. He's looking for style points, Hamzy G. I feel like this may be a little bit too bold, but the Falcons fall. That gives Fireflux an entrance, but they've only got 1 player alive, blank. 75 points is where the Falcons end for now. As the Fireflux team do get eliminated as well. So maybe Carya could survive and try and close the gap a little bit. Although all eyes are on them, and they've got to fight with BWNRX, who are looking to turn up the heat here. Can't let this opportunity go. Wait, how are they here? They were in Yas.
Well, they were on the side of Yas, and then they just razzed it down here via vehicles. No one really was looking their way. And again, I think Barsay just sort of let them through. Gave them a pass on this one. S2G up to 92 points. And the Falcons, they really got to pick their feet up. It's been an okay day today, but nowhere near enough has been done. I think their last 2 Miramars will have to be incredibly potent. Put themselves in a better position for tomorrow. Funny to me that Barsay just lets the boys from BWNRX through. But Carya is going to feel the full brunt of their force from the north side.
Ooh, Solke cooks himself. Unfortunate. Eren also led on the south point of Yasnaya. A lot of teams currently hiding in Yasnaya. You can see, obviously, Fenerbahçe. You've got the remnants of Ida. You've got Barsay. As the circle does go away from the Regnum Carya compound here. This is where it gets interesting because the buildings in Yaz are still in. This makes it nasty. BWNRX feeling pretty good about themselves right now.
I would say they're in a good position. It's a small little ditch to play in, but it's fantastic to work with. And again, a lot of teams can't get close enough for it to be a real problem. Also, the remnants of Carya should keep them fairly safe. Regnum Carya, taking some pot shots at the moment. Okay, yeah, this is old move from TTQ.
I mean, they were on the compound to the north of Regnum Carya. There weren't too many options here. Could potentially have tried to swing up to Yasnaya and had to go over there, but instead, they send towards the tower, and Nico with a nade. Probably thinks he's still on the inside there. We'll go for the bouncer. And Lewis will evade the damage for now. Instead of getting the res onto Striker. Oh, no. Does manage to start tagging it. I thought he was going to heal himself there. That could have been pretty nasty. And he's giving his first aid over. Oh, good guy, Nico. And they're dead.
And they got.
Oh, dear.
GG. Kelsey down in the ditch. Looking to stay alive. That's a good shot from Bra. Hamzy G will now have to pull out something special. Is it going to be the bow? That's the question. I want to see a shot come through.
I'm really wondering why he's doing that.
Arrow tips. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just found another weapon.
Okay. I mean, if he's still got it now after they have the bodies of the Falcons to loot through, then I'll be very confused. His teammate goes down. It's just Hamzy G down in a dip. 2 teams on either side of him, hiding out in the smoke. It's like Aussie's backing off a little bit. And they'll bide their time. Regnum Carya, look at him mount up. Get a little bit further into this one. And down he goes.
4 elims. Not terrible. Not great either. Feel finish, though. Horrid. One of the worst. No one enjoys this. It's going to be very difficult. A lot of these ditches, though, down towards the south side do provide you with a little bit of cover to play with, but we're moving further and further away from them. Bra is looking to take themselves out of contention for the bottom spot versus FUT. Barsay, though, 8 limbs on the game, able to get themselves a much, much better amount of points here. That being said, they have had one of the stronger location over on the western side. Balls make their way over towards Bra. Again, this is a typical Boars play. It is going to work out.
Maybe not. I mean, they do go down. I don't know how many points they were able to get. They got 5 elims on the match. They end on 82. 10 points behind S2G, who are still in first place. But Regnum Carya looking to try and roll in and third party this fight. Black Esports thought they were the third party. Well, in fact, they've just been 4th, 5th partied, maybe, I think, at this point. And a nade finds Lord Cedric, who I don't think they needed to get into this ditch. I feel like they didn't need to step this far forward, and they are being punished for it. But they have found 2 players onto Regnum Carya in response, but it's only Aussie now, and he is getting backed up. The blue zone starts to close, 30 seconds. Koshbik close by, suppressing the angle, and he will find the shotgun shut down. Very nice stuff from Regnum Carya. 6 elims, 83 points. They're tied up and beating Boar right now on the tiebreaker, chasing down S2G as 7 teams remain.
Regnum Carya, those 6 elims. Lovely stuff from them. And that was the push you have been looking for a long time, John. Getting yourself extricated from that western side as well. Not easy. They really had to pick their moment. I think it's certainly something that Silas is very good at doing. And
I feel like the big story for me is that the Fireflux team still didn't do anything this match, right? Sure, Falcons didn't get too far away, but again, this is the 4th match today where Fireflux have just been evaporated, not doing anything. They're down in 5th place now, and they really haven't moved much. It's 4 points on the day so far. It's looking pretty dire. On a 1-point average per map, they're going to need to glow up on Miramar.
Enzo. Take some shots. FUT definitely don't want to end up down towards the bottom of the tables. I think right now going in 7th wouldn't take them over Bra anyway. It would be in 16th. Barsay, a little bit of pride on the line for them here. For BWNRX though, John, I have not talked about them much this game, but I'm going to curse them right now because it's crazy. They're once again in a fantastic spot, but tell me truthfully, do you have any confidence of them closing this game out?
No, because what happens is Regnum Carya roll up and they die, right? And Regnum Carya in a position to roll up and for BWNRX to potentially go down here. I mean, there's a backstop as well. You got Barsay across the way. They essentially just have to win a straight up head-to-head with Regnum Carya at this stage. It's just like last game.
Just like last game. Though last game, I will say that BWNRX was slightly weakened at that point, but they had a lot of time to figure out what their next move was. A lot of time. probably Quicksilver amount of time, but even so, weren't able to do anything with it. Game slows down now. It will be very snaky going into the future. That is a nice pickoff. Oh, tries to scoop him. But it's a nice shot back from Ray Z on the Mini 14.
Keeps a little bit of a level head in that scenario. FUT trying to leave from Yasnaya as well. Fenerbahçe went out earlier though, which means that FUT now really struggling. Barsay taking shots out their way. Nades coming in as Regnum Carya getting closer to both Papara SuperMassive on this next circle and the BWNRX, who really aren't poking their heads up too much into this fight. They know that the suppression from the north side is there. It can get very, very dangerous. Regnum Carya still going to try and keep this one going. Papara SuperMassive lose one of their players on the off angle there.
Merciless. I was wondering what his game plan was there. He has a little sniff over towards the scenario and doesn't like what he smells. Sends back over. Regnum Carya do lose Loxy, which is, I think, a big hit for the team. Loxy is a significantly good player. When it comes to those late game scenarios, having him alive it can be the difference between the break or make moments.
Well, plenty of those still to come, I'm sure. Silas taken very low to a spray down from Pmsl. A nade sent on in. Two more in the pocket. Might connect, but not onto Silas, who was able to take very, very low. He's backed off, but the blue zone is pushing, and it is going to start to hurt. This is stage 7. You can see how damaging it is. You do want to stay away from it. Teams are going to start to move now, Blank. The blue zone forces them. Regnum Carya have a way to go. Papara SuperMassive, again, taking a lot of damage here. Barsay trying to stand up. They've got 10 elims so far this match, Blank, and they have a really solid position in the center of this circle. Papara SuperMassive still just keeping their heads down, but finally try and move out. And Erangel falls over towards Ida. Everybody's making moves, but no one really successfully puncturing this zone.
Is this the game where BWNRX does it? I mean, I'd like to see them get some more points, though. Just the 2 elims, or maybe this is a challenge for themselves. What if we do nothing? If we do nothing, we anger no one. Can we still get a chicken dinner? Is it possible?
They've really not flexed out. Regnum Carya using the smoke train to cover off from Barsay, who really are the arbiters of this circle. But Regnum Carya have the hill. They're looking to peek out towards BWNRX. They can't get out of this fight for too much longer. There were 13 elims on side, Blank, for Barsay. They have been on a monster of a game. As Kamikaze launches a nade over, doesn't quite connect. But Barsay, all 4 players alive, northwest side of the circle. BWNRX really not doing too much here. Might take some shots over towards Regnum Carya, but Barsay may change that. They flex one out.
Shots down towards BWNRX. They're taking damage. Fumbling a little bit. Zedwolf sends out a Molotov, but there needs to be more, and Zedwolf starting to struggle. Only 1 first aid kit here, and Barsay currently is surrounding them. Great shot from Frozen to open things up, and that'll alleviate the pressure slightly. First nade goes through over towards Kakali. Hits him hard. There's one over the top over towards nobody, but it gets flung so wide.
Elvis down. Nobody has to reposition. The blue zone's going to take him down here. The nade as well, helping on out. A lot of damage pouring on in. Wild trying to escape the spray. Gets behind the shack, and the teammate's not quite there either. Toshpik falls, and Papara SuperMassive looking to try and put a second chicken dinner on the day, Blank. Trying to turn this one around. Barsay in tatters over on the western side, but Papara SuperMassive have a little bit more to say. Wild takes 2, though, and that is going to change things up. 2 players alive for BWNRX. They have the numbers advantage. Silas is forwards, lost on a broadside. Trying to find it, he's chasing it down with a P90 in hand, goes for the spray. Far side of the rock, Lost connects with the first half of the spray, looks for the rest of Silas, but he cuts across. The P90, too terrifying, as BWNRX, they're back up to 3.
10 elims for Regnum Carya. For Barsay, 13. This is a big match in terms of performance, in terms of value. BWNRX, despite their safe positioning all this game, really have only able to accrue 3 or 4 elims during this match. Now with 4 left on the cards, potential for them. These are the final moments. It's time for BWNRX to prove that they're a team that can win a chicken dinner. That don't just fumble at the end. It will be important not only for the crowd that's cheering them on, but for themselves to prove something.
Also taking a long time to go for that res, and finally it does get enacted. I imagine they're going to be the team that is going to struggle the most. Regnum Carya have that high ground, the angles over towards them as well. Looks like BWNRX are out of nades. Otherwise, you'd be seeing them flying over towards Regnum Carya right now, or indeed over towards Barsay. But nothing just yet. The blue zone keeps the pressure on, though. At some point, they're going to have to peak. Kakali stands up. Neds are going to start to be run dry now. And a couple of nades still. Okay, Neha has one. Sends it over to Wild. Doesn't get the tag. No more now.
Silas down. Barsay stealing away these elims from BWNRX when realistically BWNRX do have an advantage from this side with a 3-man. Really letting a lot of these points slip away from them. There's one.
Wild goes. Third place 10 elims, a massive game for Regnum Carya. Again, they've been doing so well today, but BWNRX looking to close it down, and they do. But, again, not a huge game. They do put up a decent chunk of points. However, I think they may have gotten up to 15 points
16.
on that match total. 16 potentially if they've gotten the elims on side. It depends who was able to pick up those points in the final moments there. But for for BW Next Ruya, it has been a difficult day, and you can see it on their faces, right? They are not super elated to have found that chicken dinner. They feel like it's something that they maybe deserve from the other matches that they played today, and I would agree with that. I think that in general, it is a chicken dinner, but it's sort of a little bit ashen, right? It's not quite as potent as maybe you would have liked it to be.
I mean, they were absolutely cheering their heads off over on the stage just beforehand, like giving high fives and stuff. I think that it's fair enough. I think they were very happy to win that game personally. Although it's not a trailblazing win or anything like that. With only the 6 elims they're able to pick up at the end there. Despite all that, I still think that like I said, they had something to prove to themselves, less than to the rest of the lobby, that they could still get that win. 16 points is going to assist them in their run for the top in terms of their bidding. But again, I don't think it didn't feel like to me they were looking to finish that game with a ton of elims in the first place. I think they were looking just to finish that game with a win, just to show that they could do it.
I mean, fair enough. They did manage to clinch it out towards the end there as well. But Regnum Carya, I think they've done enough as well to take first place on that match, right? And now we're looking at teams being fairly across the board into the 90s in the top 3. With the Falcons and Flux going down early, though, that is going to make things a little bit contentious down towards the lower end. Actually, the Boars didn't do super hot in that last game either. So potentially a little bit of a 2-horse race. Let's take a look at the final moments of that match as we see BW Next Ruya looking to close it down. Oh, okay, yeah. So they did manage to get the Elam onto Wild. That's what I was missing there. And then finding these other 2. Racking up to 6. Yeah, fantastic stuff for BW Next Ruya to be able to get that chicken dinner that they were denied a couple of times before that. And they'll have a good time with it. But they don't get MVP. That goes to Barsay. The Elim Racking is just too strong. They get 6 and 725 damage as well for Elvis.
Yeah, Barsay had a great game too in terms of just elimination points total. If this will really rocket them out from the bottom of the leaderboard. And I think for Barsay, playing on that western edge just really did assist them in the long run in terms of those points they were able to accrue from that location. And I do think that BWNRX could have had some points for their own. I genuinely think that this game was just everyone on that squad said, let's play a little bit more passive. Let's wind our necks in. And let's just try and get a chicken dinner because we've been close today. So let's just go that extra couple of miles to make it happen. Here's our match statistics with Elvis picking up 6, but it is merciless with 1,000 damage done. A really gigantic match from him. See you later with the 2 grenade limbs. But a very, very short distance in terms of close range game. There, 241 meters was the max distance on that match. Remember, it was very, very slow at the start there. Hardly any eliminations going through.
Yeah, so it was interesting, right? There was a very, very slow start, and then we went to the Yaz Fields finishes, which are always incredibly chaotic. A lot of teams up towards Yasnaya as well, and teams trying to break out of it in turn. Our winning team, in fact, did do that. They did it very, very early. There were a couple of points during that match where we were very surprised to see BWNRX be where they were, right? It was like, hang on a minute, how are they on the north side of Yasnaya? Hang on a minute, how are they in the middle of the fields? And they repeatedly surprised us with those rotations. And the second surprise rotation into the middle of the fields was where they ended up winning from. They didn't get a huge amount of elims, but those 16 points will certainly help them on their way to potential greatness.
It will do. Again, massively just a game where getting those points, I mean, I felt it almost tried me up a little bit in terms of like seeing them so furious with themselves after that last match into everyone being quite happy and high fives all around for the end there. It does make me happy to see it. I think BWNRX, they know that they're a good team. They know that they've been on a really bad run. And I think they also know that likely they're not getting this EWC slot, but they don't want to go out shamefully in this final for the PMSL EU. They'd like to take it to the limit, realistically.
I mean, you say they're not getting a slot, but after that match, I think they're going to be on 61 points. And with the Falcons not doing super hot, there is potentially a slot that's sort of close by. I mean, given that they've got about a day and 2 matches left to play, there is potential there to jump up. If they can keep up the pace, and to be honest, if they can keep getting these sort of 7 to 11 sort of score bracket matches, which they've been doing every single game so far today, I mean, it's realistic that they could make it at this point. After that chicken dinner, they could have potentially made it with a higher limb count on that chicken dinner. But either way, they have kind of nailed it. I think we're heading over to the stage, though. We're checking out what's going on over there.
Vural yanımızda, Carya Espor. Burada mı taraftarları? Evet. Şimdi sana Vural hoş geldin tekrar.
Hoş bulduk, merhaba.
Önce hemen bir yine başarılar dileyim size turnuvada.
Teşekkür ediyorum abi.
İkinci gün bitmek üzere, 3'e yaklaşıyoruz. Ne hissediyorsun? Ortamması sizin için turnuva nasıl geçiyor? Kısaca bahsetmek istersen süper olur bize.
Benim ilk offline tecrübem. Takımı da 6 ay önce kurduğumuz için bence iyi. Sıkıntı yok yani. Her şey yolunda.
Şu an her şey okey mi?
Evet, evet.
So they just built up the team like 6 months ago. And he says, yeah, it's their first offline tournament. And he is really happy with it.
Amazing.
Like he has a belief that they're going to grow.
Yeah, and what's it been like for you and the team competing in front of this amazing crowd as well? They really enjoyed themselves, I presume?
Bu kadar seyirci önünde böyle oynamaları falan nasıl hissediyorsunuz?
Yani bunu oyunculara aslında sormak lazım.
Sen kendin nasıl hissediyorsun peki?
Benim için güzel, heyecan verici. Farklı bir tecrübe yani.
Yeah, he's really excited to play in front of these crowds, and he says that basically you have to ask the players how they're feeling.
Yeah.
Maybe if we can get a chance, we'll ask them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see, guess what's back? Back again. The Wheel of Wonder is here. I think we should give some prizes out maybe to some of you guys in the audience too. Would you like some prizes? Prizes are good. Yes.
Şimdi ödül kazanmak istiyor muyuz? Yine ödül dağıtacağız. Çarkımız geldi.
Yeah.
Tamam, süper.
So what we'll do is we'll have everyone here make as much noise as possible, and then if you'll choose the first person to win a prize, then we'll spin the wheel. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Şimdi zaten alıştınız çoğunuz ama yine şöyle bir şey yapacağız. En çok gürültü çıkaran seyircilerden birini Vural seçecek. Ona ödülünü vereceğiz. Sonra sırasıyla 2 kişi daha seçeceğiz.
Here we go.
Yeah, başladık, tamam.
Are you going to choose? Who's the first one? You choose. Okay. We've got to pick 3 people. The first one. Who do you think's the first one? Who do you... Should we go...
Bir dakika! Bir şey diyeceğim.
Who do you think? Who do you want to choose? Who do you see?
He wants to say something
Okay,
first.
go ahead.
Okay, stop.
Arkadaşlar duralım bir şey
One sec,
söyleyecek.
one sec.
Arkadaşlar burada 3 farklı tribün var. Ayrımcılık yapmayacağım kendi takımım diye. Her tribüne sıradan bir kişi seçeceğim. Bilginiz olsun. O yüzden ilk ama bizimkilerden başlamak istiyorum.
So he's gonna pick like one guy or girl from each section.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I love that.
Gözlerim... Şurada pembeli bir kız var.
Sağda.
Evet.
Hey,
The
there
girl
we
in the
go.
pink.
So in the pink sweater, our first person.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you want to spin the wheel now, and let's see what our first winner is going to get. When you're ready,
Şimdi
spin that wheel.
çevirebilirsin çarkı. Bakalım ilk talihlimiz ne kazanacak?
Not too hard.
Burada
because it
neler
will
var
just
ben
keep
hiç
going.
bakmadım bu arada. Maç aralarında da bilgisayarda olmadığım için görmedim. Çanta var.
Mousepad var, tişört var.
Pasta gelebiliyor. Abi
Pasta
çok üzücü
geliyor,
olur ya.
onu
Yeah, we've got
Bunu silelim.
T-shirts,
Bunları silelim.
in-game skins, we've
Aslan
got mouse
sağlık
pads,
tabii,
we've got the
Yeah.
whole lot here. So
Let us think about the
yeah,
pass.
you go ahead. You spin. Go for
Sen
it.
çevir, pası hiç düşünme abi.
Hadi bismillah.
Here we go. The wheel be spinning.
Bakalım ne geliyor.
And
Çok mousepad
it
verdik bu arada.
lands on...
Mousepad.
Hey, a mousepad.
Mousepad geldi. Olur mu?
Mousepad. Yeah.
Tamam.
Bilgisayarı
Mousepad'i
yok
We're happy
belki.
with that. We're happy with
Belki
that.
bilgisayarı yok.
Yok böyle yaptı bana.
Tişört alsam olur mu diyor.
Tişört mü
Olur.
istiyorsun? Tişört mü olsun?
It's
Tamam.
a t-shirt.
Tişörte
Ah.
çevirdik. It changed to a t-shirt. Okay,
It's a
it's
miracle.
perfect.
Okay, next person.
Şimdi
This
ikinci
section
kişiyi
here,
buradan
right, let's hear from
seçiyoruz.
you. Come on, make some noise. Come on. Where are we going? We've got a spotlight now as well, which is pretty cool. Oh.
Şurada küçük bir kardeşimiz var.
Hangisi?
Bu da çok zor özür diliyorum. Gerçekten. Şu
With the hat?
Evet.
Oh,
Orada.
here, this guy?
Yeah, this.
The tall one standing up.
Little.
The little one.
Yeah, yeah.
Just here? In the-
Yok şapkalı.
Here
Allah
with
kahretsin.
the hat? This
Tamam,
one?
the guy,
Yeah, this.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, just you
the
there.
kid with the
perfect.
hat.
Right. Let's spin this
Çevirelim
wheel
He
and let's see.
He immediately says t-shirt.
I really give it a spin, and we'll see. Here we go. It's going round again. We need some music while this is going.
Hadi bakalım.
Sure,
Tişört
what do you got, song
istediğini
tag?
belli etti ama.
Okay.
Ne geliyor?
Oh my god, it's a t-shirt!
It's a t-shirt!
T-shirt kazanıyorsun bizden.
Well, loving these t-shirts. Okay.
Süper.
One more from this section over here. So we got this section here. We need one more winner.
Evet
One
şimdi
more
oradayız.
Şimdi sonuncuyu seçiyoruz. Üçüncü çark
Sizin şimdi orayı
talihlisi.
çok az görüyorum bu arada.
Yaklaşalım mı oraya, ister misin?
Okay. Who's going to win this?
Işık tutabilir miyiz? Evet.
What are you thinking? Where are we going?
Çok az ses geliyor ama biraz daha yükselmesi
Biraz
lazım
yüksek
sesin.
mi?
Biraz daha yükselmesi lazım.
Louder!
Şu ortada bir tane beyazlı bak el sallıyor.
Ortada bir tane beyazlı el sallıyor.
Evet.
O çantalı
Evet.
kardeşimiz.
Evet.
Tamam, evet orayı seçtik.
Yes.
Merhaba.
Perfect. In the stripes. Okay. Don't watch yourself.
Sakin.
Be careful.
Sakin, just relax.
We'll come
It's
to you.
okay.
Okay, let's spin this wheel. Let's see what we get. There we go. Last
Üçüncü
time.
ödül bakalım ne olacak?
Yine
Gönlünden geçen.
mousepad çıkarsa yuva. 3 kere mousepad'i çevirmiş olacağım.
Okay, here we go. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. The Wheel of Wonder is going to present you with a
Çanta. Çanta okey
Yeah,
mi?
good. Hey, there we
You
go.
want a bag?
Bence güzel.
All right,
Okay
thank
mi?
you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much.
Teşekkür ediyorum.
Can we get a big round of applause, everyone, please?
Buralara bir alkış alalım.
Teşekkürler, sağ olun.
Thank you so much for joining us. Please go back.
And good luck.
Okay.
Bol şans turnuvanın
Sağ
kalanı
olun,
için.
teşekkür ederim.
Yok teşekkürler,
Thank
sağ
you,
ol.
thank you. Now,
Are we done? Bitti mi? Daha
Now we
game'imiz
think-
var mı?
now I think people might be disappointed that there was only 3 prizes.
Yeah.
How about you and I give away 5 more Kelime bags with goodies in them?
Okay, let me ask them in Turkish.
Ask them in Turkish, yeah.
Şimdi Adam diyor ki sadece 3 tane hediye verdiğimiz için biraz içiniz böyle buruk kalmış olabilir. Kelme'den 5 tane daha torba hediye verelim mi size? I think
they're in.
I don't know. Hediye vermeye devam edelim mi?
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're ready.
Well, we got 5 to give away. We've got 5 to give away. So should we start? So the most noise, we'll just pick people.
Yeah, we do it again.
Okay. So on the count of 3, the most noise, we'll try and pick one. We've got people here, there.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to have a massive thanks here to Kelme as well for providing the bags for us. Thank you guys.
Bu arada
Okay. On the count
Kelme'ye
of 3.
teşekkür ediyoruz. Tekrar Kelme'ye cidden çok teşekkür. Buradaki insanları çok mutlu ediyorsunuz.
Legends. Count of 3.
Okay.
3, 2,
1. Çığlık zamanı şimdi.
Let's go this way first. Where are we going to go? I'm coming
You
with
say
you.
first.
With you.
En çok bağıranı
Where are we gonna go?
seçeceğiz.
This way. Who should be first? We're here together. Who? We give it to. You choose. The lady at the back. The lady at the back.
Lady at the back with the glasses on.
T-shirt. Yeah, that's one. There's one there.
Tamam.
There's one there. Yeah, perfect.
Siyah tişörtlü, gözlüklü kardeşimizi seçtik buradan.
Let's go this way.
Let's
two
go
more,
this way,
two more.
okay.
Here we go. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Let me see some noise. Here we go. 2 more people. Let's choose 2. Let's choose 2. This guy's on shoulders. Where do you want to go? You pick one this way. I'll go this side. Pick one that side. Who
Pick
you
one
gonna
from that side.
Okay. I've never felt so popular.
Tamam,
in my
seni
life. This is
seçtim.
great.
Seni seçtim.
You've got one.
Üstünde
You've got one.
şapkalı PUBG Mobile şapkalı kardeşimizi seçtik.
You've got one.
Yeah, I got one.
Okay. Come on, let me hear you. Come on, scream. Let me come and see who I can find here. This young person here with a grey t-shirt. This one here. The grey t-shirt just here. There's another one there. We've got 2 more to give away.
2
Two
tane
more to give
kaldı.
away.
2.
This side somewhere here. Who should we go? Where should we go? Oh, wow. This is impressive.
We got this guy here.
We can't. These guys? No, we
Yeah,
can't get
these guys.
They have too many goodies already. Let's go to the back here. I tell you what, let's do one in the balcony here with the glasses. The glasses?
Şu gözlüklü arkadaşımız.
Yeah,
El sallan yukarıda.
And we need one more, come on! Scream!
Son 1.
Where should we go? Let's go. Where should we go? You choose. It's up to you. Last one's for you.
This fella,
He is screaming.
He was amazing. Yeah.
He is
Harika.
screaming.
Bu kardeşimizi
He is
seçtik.
screaming. Oh my
Tamam,
goodness.
5'i
Right.
tamamladık.
Let's head on back. Wow, that was amazing. Okay, there's obviously loads more prizes to give away. And those people watching at home right now, we're sorry you can't be here for this. You're missing the greatest day out ever. Time of the century. But that was real fun. More prizes over the weekends.
Yeah.
But for now, I guess we head back to the gang. We carry on with this fabulous show. What do you think?
Yeah. I think we have one more surprise after this game.
Oh, we do?
Should we tell them?
Mayor, it's up to you. Let's
Okay,
save it.
we're not telling them that.
Save it. We'll save it.
Ya, tamam, şimdi şöyle yapalım. Ödülleri verdik. Kelme'ye bir kez daha çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve evinde izleyenlere de şöyle söyleyelim. Eğer bu hediyelerden kazanmak ve bu müthiş e-spor etkinliğine katılmak istiyorsanız, PUBG Mobile oynuyorsanız, yarın son gün, tomorrow is the last day of the tournament.
Yep.
Gelmediyseniz kaçırmayın. Yarın burada olun. Siz de ödülleri kazanın. Siz de bu tecrübenin bir parçası olun. Şimdi maça geçiyoruz. Analiz masası hazır mıyız?
Let's head back.
Tankut ve Scarlett'teyiz o zaman.
Let's go, boys.
We shall indeed. I'm here with this, and we are going to be heading on into our Miramar section of today.
This one right here. This one.
Oh, I'm here with this.
This one's the good one. This one's
This
the good
guy.
one.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, good fun. We're handing out lots of rewards and prizes and skins and such. Yeah, it's been good. It's been great. I've been loving to see it. You know, great crowd interaction as well here in Istanbul. Not here in Istanbul because I'm in the UK, obviously.
They're in Istanbul.
And when they point to go back to us, guys, they are throwing it across the world back to us.
Yeah.
I mean,
amazing,
yeah, I wonder
really.
what direction they're pointing in. How they figured that out? Is it sort of vaguely northwest?
It's because the Turkish casters are up in the boost.
Yeah, no, I was sort of, I was. Significant dent in the gap between them and fourth place, so they are now part of the question. If they can find an answer, that'd be brilliant.
Part of the question, indeed. They are, absolutely. They made it back. Here are some highlights from our previous game. If you forgot, we're here to remind you of everything that went down. It was an interesting game over toward the fields. Always a pretty nasty place to reside on the map. The nades flew on over. Fenerbahçe getting torn to shreds by that one as well. Pretty crazy stuff. Nobody had a bit of a rough time there from Barsay. Not sure what his plan was overall. But BWNRX do clean up in the end, alongside with Papara SuperMassive, who got absolutely shut down by Silas.
Yeah, that approach not allowed. Regnum Carya also got very far into that match, and with the game that they found, they should be able to jump up towards that first place ahead of S2G. We'll have to wait and see exactly where the scores end up. But here we take a look at those scores earned on that match. You can see 20 points for Barsay. They actually take the top spot here because BWNRX only able to get 16 points on the game. Regnum Carya close behind with 15.
Yeah, Barsay with 20 points of the 14 eliminations in a second place. Beautiful stuff. BWNRX still not quite taking away that first spot, but they are in second this time around, so consistently climbing. And you're right, we were having a small conversation earlier on about how, if BWNRX can keep up this pace, then sure, they could get over towards that top spot. My thoughts on that, though, is that S2G's not even been able to keep up their pace, right? I think it is a hard ask for BWNRX now. They would have to play out of their minds going forward to stay in the running there. But they do get sixth place, 61 points. It is a great turn up from them and a good comeback on the day, honestly. They started, for context, on 17 points. So already over the 40-point margin here after 4 matches. So the conversion rate has been sublime. But these are our top 4. S2G, Regnum Carya in second place, tied up with S2G. Boars in third, and Falcons still lagging slightly behind, but still fourth place for the time being, with a good hefty amount of points ahead from Flux. Currently sat 12 points ahead of them.
Yeah, although that is a bit of a daunting gap. I mean, especially if you keep going down with sort of in the low single digits. We take a look at our second page. Papara SuperMassive on 49 points. Maybe just around the corner from jumping up to that first page. You can see the tiebreakers going pretty far up and down the tables there on that 49-point boundary. And then Barsay on 48 as well after the match they just had. They have catapulted themselves all the way up there. But it's FUT, it's BRA, it's TalQ. Not even making it to 40 points yet. 2 of them not even making it to 30.
Which is bad. It's very, very bad with BRA down on 27 and FUT on 25. I think it's more significant for FUT there with only 25 points, considering they are such a story team as well, yet only having the 25 points and the 10 placement points as well. It's tough stuff. I think BRA's almost worse, though, with the 6 placement points and 21 eliminations. So 27 total. It's good. It's better than FUT, but they really are not getting far into a lot of these games.
No, it's kind of difficult to even really sort of break down a lot of their gameplay because they're just not being seen towards these situations, in these fights, in these rotational end game scenarios. They are just losing early, and it is not super good for them. Same for TalQ, and same for quite a few of these other teams. Although once you get to, I would say Barsay, every team there has had a pretty decent result on at least one of the matches, right? Like obviously in that last one, Barsay had that massive pop-off. Fenerbahçe, it feels like they've been involved a couple of times. They've even got that chicken dinner as well. The first chicken dinner, indeed, of these finals went over to them. And everything else also sort of slotting into place for the teams as you climb on up the tables. The big the big stat that stands out to me here is the survival time. For Regnum Carya, they have been grinding that survival time out like there's no tomorrow. 3 hours and 45 minutes. That is almost, and that is an hour and a quarter more time in game for Wild than easy for Bad Boy.
Yeah, and again, for him to have so much less time there for survival, and almost like 1,000 more damage total. It's a crazy result for easy for Bad Boy. I'm very, very happy to see that he has done so well, and I think that again, we will see easy for Bad Boy in the future. You always do get these up and coming stars through like a lot of these types of events, and to make it all the way to the finals here, I think K1's very blessed to have him on side. Obviously, he's not doing all the work on that team, but he does do a significant portion of it.
Yeah, I think. I think it's always difficult to compare stats between teams that are in the middle of the pack, where they have that one standout player, and a team like Regnum Carya, like S2G, who have this big field of really strong players, and all of them are sort of not stealing each other's damage and stats, but they're sharing the collective stats over the course of it all, right? It would be interesting to see how up and down the tables, how that all weights out. I'd have to dive into some of the numbers there. But in general, I mean, especially when you look at Easy for Bad Boy, he is standing head and shoulders above the rest of the competition in terms of that performance. So you're right. This is a name you should expect to see repeatedly.
Yeah, into the future, 100%. We will be going in towards Miramar next. Now, there is a couple of teams that we did want to talk about very quickly. In particular, Flux, who had some very, very good games yesterday on Miramar. They almost hit up the back-to-back-to-back yesterday, which was incredible. Over on Erangel, getting a win there onto Miramar, and then getting a second place over on their final Miramar. It was very, very close, down to the wire. But since then, Flux have been a little bit lacking, let's say. But Miramar definitely was their stomping ground. So this is where they can really make up a lot of those points. It is far and in between that you do find teams that love Miramar so much and are able to perform very well on it. For instance, Alpha 7's one of those squads who has had storied success throughout the years of PUBG Mobile existing. They're very, very good at Miramar. It's one of their favorite maps. And overall, they can just roam and effectively eliminate a lot of squads there. Similar to Flux, they just like the long range. They really like the long range.
Yeah, they're into it. And I mean, you're right to highlight Flux going into this one. Their day so far, a travesty. They have been slipping. They started the day, I think it was 59 points. They have just basically gone nowhere with that advantage. They were in the top 4. They're now down in 5th, right next door to being in 6th. And if they keep going, obviously, I'm not going to be surprised if they don't make it onto the front page at the end of today. And I think that would be probably kind of correct to see that from them. So for Flux, need more. But are they going to be able to play into this? Are they going to be able to find that power on Miramar? I mean, if you look back at previous days' games, it's not like they were super Miramar specialists or anything either. I think all things considered, it was not something that sort of stood out to me about them. Potentially I'm wrong, but I don't remember them being particularly Miramar focused in the previous stages. It was just yesterday where they had these incredible games.
Yeah. We're going to head over towards the stage now because we're going to get into the game very, very shortly when the players are all ready. And there you go. Miramar already been teased out on our screen, and we're directly into the playing path. So let's get started with our first Miramar of the day before we close things out on the next. We are almost finished with the finals. 2 more matches and then one last day. Make your mark here at Pmsl EU.
The plane path here, cutting a track down the eastern coast blank, so players out who like to drop out on the west side are going to have a hard time. El Pozzo, potentially pretty accessible for the Falcons. Sorry, inaccessible. That's what I meant to say. I don't know if I did actually say it there. But this is a really very eastern plane path.
Yeah, quite difficult to head over towards the western side, honestly. I think for Falcons, they're probably going to have the biggest struggle of it trying to get over towards El Pozo. Papara SuperMassive, I think they drop over towards that west side as well. For FUT over towards Cruz de Valle, pretty nice early start for them.
We're just waiting for these teams to get down, get vehicles, get on the road. You can see the Falcons out very, very late towards the south side here. Potentially a backup drop for them, or they could be going for vehicles and sweep up that west coast. We'll have to wait and see where the circle is as our plane Tokyo drifts off the screen on the south side. Thank you very much. I think this should be the go signal for Falcons just to go back to El Pozo, right? You grab vehicles as fast as you can, you just get there, get looted, and play from that position that you know. See if they
Western
can make that
circle
way.
here. Tough for a lot of teams. For Falcons, though, I think it's quite nice. When if I was them, I would prefer not to be playing down here on the south side. I'd probably just wrap round to El Pozo pretty early. You know it's going to be open. Regnum Carya is starting in El Picado, so a very, very good spot for them to move out from. I always find Fenerbahçe starting in water treatment a little bit strange. It's not my favorite spot on the map to play around. Looks like they're going to go a little bit further this time, though.
Yeah, they'll drop off, grab another party bus. Bruh, making their way on in. No casualties just yet. No contests on the vehicles for anybody at the moment. Bruh, again, out fairly late to the west side of Los Leones. Just pilfering through these buildings. Grabbing as much as they can. You imagine they're going to get a couple of vehicles on board, get further into this one. Obviously, you've still got Chubasera, you've got Ladriera, Montenuevo. All of these areas haven't been taken up just yet. So the faster you can get to them, the faster you can loot through them. Should be nice and chill. This is Regnum Carya, who I believe headed out to Picado, and they'll be able to get all that done.
Barsay. Much better game. Last one. A lot of eliminations found there. Really strong spot that she was holding. I think Barsay overall were able to get a lot of points off the back of that one. Pretty happy to see it as well. 14 elims, John. It was ridiculous.
It was pretty crazy towards the final circles. They had such brilliant sight lines over towards the ridge on that south edge. They controlled it very nicely and obviously put up the firepower to be able to find those elims. So nice and chilled out. FUT, in the meantime, over by Cruz de Valle, trying to make their way up through that northern side. Regnum Carya, seems like they are happy with the loot that they've got, and they want to get closer to this next circle. Maybe even over towards Montenuevo. There's K1. They are more content to loot the south side of Los Leones.
It's probably going to be a quite slow game, actually, to start off here as well. Heading over towards that western side. I think most teams are just going to try and get looted up and then make their way on over. Because realistically, there's not much point to be taking many fights this early on. Especially when you've got a long ways to go to get towards that west. Boars, we know, are probably just going to send it down, though, eventually. BRX Esports from the first to head over towards that western side, though. They head over towards Montenuevo and Regnum Carya making their approach too.
BWNRX as well, bobbling over the defilades here near water treatment. A couple of teams pulling up around this area as well, so it could be a little bit dangerous, but for now, they'll chill. They'll be okay for the time being. Oh, the most conflict we've seen in a while, I think. BRX Esports have spotted Regnum Carya.
Yeah, it's pretty silly how long this game has gone already. 6 minutes. Still 64 players. No one's taken a lick of damage. TTQ's taken a little bit, but I imagine that's from falling.
Same for K1. Could be crashing as well.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. I think most teams we're getting to that stage of the tournament now where teams are so cautious on getting towards that end game because that's where they know points matter the most. Everyone's learning each other's rotations off by heart, so they're able to get through these early games with ease.
Oh, okay. Fenerbahçe, though. Under the front bumper of BWNRX. They may have to fight this one. I don't know if there's too many other options, or they could just let them pass, let them go through. Depending on how much they value this area. So they'll turn around, disengage. Again, not happy with it, but they do exchange trades there. You can see BWNRX took quite a bit of damage there over to Kakali. He's healing that one back up, but finally we have a knock, and the first Elim comes through. So BWNRX finding Fenerbahçe, finding a player early. This is over towards La Driera. This is just north of it. BWNRX want to control those hills. The topside access to this sort of area can be incredibly profitable. That's a lovely bald head there in the picture-in-picture. Big fan.
Yeah, getting some work done, I guess, on the side. Not sure what was going on there.
I really enjoyed that, actually. Can we get
Agent 47 in the crown? He's got a mission that he's on, apparently.
Well, I hope not. Goodness me. Good thing we're not there.
Well, Agent 47 would never come after me.
No, you're too chill.
Yeah.
Your vibes are too good.
Well, I also have no ambition, so there's no reason that an assassin would be out for me.
Yeah. What do you want to do this weekend? I don't know. You know that blank fella?
Don't need to take me out. I'm just here huddled underneath some blankets, that's all.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I've got cats. I'm being you right now. That's my roleplay of you.
I'm chilling. I'm
chilling.
Cats.
No, chilling. Yeah, that's what you do. When I don't observe you, that's what happens. I'm chilling. I've got cats. Those are the two things you say.
It's roughly correct. I mean, I go for walks now and again. And
yeah, that's chilling.
I chill and then I've got cats. It's kind of on the money there.
See what I mean?
And then I cast now and again.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Absolutely. Montenuevo circle. And we are going to crunch our teams pretty close to one another. You see they've been avoiding each other at arm's distance for a while now, but I think that's going to have to change. As the west point starts to fill up, Montenuevo on that west quadrant, a lot of teams looking to put their foot in.
Gabri. Take some shots. That's from Bra. Down the hill. We've only lost the one player over on Fenerbahçe to BWNRX. Now, if BWNRX can keep up that pace on today, I would happily call today a miracle run from BWNRX. Despite all the trials, despite all the tribulations, this will have been a fantastic day. I'd even say it's a fantastic day if BWNRX are able to get 10 points on both these Miramars. I think even just that would be ridiculous going into tomorrow and would save their run.
Yeah, it would definitely give them that breath of life, potentially infuse them invigoration. That's what they need. They want to keep that ball rolling. Fireflux, they're taking a knock. K1 locked in with Fenerbahçe. This is in Montenuevo, towards the crossroads that sit to the eastern part of the town, of the settlement. A lot more players are starting to suffer, but nobody really getting flushed. Again, it's just knocks coming on through as teams settle towards the middle. Finally, a second knock over towards Fireflux and Thundertalk. They have Striker going down, which means that I'm pretty sure we're going to see another Elim happening fairly soon as Matcap rolls forwards. Nico looking to keep Striker safe, holding that stairwell, being the bastion that his teammate needs right now. Nade is going to be popped in as well, turning the corner, and it is a shotgun around the edge. We'll be able to find it yet again as Solus does bite the dust. That actually goes to Regnum Carya on a third party.
Regnum Carya getting stuck into this one as we get into the 10th minute of the match here. Finally, there starts to be some pop-offs. For Fireflux, unfortunately, though, Ketch is down. Symphony's still up the stairs and pokes his head through the banisters, and we'll have that taken swiftly off.
That's not where you should keep your head. It's generally inadvisable to keep your head anywhere but directly above your shoulders. Anything else can lead to injury. It's a bad time, let me tell you.
Local machine. Couple of pot shots downhill. This is a really weird circle, by the way. It is really the X marks the spot circle. See here over towards that north side of it, where the roads cross one another. You've got that ridge through La Driera that sits on both sides. It's going to be a bit of a focal point. You've got a lot of players and teams grouping up around that northern edge zone. That's specifically so they have some compounds to play around with, or that can move onto the ridgeline if need be. This circle is just all about preparation for the future, in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of players have sent into the buildings here already, Blank. I think the teams on the outside are probably, well, they're more likely to have a good time of it. I think something that we didn't really touch on there during that fight with Thunder Talk is that Fireflux get 4 elims. They've doubled their daily point scoring right now. They do only have 3 players remaining, and they'll have to push in probably a little bit further in the next zone to see what they can find. But for now, they've got 4 points, and they are off to the races, trying to chase the Falcons down.
S2G. 4 players up and remaining. It's a good initial nade from Icy. But in comes the cavalry, and he's not looking behind him. Will be taken out, and S2G will lose a player for that. Icy no less as well, and I think Icy is an incredible player that you do want to keep on side. It's unfortunate to get him left behind there.
I think you could say that of everyone on the S2G roster, though. If you're going to choose one of the players to go down, it's pretty difficult. Yeah. It's a pretty difficult choice.
Probably Sarah.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Then Kelsey, then Hamzy, then Icy for me.
Oh, you think Icy's
personally? Because I think that in that order, Sarah gets you to the late game, then you can lose him. I think he's great at setting up his team to get into a late game, and then I think you can probably lose Sarah. Then you can lose Kelsey, because I think that he's a great long-range player. I think Hamzy G is great as a front line, so you really want that in those close quarters engagements towards the finish. And now that you've lost Kelsey, you've already lost that synergy between Hamzy G and Kelsey, and I think Icy just plays very, very well as a solo. So that's the order I would lose them in.
Okay. All right. That's fair. It's very well explained, I think. I like it a lot. You heard it here first. Blank hates Sarah, guys. Make sure you light him up in the chat for that. Confirmed. Sarah hater.
Don't hate him.
Nah, that's what you said. I heard you.
I think he's got a great capability to get teams to the end game and set them up for the end game. Is he necessary for the end game? Probably not.
Can't believe you'd hate on my boy Sarah like that. That's crazy.
He's probably one of my favorite players.
Okay, him and Octavian.
No.
Okay, not anymore.
That friendship's over.
Yeah, that's long dead and buried. He's no longer really a feature here. As we cast our eyes back to the tables, obviously Thunder Talk have gone down, but again, not too many other massive casualties. FUT losing one on a knock. Maybe Marso going down, but no, just goes low instead, gets that heal off. Carya and FUT trading blows from high ground to low.
Yeah, FUT's just 100% having an issue recently where they just cannot get the ball rolling. Momentum has fully come to a halt now. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. See you later, we'll find Enzo. We hit to our 15th minute. Still 15 teams, 53 players alive. Such a slow match. I think if I was to look at any team right now that I'd like to see do fairly decently, it would be the Falcons. I see them get back up towards a position where it looks a little bit harder to get over from 5th into 4th.
Ooh, Falcons taking the knock. It looks like, yeah, Poser's going to chase this one down, it seems. I don't think the Falcons can afford to roll out for the rescue there. On towards Ralph. Ida already on this roadside compound, sharing it with Bruh across the way. Fireflux want to try and make their way in and on through, but they're torn down out in the open blank. That is bad news for Fireflux. They're eliminated yet again. So, once more, they are curtailed. 67 points on the end of this one. So BWNRX with an opportunity to push towards the Falcons. I think if you're talking about miracle runs, we kind of have to bring Regnum Carya back up, right? This is a team that started today sort of middle of the pack, maybe not discounted, but not really in there and amongst the top of them. After their run today, they are now at the top of the tables, right? They are at 93 points, first place. I think that we could have considered them maybe for 4th place, but the fact that they've managed to jump to 1st, I think that contends them with what BWNRX have been able to do so far today.
Yeah, I think for BWNRX, it's been a good run. It has been a good run. I think it's because they've been so close a lot of times that it's felt painful watching them. Yeah, Regnum, Carya, and S2G still definitely the 2 top dogs in this lobby and will continue to be so. I mean, Regnum Carya getting 1 point over the top just shows that they're never down and out. It has felt like the S2G show for a long, long time so far, but Regnum Carya definitely here to play. And we were even joking at the start of the day that Regnum Carya will be squeezing in on that 4th place slot that they'd opened up for themselves earlier this year. It seems that's not to be. They're going to be winning both at the PMGO and now winning here at PMSL EU if they can keep this up.
I mean, they qualified from the league stages in 7th place on the tables, 3rd place from the knockout stages, but their first day didn't really see that illustrious carryover. And sure, they've got the talent for it, but let's see if they can carry that one through, if they can maintain the top spots right now. They're trying to make their way on in. They've got all 4 of their players. Falcons not so lucky, who have managed to get to the roadside compound there, where Fireflux were cut short. But they've only got 2 of their players alive to try and hold out this position. And further out the northeast side, you've got plenty of teams who would be more than willing to take your head off if you show it. Montenuevo, the home for many right now, as this west quadrant is still in on the next circle.
It's a rough circle to be playing in. Heading over towards that southwest side. But mainly for the teams over towards that northern edge. Still cuts them a piece of the pie, right? But you're unsure whether you should be heading over towards that high ground or holding fast. Well, here's an important fight. Regnum Carya up against BWNRX, and Deadwolf already starting out with a banger.
Frozen layering in the damage as well. Launches the Molotov over to the sidelines. Covers off the angle. Regnum Carya are faltering here. BWNRX overwhelmed the position. 3 elims found. They want to add a couple more here. Loxy down in the bush with the pump action. Looking to try and change the tune as Frozen marches forwards towards the smoke. They've got Barsay on their south, so they do need to worry a little bit. He is going to get taken down. That's Loxy with the pump action for 1. And they are going to find that one getting flushed away as BWNRX lose the first. But Regnum Carya do fall all the way down and out.
So, for S2G, not the end of the world. Although things aren't looking too bad. Aren't looking too great for them. Just the 1 player remaining. At least Regnum Carya don't get too far ahead there. But it is 5 elims for BWNRX. And now they're knocking on the door of Flux. Falcons have lost 2 players with only 1 elim at 76. BWNRX has the potential to go far here, John, in this game. Gekte still taking shots down towards Fenerbahçe. Simple Domak tries this cheeky angle.
I think if nothing else, the position for BWNRX is going to help them greatly. The next circle coming through is going to show us what's going to happen to these teams up on the north side, right? Because there are so many remnants of teams on this northern edge. If they have to move, they're all going to start to conclude their own scraps, their own fights. We're going to see that team number drop from 13 dramatically downwards. You'd expect, if it's a south shift, to be looking towards the 7 teams remaining mark.
Yeah, Zone 7's going to definitely create some serious problems here. But this circle does still allow a lot of players to remain in this. It doesn't really cut that many teams out or force that many teams to move. Bra can stay in place, as can the Falcons, as can Ida. It's a weird game. It's a very, very weird game, Miramar. I think it will be Zone 7 where things start to get a little bit more drastic.
I mean, the team it does force to move is BWNRX, right? They're all the way out on that eastern side. They're in open ground. They're going to have to find a way through this one. So it's time to put their money where their mouth is here. So they'll have to cross over, try and find an opening, and get their way on through. Barsay currently blocking it. It looks like, ooh, they might have a little scrap on their hands from the Boars on the south edge as well. They're going to take the fight with Barsay first. So potential to third party this, and this could be favorable for BWNRX. You can see they're still flexing out this way. Shots start to ring through. First blood drawn by the Boars, but that is traded off by a nade and a spray down immediately from Merciless. So Boars now cut down to 3. It's Barsay trying to look for this res. BWNRX yet to get involved.
This, I'll take some shots. Nothing more than that.
Oh dear.
BWNRX losing Zed Wolf. There's some shots from Pusher though. He will get flushed out as well, leaving BWNRX just now with 1 player left alive. They really did want to push ahead of Flux on this game. That would have been a very good result. Would have given them quite a bit of a morale boost too.
It's a lot of these teams towards the top who have been cut out of this lobby, Blank. I mean, we've seen a real resurgence of middle table play over the course of today. You can see how closely fought it is from 7th down to probably around 13th right now. It's pretty malleable. Nade over for Papara SuperMassive, but there's a suppressed shotgun, the SK-12, barreling him down as K1 burst on in. 4 players alive, spray down through the corridor, runs him straight on through, like a knight with a lance. Hails them. The follow-up is there. K1 doing well, secure the ground floor. Sorry, Papara SuperMassive starting to get cut away, but the outside not so secure either. As the high ground from FUT has been devastating on this building for a long, long time. We saw Yekta getting spray downs through the window here. It's just up to Tron for Papara SuperMassive to stay alive. And K1 may have bitten off more than they can chew. In the meantime, Boars want to keep this fight going over towards Barsay, and they're more than happy to get involved in that scrap. Elbow deep they go, and they're up to 6 elims.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Boars. Again, it's a team that just, once they start rolling, it's hard to put this team down. Falcons are still living. That's down towards that southeast edge, but they should get cut out soon, surely. FUT Esports will find it difficult to leave from that north side because they are eventually going to get pushed out from those compounds, and it should be full broadside from quite a few of our teams. That circle's closing right now. Heads over towards the ridge side, John. What a horrendous position to end up.
That's nasty.
Carya might just be able to get quite a few points off the back of this.
I mean, I'm looking at Ida as well in that compound down by the roadside. Could potentially be a nice little money spinner for them, as well as the duo from Bra, who are going to be happy with this circle. Up on the high ground as well, it's FUT, really, who are going to be able to farm points here. Teams are going to have to move all around them. They have these incredible angles. No one really at a distance to suppress them off these angles either, which means that they can go for these pretty bold peaks that you're seeing coming on through. It's going to be so difficult to move around them. The question is, how many of those points can they earn?
Yeah, it really is. Boars looking to get a whole lot more for this. For K1, they can try and overlap BWNRX. But I think overall this is just rough. Kakali goes down to the Boars. We head over towards 90 points now, seeing themselves even. It really does feel like it is just this 4th spot that is somewhat open for the squads to try and tackle towards at the moment.
It's going to be very, very tricky. FUT are starting to extract value out of BRX Esports as they try and move from underneath them. K1 also on the road, but they have found a roadblock in the form of the remnants of the Boars. They still want to get involved in the fight. Of course they do. 2 players still alive for K1. Black holding off the angle against Sarah, the last player to stand. And there go S2G and the Boars almost simultaneously. S2G do go one step further. And they are out dunzo now. Falcons, they've taken a knock. I think they're trying to transition away, but it's just Redox now remaining. The nade in from Darkin. I think that should be enough. No, not quite. Still has a little bit more to do.
I mean, Ida's in a good spot right now. Playing down towards the eastern side of the hill is BRX Esports. And we kind of expected them to go down at some point. As soon as you were forced to move out from those buildings on that north side, it was always going to get pretty tricky. For Carya, I like how they have flexed out this way. Try and capitalize on as many eliminations as possible. They knew that sitting down towards that south side, they weren't going to get a lot done from the area of the map. So they had to push over towards north. Try and pump some more points as we are getting to the end of the day here.
It's going to look pretty nasty. We're going to know what our smash boundary is going to be as well fairly soon. The end of next match will lock it in. But at the moment, it is going to be looking to be around 110 to be that smash boundary. Could be a little bit more, depending on if Regnum, Carya, or one of the other teams blasts out in the last game. But that's where I'm sort of expecting it to be, which means that if you want to win via smash, you need to be within range of that. And right now, a lot of teams are putting themselves in range of maybe 4th place, but perhaps not jumping up to 110 early in the day tomorrow.
Seven teams heading in towards our final circle of the day, John. Of this match, at least.
Yeah, not the day. We've still got a whole extra map. What are you talking about? We got one more.
Got ahead of myself. Final circle of match 5 here on Miramar. K1's underneath as nades start to pile their way down. But we had 7 teams. That has now gone down straight to 4, which is more like it, in my opinion. 14 players still up and kicking. Up 4. Does have to back off. Docker Machine's still alive. And this is probably one of FUT's best games yet. And even so, it seems shaky.
This game is so important for these 3 remaining teams, though, and I am discounting FUT here because they're just about to get lit up and get taken down. I'm almost sure of it. Whose points do they go to? I think that's Carya. But all of these 3 teams are chasing for 4th place right now, Blank. Any sort of advantage over your opponents is huge. And at the moment, it feels like Carya do have that advantage. Ida have been a bit quiet. Got 9 elims on side. Carya have got pace on them right now.
I think Carya's movements throughout this game have been pretty phenomenal. I've really enjoyed them from start to finish. But you can see here, even just on Marso, in terms of loot, in terms of supplies, they are really running low here. But CEO later already find Eren is a big pick there. Caprice does find Darkin though. These bad boys still going. 10 points for K1.
Getting the heal off onto CEO later as well. Reduces the impact. K1, you're right, they're also doing incredibly well. But the points are getting picked up left and right. K1 are going to have to clash with Carya at some point. This circle closes to nothing. Rita just wants to survive. Carya crunched in a little bit. Could be dangerous for that nade. Doesn't quite find the mark. And Marceau and Lewis stay alive for just a moment longer. Carya establishing a baseline of fire. Ida still technically in this fight. Still with a horse in the race. But with 4 players alive, Carya have got the numbers to play. CEO later, suppress around the sideline. 3 players playing the ridge. Darkin finally flushed away. Poser looks for the spray. They're taken low, but no knocks found. Caprice with it all to do in a 1v4. Could have help from Rita. The nade is cooking. This could be dangerous for Carya if they don't get it sent out their way. We'll find the knock, and there it is. On to CEO later. Caprice drops down into the waiting arms of Rita, and they all have to drop down to follow it. He will look for the spray, but it's not going to be good, and it is Carya to close down the Miramar for the first round that we'll see of it today. That's going to be looking good. They span the wheel, and it came up saying Carya.
It's a great game from Carya there. Again, all the moves they made from the south side of the map, the flex out towards the north, and it was all geared up towards that final finish. Carya's got some good names on side. Marceau, CEO later, and it has been some other players on that squad like Lewis who've been really stepping up for them. Fantastic stuff, honestly, for Carya. And I think that, you know, they're very similar teams to K1, where although there is definitely players on that side who've had a lot of time in the ring, it's still really nice to see Carya do well here in this tournament. And I'm glad they've found their footing now. It might be a little too late in terms of getting those points now, but they are quite far towards the top of the tables. They could still make it in. But I do think that we're getting to that point where it's just that fourth slot that's open. It really is just that fourth slot that's open.
I'm thinking about if they could potentially... I mean, they're going to be right next door, I think, Carya are going to be right next door to the fourth slot on this one. Falcons didn't do too much, right? We saw sort of mid-80s for the Boars, I think maybe high 80s, not sure. And then Regnum, Carya, S2G up in the 90s. But down towards like mid-70s, I feel like that's very achievable for a lot of our table now because of Falcons sort of dragging their feet a little bit. Obviously, Fireflux having a little bit of a flaming descent down the tables as well. I think Fireflux are actually going to be pushed quite far down the tables after that match because three teams who are right behind them are going to be able to push themselves up pretty far. You've got Carya, you've got K1, you've got Ida. These were the three teams that were directly behind them on the tables and going down so early. You've opened the door, and we'll see if they're able to jump on up. Are Fireflux even going to be on the top page of this one? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, you're right in terms of the fact that for Falcons, because they haven't really done enough as the day has worn on, you're getting towards a situation now where teams can challenge you. It's never a good position, especially going in towards day two. I think what they've got to hope is that both Regnum, Carya and S2G don't get that far ahead. So there is that possibility of a smash ruling. However, how many Falcon chicken dinners have we really seen? And are you capable of taking advantage of that smash ruling at the end of the day? It's a worrying one. Definitely a worrying one.
I mean, they've had one so far in these finals. That was on the second Erangel of the tournament in day one. But yeah, you're right. I mean, especially today, right? They started off with a second place on Sanhok, and they followed that up with, I mean, this has been their best game in terms of placements since then, right? They have had a little bit of a bad time. They managed to get up to fifth. They weren't really huge on those elims. As the MVP goes to Lewis from Carya. Didn't quite get up to 1,000, but 903 damage is still a hefty burden that he was able to lift, and 6 elims to go along with it.
Yeah, really good game from Lewis. Like I said, there is big names on that team from previous rosters, like on S2G, like Marceau as well, CEO later. But I think Lewis is the big one, who has been consistently incredibly good. There are 4 players there from Carya. Matcap just about making the list there in the middle with the most grenade score. But he's sandwiched between 4 players coming through from Carya.
I feel like Marceau's gone further than 0 meters, though, on that game. I think that might be a quirk of reality jumping out at us.
Nope, he stood still the entire time.
Stood still.
Didn't have to move.
It's like, wow, my team's got this, right? I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to chill out and have cats. Let's talk a little bit about where these tables are going to end up as well, because I mean, as I said during that match, right, it was the middle of the tables that were putting a lot of rubber to road on that game. I mean, Ida in that final circle, Carya, K1, all of these teams just doing so much to jump on up. And I think that, I mean, a team that you've spoken about quite a lot in terms of your, maybe reverence isn't the right word, but certainly respect is Ida on that front. And they haven't really been massive and bombastic, but again, they do have that potential.
I think it's the thing with that team is it's a lot of really young players. I think they find it a little bit harder when it comes to the LAN. I also think that they're not quite fully gelled yet as a team. A lot of those players are still bouncing between squads all over the place, as you do when you're young. You know, you sign a contract here, you sign a contract there. It's just how it happens. So I do think for Ida, at least, though, I think there is real potential for that squad. And I hope they continue to play together. And I'd hope that even if they part ways, like they'll remember this time on Ida, because I think for all of those players, for all the teams they've been on in the past, it's a really good learning opportunity. I think they finally got themselves a team where it no longer feels like they're the one player on that squad that is carrying an otherwise pretty poor team. For instance, Darkin. Darkin's been on a lot of squads in the past, has done really well on them, but usually has tried to carry on them. Same with Eren. Eren is an unreal player, but has been at the forefront for a lot of teams, whereas the rest of the squad's not done so well. And now I think, you've got all these little moments of glory that are all now come together onto one team, that this is a good learning experience for all of them, where they get to improve together as opposed to improve as one player to get onto another squad. So yeah, I do think they should stick together. I think they should keep playing like this. I think they've got a good team to go for, and there's no better time to learn the squad where everyone's got very similar goals.
I think you're absolutely right, because it would be, well, not easy, but it would be certainly sort of simplistic for a player to be like, right, I'm going to get picked up by, I'm going to go into the Boars roster next season. I'm going to go into that. I'm going to go be a sub for the Falcons. I'm going to be a sub for Regnum Carya. But that doesn't give you the same sort of experience in terms of, as you say, being in that situation with everybody with the same goal. Anybody can join a team at the top. It doesn't make you a good player, right? What makes you a good player is grinding through and finding your identity within not only the team, but within the PUBG Mobile Esports ecosystem, right? And what you can sort of become as a representative of whoever you end up playing for. And it's not all the time that these rosters stick together, but it's good when they do. And if they find their homes elsewhere, that's also fantastic. Let's take a look at the stage.
Thank you for letting me talk. Öncelikle şunu söylemek istiyorum. Optimus Prime'ı seslendiren büyük sanatçıya önce bir Allah rahmet eylesin diyelim. Yıllar önce kaybettik. Ayhan Kahya Bey'i. Kendisinin şöyle bir özelliği var. Tüm dünyada kendisinin sözleri bu. Efektsiz Optimus Prime'ı seslendiren tek kişi. O yüzden onun anısına ben bir kere söylemek istiyorum. I am Optimus Prime.
Very good. That was really good.
Bugün şöyle bir şey var. X-Ray Gökhan var yanımızda. Bize öncelikle şeyi söyleyecek, duygularını söyleyecek. Bu etkinlik nasıl geçiyor onun için, keyif alıyor mu? Herhangi bir şeyi söyleyebilirsin. Yani seyirciler nasıl, oyun nasıl gidiyor, ortam nasıl, dışarıdaki etkinlikler nasıl, hediye alanları nasıl?
Selamlar. Öncelikle bayağı heyecanlıyım. Çünkü ilk kez sahneye çıkıyorum ve duygularımı ifade ediyorum. Yıllardır PUBG Mobile bilgi içeriği paylaşıyorum. Yani genellikle sesimi duymuşsunuzdur. Onu bir stresimi atmak istiyorum, daha doğrusu heyecanımı. Biraz öncelikle sohbet için girmek istedim. Etkinlik çok güzel. Gerçekten atmosfer olsun, buraya gelen misafirlerimiz, ekranın başında izleyen misafirlerimiz, hoş geldiniz, iyi ki varsınız. Gerçekten heyecan katıyorlar. Turnuva çok güzel ilerliyor. Yani her şey mükemmel, etkinlik alanlarımız çok güzel. Hiçbir eksimiz yok. Yarın daha güzel bir gün, final günü çok daha heyecanlı ve çok daha güzel geçecek. Takımlara başarılar diliyorum. Sonrasında ben farklılık yapmak istedim. Söylediğim gibi yıllarca sadece seslendirerek mod tanıtmıştım. Şimdi sahnede şunu yapmak istiyorum.
Mikrofonu biraz daha yakın tutsana abi.
Tamam. Mikrofonu yakın tutmam gerekiyormuş. Arkadaşlar 3.9 güncellemesiyle birlikte PUBG Mobile'a Transformers modu geliyor. 8 Temmuz'da yeni güncellemeyi yaparak yıllardır süren Optimus Prime ve Megatron'un savaşına dahil olabilirsiniz ve bu heyecanı sizler de yaşayabilirsiniz. İyi eğlenceler.
So he is really happy to be here. So he likes the atmosphere, he likes the crowd, and he says he's really happy to be here. And also he mentioned that tomorrow is going to be a bigger day because the last day of the finals. And then he said 8th of July.
Big day.
Big day. PUBG Mobile is going to collab with Transformers.
Yes!
Are you excited?
I am so excited. I'm stood next to Optimus Prime. What else?
Biz çok heyecanlıyız. O Transformers geleceği için şeyi soralım. Gökhan Bey, bu Transformers PUBG Mobile'e geliyor. Peki bununla ilgili yani bizi neler bekliyor? What should we expect from this collab?
Bu konuda iyiyim. Yani bundan yana bir sıkıntı yok. Şu an heyecanım bayağı hafifledi. Yeni Transformers modunda oyuncular bu modun her anında çok heyecanlı, keyifli zamanlar geçirecek. Modda oyuncuların en çok hoşuna gideceği bir kaykay özelliği var. Maç başladığı an itibariyle oyuncuların üzerinde bulunuyor. Detay da veriyorum. 45 saniye kullanma süresi, biraz hala heyecan devam ediyor. 20 saniye bekleme süresiyle maç sonuna kadar istediğiniz kadar bunu kullanabiliyorsunuz. Bunun haricinde Optimus Prime'ın ve Megatron'un savaşları olacak. Bununla ilgili de küçük bir detay vermek istiyorum. Optimus Prime ve Megatron 200 metre birbirine yaklaştığı zaman özel bir 400 metrelik 400 metre çapında bir kalkan iniyor ve bu kalkanın içerisinde bir kişi yenilecek ve bir kişi kazanacak. Bu yüzden buradaki heyecan gerçekten inanılmaz olacak. Onun haricinde etkinlik alanlarımız olsun, özel VS arenası var. Bunların içerisinde rakip oyuncularla eğlenceli zamanlar geçirebileceğiniz ve özel yakın dövüş silahlarını kullanabileceğiniz çok güzel bir etkinlik alanı var. Ve daha nicelerini yeni güncellemeyi yani 8 Temmuz'da yaptıktan sonra sizler de görebilirsiniz, yaşayabilirsiniz. Gerçekten harika bir mod. Bayağı hala
Şimdi
translating that, Billy.
Şimdi bunu çevirmem lazım İngilizceye. Transformers is going to be in PUBG Mobile on 8th of July. Because he mentioned about a lot of things. The 1v1 fights between Megatron and Optimus Prime. Yeah. This is going to be exciting. I think in game there's going to be rewarding something. The shields or stuff. Like we have to check it out.
Yeah, sounds amazing. Hopefully it'll please veteran players and welcome in new players as well here. You heard it, 8th of July, Transformers entering into PUBG Mobile. A big shout out and big thank you to Gökhan, to you, Optimus Prime as well. And I thought I'd make a lot of new friends here in Turkey coming here. I'm glad to say that I've made an Autobot as a friend as well. Never thought that would happen. That's amazing. Thanks so much. Let's head back to the casters and let's find out what happens in our next game, in Game 6. Here we go.
X'e Gökhan'a teşekkür ediyoruz abi. Bilgiler için çok sağ ol. Bir alkış alalım Gökhan Bey için sizlerden. Ve 8 Temmuz güncellemeyi yapmayı unutmayın. Şimdi sonraki maça geçiyoruz. Let's get back to the analyst desks from Optimus Prime.
Oh, cheers, Optimus Prime. We'll take it from here, you know. Why have you done that? Why have you done that?
Optimus Prime, dude. It's like this Transformer noise.
That's not a Transformer noise.
You try.
I'm good, man. Scream. Okay.
That's like a vulture.
What do you think? What do you?
Yeah. Go on.
How's that?
That's like a rabbit.
Okay. All right.
That's like a distressed rabbit.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I think I'm. That's also the old school cartoons as well. That noise, which means it's a dated reference. Although, I think the cosplayer was playing from. The real Optimus Prime that was on the stage just then was from the cartoons.
It was,
if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
How about this? this make me sound like a robot?
Oh, you no, not to me.
Damn, it's not working.
Hey, does this make me sound like a robot? And you just like do a little pose. And you
Is it just normal?
stop the sound.
Damn.
For me, it is. I don't know if stream is hearing that
The
differently.
the soundboard failed me. This is unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Them audio sources.
Either way, though, nice to hear from our Turkish influencers talking about the patch notes video.
I didn't understand a word of it.
As our lovely host translated, 8th of July.
Yeah, there you go.
Optimus Prime.
That's
Coming.
right. Oh,
Let's
dear.
head to a break before the 8th of July in the last game.
peut-être une vérité. Mais devine qui va verser. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. Putain de certains manques. Je vais frapper schizophrène. Moi je cherche à vous transpercer. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. Au clair de ma obstiné, entêté, acharné, je suis borné. Vouloir y croire à chaque fois, mais perdu dans mon cauchemar. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. Au clair de ma pluie.
Hello and welcome back. We have had a little break. We've had a little breather. We've recovered from Optimus Prime. And we are going to be heading into our final match of the day. It is match number 6. It's Miramar. It's time for our teams to step up because there is plenty of competition around that 4th place bubble to try and get that last spot earned. So kindly, so respectfully by Regnum Carya earlier in the year for PMGO. They were able to win it, get that 4th place spot. And it is the most closely fought. It's strange to think that if they hadn't won that tournament, we wouldn't be having this sort of conversation right now, right? Because we've got a pretty clear and away top 3.
Yeah, we do right now with Boars, Regnum Carya, as well as S2G looking very, very fine up towards that top side of the tables. However, some of our teams are lagging behind, but it does open up that 4th slot, which is quite a bit down. I think it's around about, say, 15 points away, which is a decent-ish game to go for. So yeah, I do worry for some of our squads. I think it is 15 points, 77, right? They ended on.
I'm not entirely sure. I think we'll have to wait for the tables to pop up, and then we'll have a look.
I guess we'll find out soon. But yeah, again, it's nice to see. It's nice to have that 4th slot available. It does give a little bit of lenience. Right now, it is hard fought for that 4th place, and teams are desperate for it.
Yeah, I mean, that 4th place is incredibly important. Getting that spot, getting that qualification to PMWC, right? There is a lot of money on the line at PMWC. You can also get so much in sort of almost intangible value, right? Where you get the experience of playing against some of the best teams in the world. You get to meet them. You get to start to make those little inroads that some of these players would absolutely love to have, I'm sure, with the international scene, and to have that credit to you as well. It's great if you, for whatever reason, you end up needing to find a new roster or a new signing or a new organization to represent your roster. It could be a massive accolade to be able to say, look, we qualified, like we got there to the big, one of the biggest stages in the world, right? The PMWC, we were there. We earned this. We did this. We've added to our achievements. It would be great to get that under the belt, I'm sure, for plenty of our teams. But there are some new up and comers who might be the ones to be able to take that glory away from you. If you're not ready to stand guard on it, it's not going to happen. You've got to keep up pace.
Yeah, and again, it's so weird with Boars being there at the top. I think they're a fantastic team, like in terms of just raw firepower. But yeah, it is weird seeing Boars up towards the top side of the table. And I'm curious tomorrow if that will last, if that will stay. But we'll find out. We will find out then. Again, there's always that chance of it all just getting locked in after match 2 or 3 with the Smash ruling taking effect. In which case, the fate of your life is in the hands of the teams at the top.
Your tournament life, in-game. Yeah, certainly.
We're not eliminating anyone IRL.
No, that would be...
Yeah.
No, it would be silly. Yeah, no, it would be very silly.
Did you think about it? You thought about it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I considered all the options, and it is
weird thing to consider.
Completely.
But respect that you gave it a full due thought process.
Absolutely. I had him with the thoughts, and at every turn I was like, no, it'd be silly. Conclusion made.
The voices in the back of your head.
Wait, which ones are you talking about?
To you again, are they?
You need to be more specific than that. Sorry.
I don't know. don't have voices myself.
Wait, it's Saturday, isn't it? Okay, yeah, I know who you're speaking about. Anyway, we're going to be we're going to be going into our final map of the day fairly shortly. Over on the desert, it was again a bit of a dismal showing from Flux. Falcons didn't get too far and away. They did have an opportunity to keep up pace with the top three, but they kind of have let that one fall by the wayside. So now there is a lot more contention for this fourth place spot. And I think at this point, it's looking to be up to a kind of a 5-horse race, actually, for this last spot, right? There's a lot of teams that are around the corner and ready to get this one done.
Again, there's a lot of teams chasing as well, I would say, from 8th till 4th. It's very interesting to me that there is so many teams that have just been suddenly able to get back into the swing of things. And I think it's because Regnum, Carya, and S2G have had a slight dip in performance today. We saw around about, I think it was 88 in the 77s that we were very impressed with earlier. I think Regnum Carya has done pretty fantastically. I think it realistically is S2G has had the dip in performance. I think Regnum Carya has done pretty damn well today in terms of point scoring. But it has all slowed down. And Regnum Carya was the team that's been chasing for a while up towards that top end of things. I mean, yesterday wasn't the craziest of results for them overall. Today is looked a lot better. So now you just have that floor raising quite a lot. The ceiling has stayed roughly where it was at the start of the day. So yeah, I think S2G's sort of invited more teams in, because if S2G were on the trajectory that we expected them to be in terms of averages, I think when we got to the end of the day, it was going to be roughly like 120 to 125 points that they would have ended on. So it certainly is not consistent with that average.
Yeah, it's not what they were able to achieve yesterday. I think they broke 60 points on the end of the day. So you're right, it would have been around 120 that we would be looking for them to end on. But as it stands, nobody's broken 100 points. And there's plenty of teams who are right around the corner from doing that. And so I hope that we're going to see at least one of our teams break that barrier. But the lower the top is, the more teams will have access to that smash rule, right? It's something that you definitely can't ignore. If you're going to have a points distribution where you've got 4 or 5 teams sort of within that possibility to cross that boundary in the next match, it becomes so much more likely that a smash rule victory could take place. And for a team in 5th place, that's got to feel pretty good, right? Like, even if you are the Falcons right now, you're thinking, maybe we can go. Let's take a look at what's going down on the stage. There's plenty more of excitement, I'm sure.
Well, I don't think we're going down the stage just yet. Yeah, not just yet. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
I think you got spooked there. It's okay. You're all right. I'm here. I'm here for you, dude. Yeah, so we're fine. We're fine. But yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what happens when all the dust settles at the end of the day. Because, again, this is an important match for S2G because they have to set the bar high enough that the teams underneath them can't take advantage of that smash ruling and pick up the 35 grand for themselves off the back of a chicken dinner. Now, I am curious on one thing in particular, which is the amount of chicken dinners that the boys over on Boars have been able to pick up. Because I don't think it's a lot.
Well, none in the finals so far. I'll take a look at the league stage. You look at the knockout stage.
All right, let's go back. Let's go back in time.
Okay. And then I'm looking at league stage. They have 1 chicken dinner in league stage in the 5th match of day 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about the knockout stage, though. What are you saying?
What am I seeing? Well, I'm taking a look right now. And the Boars... Yeah, it's not looking good.
Yeah, they've only got the 1 chicken dinner across the entirety of the tournament so far. Over the 50 or so matches. I think it's 51 matches total. Obviously, haven't played 7 of those matches, which means we go down to 44 matches. So out of 44 matches, they've only won 1, which for a team competing for the top.
Yeah, just the one. Just the one. Yeah, so for Boars, it's not looking likely that they're going to pick themselves up a chicken dinner to actually get that smash ruling in position. That's the big thing. So again, I am definitely curious. Definitely curious as to how they'll figure things out going forward. because that is important for them to get that smash ruling. And again, it's one of those things where it may require them to pull things back a little bit on that last day to get that smash ruling in effect. But will that affect their gameplay too much? By playing passively, will they go back to the Boars that we saw in the knockout stage and just barely make it in?
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see what the final match is going to hold. We're going to take a look at the stage whilst we take a little bit of a pause and wait for this last match to get locked and loaded. A little bit of a tech issue. We'll get it sorted right away.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking. That's just... Okay. You like PUBG Mobile?
Yeah, I love PUBG
I
Mobile.
love it. I love it. Sorry.
Look at these fans. We're back here at the Wheel of Wonder. And S2G, the fans they've been amazing the last couple of days.
S2G fanları diyor. Amazing diyor, harika diyor.
They are crazy, you know. They are so crazy. Arkadaşlar, galiba bir bağlanma problemi var diye çok bekletmeyelim diye birazcık güzel bir şey yapmak istedik. Böyle bir 5 dakikanızı alacağız. Farkındayım, bekliyorsunuz. Bir anlatayım ya.
Yani teknik bir sıkıntımız var.
Teknik bir sıkıntımız
Ama
var.
biz tabii burada oturan taraftarları da boş bırakmayalım dedik. Biraz daha hediye dağıtalım dedik. Ama galiba S2G fanlarının ben çok sesini duymadım.
Biraz.
S2G fanlarının sesi yeterli çıkmıyor.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I love that. Well, thanks for bearing with us. We'll be back with the games very shortly. I mean, just enjoy it. This is crazy.
How do we pick one?
I think we do a couple of spins of the wheel, give away some gifts. What do you think? You down?
Okay.
Yeah?
All right.
So we need to pick the first person to win a prize.
İlk kişiyi seçmemiz lazım şimdi yine tekrar ödülü alacak, kazanacak. Kimi seçsek? Barışçı'yı sen seçmek ister misin?
No.
No. Türkçe soruma İngilizce cevap gelecek.
Who gonna pick?
O zaman nasıl seçelim?
It's your time.
It's my time.
Yeah, okay.
It's your time.
It's your time.
It's my time to
So
pick.
should we do 3 prizes? One from this
Let's-
side, one from this side, and one from this side again?
One or?
1, 1, 1.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll
We
go
start
right there and pick one.
We'll start this side first.
Go.
Yes.
Who wants
Buradan
to
birini
win a
seçeceğim.
prize?
Ama Carya Esports taraftarlarından yeterince ses duyamadım galiba. Tamam. I pick one.
You pick one.
Seçtim bir tane.
All right. Should the first spin of the wheel?
Şu ön tarafa gelebilirsin. Senin bilgilerini alırlar şimdi. We can spin the wheel.
Let's spin the wheel.
Yeah.
You ready to
What
spin it
you
for
want?
us? Here we go.
What? Ne istersin? Ödül var mı kafanda istediğin özel bir ödül? Yok. Tamam. Anything is fine.
Let's go for it. Let's go. It's a big spin. It's a big one. Here we go at the Wheel of Wonder. Thank you for stopping it. A t-shirt.
A t-shirt.
There we
Tişört
go.
olur mu tişört?
That's good.
Müthiş.
Great.
Now it's time for you to
On
shine.
your
this,
time.
these guys here.
Yes.
Who wants to win something? Let me hear you.
Kim kazanmak istiyor şimdi ödül?
Okay. I'm being drawn to this side. Let's have a look here.
Şuna baksana. Gangsta gibi geziyor. Şuna bak.
Just over here, the person there, the little bird, there we go. Yeah, they're just there, Perfect, yeah, just there. Give us a wave. Give us a wave. They come to the front so we can see you. Keep coming, keep coming. Big, yes, guys, that big round of applause there for this wonderful person just here. So this is going to be where our next prize goes.
Seçtik. Şimdi
Is,
ödülünü seçme zamanı.
Is there anything you'd like to win?
Ne istiyorsun?
Çanta.
Panda mı?
Chanta, a chanta. Let's see what happens. Let's spin the wheel. Here we go.
Çanta var mı ya burada?
He wants chanta.
Yok. Pardon.
That's a bag.
A bag.
A bag.
A chanta.
Çanta.
A chanta.
Tebrik
Here we go.
ederim.
Is it going to be a chanta? Where is chanta on the wheel? Let's have a look and see. Oh, it's just around. Oh, would you believe it?
Çanta.
I can't believe it. It's a chanta. It's a bag. And then one more from this side, and then we're done. Right, one more time. This side here. Who wants to win something? Come on, let us hear. Go on, Billy. Get stuck in.
Me?
Yeah, go on, go on. Go on, Billy. My boy.
Ama duyamıyorum ya sizi duyamıyorum. Aa!
Louder, louder, come on. Oh, great choice. Okay.
Great choice.
We have a winner.
He looks like a
Let's spin
younger
the wheel
version
one
of me.
last time, and let's see how we do.
Billy? Oh, they've come down to the front.
He's already here.
Okay. There we go. You stay there. You'll stay there. We'll spin this
Okay.
wheel. Here we go. Let's
What
spin the
do
wheel.
you
See what we get. Spin it. What does he want, Billy? Anything?
I don't know. Özel istediğin bir hediyen var mı küçük kardeşim? Var mı? Mousepad'imiz var, çantamız var. T-shirt mü? Tamam. He wants a t-shirt.
It was a t-shirt. Let's see what happens. Hopefully there's a t-shirt.
Yine tişört gelirse ama bu...
It's a t-shirt!
Tişört geldi yine.
I can't believe it's a t-shirt. You get a
İnanamıyorum.
t-shirt as well there. Thank you very much for helping us again.
Thank you too, guys.
But if
best
you
of
want
luck.
anything, we can spin the wheel for you. Or do you want anything besides the wheel?
Just...
Right behind.
Yeah, there's no cup. I want
Okay.
it.
He wants the trophy.
So he doesn't want anything from the wheel, yeah.
One more time. We're going to head over to the casters because Game 6 is ready to go. Let's jump on in.
Are we ready for Game 6?
Yeah, Game 6.
Are we ready for it, though?
I think we're ready for Game 6. We're good to go. We're going to head back.
Hazır mıyız?
Okay, okay.
We're heading back. Game 6 is imminent. It's all happening right now. The last game of day 2 is back to the desk.
6. maç için her şey hazır ama buradaki seyirciler de 6. maça hazır mı? O zaman analiz masasındayız. Scarlett ve TalQ sizdeyiz.
Görüşmek üzere.
To the games very, very shortly. We've got our teams loaded on into the lobby. A little bit of a brief tech pause there, but time to dish out some prizes. So, you know, it is basically a big win. That's what I heard.
Yeah, it's time to get right back into it with the final Miramar of the day. Hoping some teams can pull themselves up by their bootstraps because they certainly need to at this stage of the game. Take a quick look at the finals in terms of where those points lie. In fact,
what are you facting?
2 seconds.
What's the fact? What's the fact? Well, I'm looking at the tables right now. At the moment, it seems like Regnum Carya are indeed on top, as we saw at the end of that last match. That chase for the 4th place is going to be very, very close as well. That's what we were keeping our eyes on with Carya, with K1, with, I think it was Ida as well, putting in a lot of effort towards that final circle. They could all be within striking distance, and the group of teams that could potentially qualify in 4th is expanding as our teams in that 4th place starts to drop off, right? The performance of the teams in that 4th place does start to drop. So let's take a look here. Goodness me. Okay, so a 1-point difference. And it's Carya, of all teams, to be on that bubble. Flux flushed all the way down to 7th place here. And BWNRX are on the front page.
Yeah, they made it after all towards 8th place. You're right, Flux have had a mighty fall. Carya there after that last incredible Miramar we saw jumped up towards 78 points. The Falcons just about holding on now, but it's just 4 points between our top 3 squads. That can all change tomorrow. Ida on 63, the closest to actually leaping over that gap. Fenerbahçe is probably 2 games behind. And as we know, being 2 games behind after the final match is a stressful position to be in because it does allow you that quick ability to get the smash ruling in. We're going to head over to towards the game now, though, as we head over towards our final Miramar. Apologies for the tech pause, but we've got to make sure all our players are ready and good to go. Make sure everything's tidied and squared away before we head into this final match.
Yeah, with only one more game to play today, it will, of course, lock in that smash ruling bubble as well, Blank. I mean, that is going to be the most important factor, I think, moving into tomorrow with, as you highlighted before, only a 4-point difference between the top 3 teams. It is a really big potential for a smash rule victory here. If we go into tomorrow with that sort of a point gap, so if things close down as they are, we will see a pretty contested smash rule potential here at the start of tomorrow. And the more teams that have that option available, the more likely it is that it will come to pass. But we'll have to wait and see where it all ends up falling as we head into our final match of the day. It's finally here. It's Miramar.
Back into it. Match number 6. Take a look at it. The final game before, like you say, we solidify that plus 10 of where we'll be needing to reach tomorrow. With our top 3 teams being so close to one another, it's anyone's game for that 35 grand.
And there are teams behind them that would love to jump on through up to that 90-point bracket as well. We saw the Falcons on 79 points, 78 points behind that as well with Carya. That is very achievable to get up into the 90s, right? You're talking 10, 11, 12 points, that sort of field. We've seen that happen quite a bit. It's not like it's a massive jump up to be able to get on in there. The question is, what do the teams at the top have to show for it? Like, how can they get out and away from the threat of the teams beneath them, which has been the constant struggle of PUBG Mobile tournaments throughout the world, throughout the history of PUBG Mobile.
There is also a little bit that duality really right now for Boars, Regnum, Carya, and S2G, is that if they stay sort of together in terms of that grouping towards the top side, any one of those teams could initiate and complete the smash ruling over towards tomorrow. But is that the worst thing in the world? I think that yes, you'll lose out on the 35 grand even if you are in first place, but despite all that, you would lock it in for Regnum, Carya, S2G, and Boars, whichever one of those teams does hit that smash ruling. If that comes to bear tomorrow, we'll have to find out. But that would be nice for all 3 of them. They wouldn't really have to worry about anyone catching them, as it is getting more and more dangerous in terms of teams catching up now. And so I think that, to be honest with you, I think Regnum, Carya, S2G, Boars wouldn't massively mind a smash ruling coming through, as 35 grand, it's fantastic, it's lovely to take hold of, but there is a lot of money on the line at EWC.
Absolutely. And getting those 4 spots, I think, is probably going to be pretty prevalent in the mind. But losing out first place to a smash ruling, you said, you don't get that 35 grand. That's that's a $15,000 drop, right? You drop down from 35 grand if you're in first place to a 20 grand reward if you're in second place. Which would be the push down. That is obviously the most significant drop off, but the others would be 20 grand down to 15, and then 15 down to 10.
Back.
So 5 grand drops from there on in.
But you'd earn that back. You would earn
that is
back
true.
Going
Yeah,
to EWC.
you would, but you would have earned it anyway if you'd have just not had the smash ruling.
Or if you don't have the smash ruling, you get knocked out of the top 4, and then you don't get to go at all. This is what I'm trying to say, is that like it removes all doubt, right, for the teams on those next few games. I think that's like the... but again, that's why I say it's a duality, right? Because it is a case of, you're right, losing out on that 15 grand hurts. Absolutely does hurt. But losing out altogether on EWC's slot, I personally think hurts a bit more.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that. There's no way that it isn't the sight line right now for all of these teams pushing to get to the PMWC. Although I would say that there are a couple of teams who would be pretty happy with 5th right now, and they tend to be currently languishing towards the lower end of our tables, which is unfortunate. We're on board with one of them right now, Rolex from Brat, having a tough time of it. Having a very tough time indeed. Circle was all the way up to this northwestern edge. The Falcons have access to it from El Pozo. They should be pretty chill. The plane path was kind of fine as well. S2G looking to establish themselves around the crater fields. But so are Fenerbahçe. So, contests on the high ground.
Over towards that northwest side. It is very far towards that northwest as well. It's not easy to make it happen. Here's Regnum Carya. They're taking a lot of shots from BRX Esports. They do not want to lose a player this early on into the match. Yeah, I do think it'd be a different story if it wasn't for a case of a 4-point differential between our top 3 teams. I think at that point you would much rather the smash ruling not go through. And you just confirm over towards your 35 grand tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult puzzle. Try and piece together, right? How do you want to play this one out if smash ruling becomes almost an inevitability? Fenerbahçe, this feels like they're in a vice grip, but Icy actually goes down. So there is a trade-off from Savian, who is on the back lines. Hamzy should have the angles here. The rest of S2G desperately scrambling here to find Icy some sort of protection. The rest of Fenerbahçe want to sideline in. You can see Hamzy is so reticent, so reluctant to push over the top of this rock here. He knows that the sightlines are just around the corner. Bobbles, I think that might have been a smoke down there. Not entirely sure. No, that had some punch to it. Certainly wasn't. And he will be able to just push them off the angle, and they may be able to get Icy back up.
Personally, I think Icy might be doomed here.
Ooh.
I think it's going to be hard to extract him from this location. Especially with the rest of Fenerbahçe turning up.
On the northwestern side, another knock over towards Calci. And that is both of the low ground positions taken down. ThunderTalk chiming in from this western side. I think that's the Falcons as well. Could be Ida, actually, from the western edge getting involved. Sarah is now in, trying to rescue what they can. But they just don't have the supplies. They don't have the smokes or the nades to push Fenerbahçe back. And ThunderTalk are pushing in mercilessly from this west side.
If S2G get all 4 players back up on their feet, I will be amazed. And it's not the case. Kairos is able to find 1. So now only Icy available to be brought back up. And again, really, really bad start here for S2G. Considering their point scoring, Icy goes down again. The Symphony, Sarah looks like he's going to bleed out real soon. And for S2G, what a horrible way to end their day.
Yeah, they were top of the pack at the end of day 1. I mean, they've still done very well today, even if they go down here. The Regnum Carya are going to be happy about this as they see those numbers start to come their way. They can be in the lead, closest to that bubble, trying to get that smash rule. Just Hamzy remains. SoulK stepping forwards. Hamzy G dispatched in 16th place. S2G, no eliminations, no movement. The buggy on the slide down, and he's going to reclaim it.
And S2G are done and dusted for their final game of the day. Now up to Regnum Carya and Boar to get themselves further ahead and strike out. Emre, 79, standing out some smokes. Try and keep his team safe, but Fenerbahçe will come away with this one with a couple of points in the back pocket. TTQ were able to steal 1 away from them. As well, Ida somehow.
Yeah, they rolled up. They put an outpost out here, which is how Ida has become now involved on this double knock position. They're a little bit trapped, but they should be looking for these reses, and they should be safe for just a little bit longer. They flexed out fairly early with just 1 player, and they chimed in on that engagement. You can see they're now underneath in the crater fields around ThunderTalk and Fenerbahçe. Falcons splitting on the north side of El Pozo, with Bra actually swinging in on the north edge. Koa does need to be careful here. A bit of danger to be seen. Black Esports as well making their way through. Boars pushing in from the south behind them. Playing out late into the blue zone. A couple of teams taking wide paths to this circle.
Has to be done on this one as well, where it really isn't very favourable at all to a lot of our squads. Not a fun place to play around is Crater Fields. Pretty much every team kind of tried to confirm position over towards the high ground nice and early here. Get ourselves some good sight lines available going forward. Yeah, a lot of potential positions that this can end up. I mean, even over towards that north side, because it still encompasses it right now in the Papara and even further beyond. But I think most teams and most players will be concerned around El Pozo as well as Crater Fields and that ridge line that sits just towards the east of it.
Yeah, I mean, ThunderTalk right now, Fenerbahçe, these 2 positions hold a lot of power in the center of this circle. We'll see where the second circle takes us, but for now, they do have a lot of control. What could happen, and what often does happen in positions like this, is that they get isolated, right? They get locked off, they get separated from all of their rotational paths forwards by the teams pushing in around them. So, are they going to be able to control teams around them enough to allow themselves a path down the mountain? Because it's very easy to allow teams into the foothills, and all of a sudden, you're choked out. You can't really go anywhere, and you have to move when the circle pushes you away.
Flux, it's all 4 players, but a very, very important game for them. 7th place now, but with a possibility to climb. We haven't really talked too much about this team so far, but we have to now, and it is Falcons, who started in El Pozo. It's a team that needs to put distance, basically, between them and Carya. Because Carya, once again, is in a strong, strong position over towards the northeast side, playing alongside that ridgeline on Crater Fields. They can certainly have a good game off the back of that.
I mean, it's not just about outpacing Carya here either as well. It's about outpacing all of the teams below, because, I mean, even down towards Ida at, 15 points behind in 9th place, there's real potential to be able to find that one, and that's a perfect pickup if you want to stop Ida. Unfortunately, Narvalo can't connect on the spray, and Rita turns tail. We'll get away with the buggy.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there. I mean, you expect to tag at least once over towards him, and Narval is just not able to make it happen. Next circle over towards the north side, encompassing La Cobreria. Now, this does make for a funny final circle, with teams having to move very, very fast up towards the north.
Yeah, it does need to be pretty quick, pretty swift, and those hills around Crater Fields become all more important, as does Carya's position, right? And you said they were in a strong position before. I'm a double it on this circle. They have a huge amount of ground under their control. The question is, can they maintain it, right? Will they be able to hold on to this area as teams start to push in? That ascendant ridgeline towards the south side, towards those Crater Fields hills, can be pretty treacherous, and you can get split off there quite easily.
Ooh, good shots from Nico. Over towards Ida. And they will lose Aaron. Potent member of the team as well to lose early. The Falcons need to move. You can see the blue at their back starting to push them forward. Hoping to end their day within the top 4 at least.
It's under talk. Added another 2 points to their tally. Carya, they are getting challenged, and this is what I was worried about. The split maybe just a little bit too big, but they're holding their own, and K1 kind of falling in the face of it right now. The roll-up not quite super strong enough, and there comes the backup. They regroup almost instantly. Carya are there to play together, and they will be able to maintain. K1 going down now to just the 1 player active, as the reses will start to come through. Boars also suffering here, as Falcons are going to take the fight with them.
This is a great team to take off the table, so they don't get too far ahead of you. With that, though, Carya getting 2 elims. They have more placements, more chicken dinners. And Falcons will be brought down in towards 5th place here, John. Wow, he is very low.
Very, very low. And that's the Falcons adding another point potentially to go back into the tiebreaker, which Carya at the moment do win. It seems they are going to be able to break that tie between the two of them, which is interesting and something that we shall keep track of as well, because of course with the bubble as close as it is, we do need to be worried about who wins these tiebreakers. The circle, of course, pushing them a little bit further north from their position, so they'll have to get on with the game, but they have taken a knock, and a lot of their players are fairly low for the Falcons. Could be pretty daunting of a prospect.
It does get flushed out, but pushes Falcons back up to 4th place. Via Redox actually blows up in the vehicle, but I think what he was trying to do is just get as much distance as he could between them and BWNRX. The question is, how likely is it for the rest of the team from Falcons to be able to go pick him up as we get into stage 4 now, where the blue starts to hurt, and yep, Redox will go down to Kakali, leaving Falcons at 3.
Regnum Carya currently untouched in La Cobreria on the south side of it, staying safe for the time being, so not wanting to get involved. Falcons take another knock on their rotate. Ralph does get knocked, does get flushed. Boars also going down pretty quickly, but the Falcons are picking up the points for it as well. Koa, immediate snap back over towards his position, gets shut down there on the peak. Carya along the way will be there, but the Boars have fallen. 91 points, so 2 of our top 4 teams, blank, have gone out already. Regnum Carya with an option now to open up on these tables. How far can they go? They're currently the team that is looking to set that Smash rule bubble. If they go down now, it would be at 104 for tomorrow. But they are surviving. They're all 4 players alive.
Again, for a lot of teams, right now the goal is to get to a position where after 1 game, you can overtake that scoreline. Again, you want to have that moment in game 1 where you can hit Smash ruling. Right now, for Falcons, if they ended with just 94 points and the chicken dinner, you know, if they well, let's say if they ended right now with 94 points, it still would be almost be a game and a bit. It would have to be an unbelievably strong game with eliminations, but that would see Falcons over that mark. I mean, they'd need 22?
21.
Right now?
Well, yeah, to go over, it would be 22, yes.
Yeah. But it's also not likely that Regnum Carya are just going to go out right now. So it's going to be even higher. So it probably require more like 2 games.
Yeah, they would need a little bit more. But Falcons also have managed to make their way in for the time being and could also potentially earn a little bit more, right? So where they really want to find themselves sat is in the middle of those 90-point margins. Seeing where they can get is going to be important for them there to jump up and play in amongst S2G and Boars ahead of them if they can, but they'll take what they can get.
Kazi sending a nade in. It's from Papara SuperMassive. Running up against the final remaining members here from BRX Esports. Just 2 still alive. TalQ has had a chokehold over towards Fenerbahçe for a while now. Lord Cedric, Erangel just wraps around the corner and we'll pick him up. No problem.
And these are teams that aren't really challenging for those top spots either, blank, which means that these points going either way are going to just drain out and increase volatility towards the top of the tables. BRX Esports down to just the last player, but Zeptimus still has a little bit more firepower. Erangel, though, winning out the fight in the sidelines of the shack, will be able to fight from the corner back to the wall and pick themselves up the close down on the fight. 2 elims potentially looking to res both of their players as well for Papara SuperMassive.
There's potential for a big gatekeep here coming through from Carya. I mean, BWNRX needs to go through that area, as do TalQ. I'm also looking at Bra. Only to push out from Crater Fields, and Carya's got great sightlines over towards all of them.
They do. On the south side, it is a tough time, but it looks like teams have already managed to push up and towards it. FUT holding down the hill from Carya, taking shots over to Papara SuperMassive. Thunder Talk on the south are gonna have to try and make their push. They found 6 elims already, though.
Does it matter too much at 44 points, though? Unless they get a ginormous game. Even it's a tough run tomorrow for them. By Carya as they get quite close. But actually, Bra is right close to Carya, and not really much has happened. BWNRX on Falcons now. There's a big moment for them.
And they hold the first. They do go 1 for 1, though, on the trade. And Falcons, of course, only playing as 2. Narvalo flushed out. Koa goes down. And the Falcons fall. 83 is that 4th place bubble right now. Carya looking to try and change that. And BWNRX as well, they're also chasing. We'll see how much more they can do as the match unfolds. But Barsay will fall as well. And that's Fireflux also chiming into that engagement. They go down in 10th. Teams are going to start to fall. And placements are going to start to add up now, blank.
For BWNRX, certainly a chaser on the cards. pretty certain that Carya will be able to overlap the Falcons, push them out from 4th there. It was always a precarious position the Falcons were holding all today. And with the downturn in performance towards the end of the day as well, it got real tricky. Regnum Carya, now they have a chance to streak out ahead further than anyone else. Make it very difficult to chase them down and open up a potential for them to have the only chance in game 2 or 3 to pick up that chicken dinner and end the whole tournament there and then.
Could potentially go that way. We are waiting for these two teams. It's Carya and Regnum Carya to do something here in this match, and it is only a matter of time. Bruh, very, very close. You've said they've been close for a while as well to this position. Thunder TalQ, the 2 players that remain, we're going to try and keep this one going as well. As Fireflux once more being pushed to the wayside, out of the conversation yet again. And BWNRX going to be stepping in to overtake them, to try and usurp them, but Bra have the sight lines down towards them.
Still taking some pot shots over towards BWNRX. Bra is holding them at bay. Look at Papara SuperMassive's position. Oh my god. Well, that's nice for them. Foxy's going to have a peek over towards that direction. They are somewhat cut off from that western side, in which case Regnum Carya can creep up, but you'd imagine Papara SuperMassive should be ready for something like that to happen.
You would imagine so. Poser, the player right on his doorstep, looking to try and sidestep the volley of fire that's being sent in through the window frame. He steps in, and with a mini 14 at that range, goodness me, that is a ballsy push. Does go down for it though. The Molotov spreading, but Poser trying to crawl out of the way. Thunder TalQ also trying to third party. BWX are rolling on in, and that's FUT coming in from the east as well. We're having 5 teams descending on this same fight flank. It's gonna get crazy. The first team to fall is Bra. Caught in the crunch. Now 4 teams remain in this location. BWNRX trying to push in from the west. FUT, I think they're turning around. They don't want to get any more stuck into this one. They know it's not prime location for the next circle. They'll fall back. They'll play to try and pick up the pieces of it.
Good result from TTQ this game, but like I said, not enough. 8 eliminations, 2 players left alive. Strikers down, Symphony last remaining. And BWNRX continue to pepper damage back across to him. Symphony spotted now. Nade should burst right on him. That will be the end of his life, and BWNRX can continue with 4 players alive. Now they must face Carya.
And Carya now in 4th place with the 5 elims they found off of that fight as well. They were able to get up into that 4th place, winning the tiebreaker, and they got placement points to come as well, as we're now on 7 teams remaining, with those 2 teams being pushed on out. They look good to hold this compound as well as BWNRX, though. Got to give them a run for their money.
All right, huddled. Waiting for the inevitable push, and a lot of nades going through, but not a lot of damage done, though it has pushed them the other side of the compound, allowing space for BWNRX to get in. Start to work the problem.
Nade over to Kakali, pushes him off the angle. Kind as well, spotted. Not much more than that. Poser laying down the fire here. Gonna burn them in, gonna slow them down. Drill them in place as they will have the blue zone pushing. Do have a little bit more time, trying to get up onto the rooftop. Poser is a bit at risk there, but that nade finds Kakali. That'll force them to take the fight now at a disadvantage, but Zedwolf, he's up on the high ground, and he finally gets that shutdown onto Poser, and immediately his teammate runs through. Low HP bars starting to be seen now. They're flashing, but Zedwolf has to hit the deck, get that reload on the DBS. Only 2 rounds he drops down with, and Carya swept aside. 4th place now locked in at 85 points there, Blank, and BWNRX look to try and chase. With 8 elims, 74 there, it's possible.
It's a really good play there coming through from Zedwolf to get on top of the rooftop, take some shots, immediately finds 2 of them. And all he has to delay there and distract towards the final player and rely on his team, and it works out well. They will lose Kakali in the process, and now it's time for Papara SuperMassive to maybe earn some points. But Regnum Carya still in the game, in that top 6. It's the biggest deal out of the entirety of the map here. Many more points required for BWNRX. 10 points to get over the top of Falcons, and then 11 required to themselves even with Carya. So quite a big game needed from BWNRX here to get themselves towards that top 4.
Yeah. They need to get 11 more points, so an Elim and the chicken dinner would do it. For instance. Regnum Carya, they're trying to make their push happen, and actually BWNRX might be moving in to try and stop it. Coming down in 6th place for Regnum Carya would limit that smash rule bubble. And Papara SuperMassive don't seem to be occupied there. They're turning their attention over to the north side with Ida, with Foot, both making moves out in the open. They are going for this fight. Flux are still in this game, by the way. They're fairly central. Oh no, wait, hang on a minute. No, that's BWNRX. Not too sure where the Flux player is, but 2 players from BWNRX almost immediately go down. That's Regnum Carya picking up 2 points now. With 5 teams remaining, these placements start to add up as well. So, this bubble looking to increase as they find the final player from BWNRX. They end their day on a very strong run, Blank. It has to be said, but on 77, it's unlikely they challenge for the top spot.
Yeah, for BWNRX, they have put themselves back in the conversation, right? They have reminded everyone why they were such a threat back in the day. Ida goes down, leaving us with just Regnum Carya, Papara SuperMassive, and Flux in the final 3. Flux having a stand-in here is pretty surprising. Now let's see how Regnum Carya deals with Papara SuperMassive and just how far can they push themselves towards the top of the lobby.
I mean, Regnum Carya have just been so quiet this match. They've made one rotation, really, and that was the push that we just saw, the fight against BWNRX. Able to get 3 elims for it, and they have all 4 of their players alive. They are so healthy, they should have plenty of utility here as well. Papara SuperMassive have been expending a lot more ammo in the more central position that they were able to hold. So as a 4v4 goes, a slight edge maybe to Regnum Carya, but the circle pushes them to the roadside.
Very tense moment here. Regnum Carya, they're able to win this game. It really does put them in an unbelievable position. Gives them a massive head start tomorrow in terms of earning those 10 points and then activating the smash rule. Preventing anyone from even thinking about the smash rule until game 3.
If they're able to clean up with a chicken dinner here and all 4 of these elims that sit in front of them, that would put them on 111 points, meaning the smash bubble would be 121, which is a fearsome tally to be able to get. You're talking about 40 points ahead of 4th place.
Yeah, it's at least 2 games for Boars as well as S2G. That's what I'm saying. So Regnum Carya would have match 2 and 3 if they're able to cross that 10-point boundary on game 1. To make the chicken dinner happen without worrying about anyone else getting it.
But Papara SuperMassive have been feeling themselves a little bit more today. They've already got a chicken dinner under their belt. They're trying to keep things on lock. Center circle will shrink, and it does kind of favor Papara SuperMassive here, Blank. They have a more central location on this circle. Regnum Carya do have to make the first move here.
It's also why Regnum Carya is being so quiet. They don't want to force the issue. And like we keep saying, these 10 points are gigantic. Regnum Carya. Ooh, not sure what Loxy's plan was.
He rolls out, gets spotted, immediately flushed as well. Kamikaze's there. Nades are going to start to come through. I thought the utility advantage for Regnum Carya was going to be there. They haven't really been laying down nade cover, smoke cover. They're saving it a little bit, if they have any left, that is, as they will look to try and play 3 versus 4 now. Getting those smokes down, try to get more central. Papara SuperMassive have the high ground. They got lost there. Wild, though, wants to try and make it an even game here. Can't quite find the shot and will allow Lost to back off that angle, force them more central. The ridgeline here from Pmsl, a big nade over to Wild, another big opening, and now it's a 2 versus 4, and already damage is done to Toshbik on the sidelines. Silas is crumbling as well on it, and it will be Papara SuperMassive to roll down over Regnum Carya, keep that smash bubble nice and in reach of more teams, and everybody in the top 4 will breathe a sigh of relief for that one. They have got a chance, as well as Papara SuperMassive putting up a second chicken dinner today, Blank.
And all it took was them to leave Pachinki, and they're a fresh new team. For Regnum Carya, it is a disappointing end of the day for them. They desperately wanted to see themselves getting that chicken dinner. It would have given them so much freedom on the first half of the day tomorrow. Now, I do wonder if it's even possible still for the second place and third place team to actually make it over towards that smash ruling come game 2. We'll have to wait and see once we see those overalls. But yeah, what a wild way to finish there for Regnum Carya. They came so close to being so ahead.
Yeah, they could have been sort of head and shoulders above the competition, but as it stands, I think that they did break the 100-point barrier on that match, Blank. But we're going to be sort of looking at maybe around 110 as being that bubble. I think low 110s, if you will, to be getting on in there, which is achievable in a single game, right? For teams in second, third place, even though they did go down fairly early. Beyond that, definitely not.
Yeah, I think for Falcons, and the Falcons story today has been a little bit rough for them. I think that, honestly, unless they really pull things back up tomorrow, it's not looking great for them, in my opinion. It has been a little bit lackluster. Though they started today's games very well in match, I'd say 1 through 3. Now, if they can have good games in 1 through 3 tomorrow, like, that's very important in terms of getting the smash ruling early. But there is a question to be had there, and the pressure will be on. The pressure will be on big time. Now, Carya, on the other hand, they're sailing, they're cruising. Can they do it again tomorrow, John? Because that's the team that turned up towards the end of the day.
That's true. And if a smash ruling comes through, that could be important, right? Because if the entire tournament ends when, you know, S2G or Regnum Carya or Boars are able to get a chicken dinner early in the day, if you're an end of day team, if that really is a thing, although I know the jury's still out on that one, then all of a sudden your entire point scoring opportunities are just cut off at the knees, right? And you drop down, you potentially don't make it in towards those top 4, whereas if the games have gone the full distance, you may have done. It's an interesting dynamic that will have to be taken into consideration, because I think there's multiple teams that could win via the smash ruling fairly early on, maybe not in game 2, but looking towards game 3, game 4, that is where it's going to start to get very dicey.
Absolutely. I think it gets scarier the longer the day goes on. Let's take a look at the final blow here, which was pretty rough. But yeah, it does get scarier the longer the day goes on, because once you get to that game 5, suddenly there's a situation where there's 6 or 7 teams potentially that are all in the smash ruling zone, to be honest with you. And that's where it's like it's anyone's game the longer those matches continue. But we'll have to wait and see for tomorrow when that all breaks down. It'll be a very, very exciting day, and you do not want to miss it.
Certainly not. Erangel getting MVP on that final match for Papara SuperMassive. A little help from the circle does go a long way, and they're able to hold that central position and nice and effectively control it. 6 elims, 866 damage as well. Nice on the scout from the high ground.
Absolutely. 866 damage is very nice from Erangel there. Some nice little shots from the sideline he's able to pull out. But yeah, I think Papara SuperMassive, pretty good stuff overall today. And I like that they finally decided to go for a small change and got off from Pachinki and decided, we'll hot drop someone a little bit easier to work with.
I mean, that does put Papara SuperMassive potentially also in the question for 4th place, right? They got 20 points or so on that match, which will see them around that 70-point margin. I think the bubble right now sits at somewhere near 80, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the first time.
Wait and see. This is the first time that we're seeing a full 5 from the same team.
Yeah, on the final game, day 2. Wow, good stuff. So yeah, Papara SuperMassive, a really, really good game from them. I thought Carya would come out on top there. It was not meant to be after all from that high ground position. They looked strong, but I think their exit was a little bit lacking.
I mean, it was a two-horse show, seemingly, for Papara SuperMassive as well. As you can see, the majority of the damage being dished out by Kamikaze and Erangel. All of them were there until the end, though. They were a full 4 all the way through.
Yeah, they all did very well. I mean, it was a strong position. I mean, the cycle definitely blessed them a little bit, but they held their spot and they held their ground as well. I think that was the important thing versus Regnum Carya, because Regnum Carya kind of tried to spook them out a little bit by not going for anything too crazy. Loxy tried for an off angle, but it felt like Papara SuperMassive were absolutely ready and prepared for them to try something like that. And it was a very quick pickup. And I think from there, it was almost doomed. They did need Loxy on that sideline.
Yeah, it would have been potentially a little bit different, but he did just go down and immediately just torn apart, right? Torn apart by the fire from the high ground, and Papara SuperMassive more than willing to dish out the damage. Let's take a look at the points here. The match ranking sits thusly, so 21 points on that game blank. That sits them on 71 total, which is going to be a great record. And again, BWNRX earning points left and right. Their day has been good, and they are going to earn 11 points on this match.
Yeah. It's a pretty magical scoreline from BWNRX today. I think it's been 10 points, 9 points, 10 points, 11 points, 20 points here. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. For Regnum Carya coming through with 9 off the back of that one. But a lot of like high single digits here, which really just ups the floor of this lobby in terms of the points placing. It's going to be very interesting to see those overalls when they do pop up and see where it all does finally end.
Yeah, with Regnum Carya's 9 points, that'll see them on 103, meaning that the bubble for the smash ruling will be at 113 as we take a look at our overall standings. 103 there at the top, the only team in triple digits, the only team to make that 50-point day average that we were talking about before as potentially being where the 4th place team should be sat. Carya in the money right now, 2 points ahead of Falcons, who are following Flux down the tables.
But look at this, 85 in 4th place and 71 in 8th. It's anyone's game tomorrow, 4th place. It's a bit more difficult to get over towards 3rd, but that's 70 points for K1 and Ida as well. I think we're counting out 11th and 6th down to 16th now, I would say. But for K1, certainly a possibility tomorrow to really shoot up those rankings. It's doable. It's very doable. It's really, really frightening. Falcons just need to get more points today. They need to put much more of a gap between them and everyone else. But Boars, S2G, and Regnum Carya, they just need to have some consistent games tomorrow, and they should remain in that top 4. Everyone is looking hungrily like sharks at that 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. It is what is on every team on the table's minds right now. And I think you're right to call 11th down as being essentially out at this stage. There is a chicken dinner for Fenerbahçe. That was the first game that we played here in the finals, and they haven't really seen much since, which is unfortunate. And it's a team that we kind of wanted to do well here. A lot of powerful players on side, but it just hasn't come together for them here, and is very unlikely now, nigh on impossible, really, for them to get up towards the top 4. As we take a look at our daily MVP, it is Zedwolf, and I mean, we've been talking about BWNRX as having a fantastic day. He is leading from the front. He has always been a machine and will continue to churn out numbers. On the 6 matches today he played in, he's got 15 eliminations, 2,180 damage.
Yeah, Zedwolf's an absolute king inside the lobby on real performance all the way through. And I do think that overall, Zedwolf deserves all the praise that he gets here. He did keep the team together. You can see he's visibly frustrated, but he is still giving every ounce that he has in these matches to keep BWNRX in the conversation. Certainly no disrespect for the rest of the team there, because they're also trying to keep themselves up and in position. But still, for Zedwolf, he is doing such a disgusting amount of work for the squad.
Yeah, it is very, very impressive stuff coming on through. It has kept them in that bracket of potential fourth place qualifiers as well. We do as well, I think, have that top three, though, very clearly defined now for Regnum Carya, for S2G, for Boars. I think if they dropped out, which is possible, of the top four, if any of those teams dropped out of the top four, I think that they would be severely disappointed with themselves. I mean, especially Regnum Carya and S2G, right? These two teams came into this tournament almost not expecting, but I was expecting them to be in the top four, right? Almost as a lock. For Boars, they are currently tasting what it's like to be up at the top. Obviously, the players individually have had that history, but to find that cohesion and do so well here, they want to try and continue that and try and get rid of the other teams around them, right? A little bit lower down on the table. So maybe they'll get even more aggy with it if they spot that one of those teams is under their thumb.
Yeah, there's definitely potential for that one in terms of targeted approaches in those games tomorrow, 100%. But yeah, you're right. Teams will be furious with themselves if they dropped out from those top three positions. I think realistically, for me, the only team that might happen to is Boars. But I am hoping, praying tomorrow they continue to give us that berserker style gameplay and just go crazy with it to maintain their spot up towards the top. I don't want to see passive nature from them. We've already seen what a passive game can do to a team like Boars over the past couple of matches so far. I want to see more aggression. It's what got them towards that top three. Now is not the time to hold back. I don't think Boars need to pull any punches here. They just need to keep on swinging.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about digging in and trying to find what makes you so special as a roster, and it seems like that's what they've got right now. They have figured it out, it seems, certainly in this lobby, and we can question what that would be like on an international stage, sure, but for now it is working wonders for them. They are one of the two teams that are going to be within striking distance of that smash ruling, potentially within that first game, although it is going to be quite a distance. Of course, needing to break 113 points, it's quite a tall order, but they are sat currently on 91, I think, for the Boars, in third place, and 92 for S2G in their place. So that's 21 and 22 points respectively needed to jump on up towards that smash rule potential, which can be done, but it's very likely that you need a chicken dinner to do it. And then it would have to be a back-to-back chicken dinner. So it would be a spectacular start to tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see, though. It's all going to pop off. The fourth place chase is on. The first place scramble as well for the top of the tables is ready and waiting for you guys tomorrow. We'll see you guys there.